edition of the Belmont Stakes, regardless of weather. And the Belmont, just one of many stakes races this afternoon at Saratoga. Take a look at the rundown, wall-to-wall stakes activity, 8 total, 5 of the Grade 1 variety, all leading up to the 157th running of the Belmont Stakes. Speaking of which, live updated odds for the Belmont. Number 2, Sovereignty. He was the second choice on the morning line. 7-2 now. Co-second choice with Baeza, 7-2. Number 7, Journalism, favorite in the Derby, favorite in the Preakness, 6-5 currently for the Belmont Stakes, presented by Naira Bets. As I welcome in a Breeders' Cup winning trainer, Frank Lyons, the voice of Aqueduct, track announcer Chris Griffin. Gentlemen, great to be with you on this drenched Belmont Stakes afternoon. Let's pretend that the viewers haven't been watching for the last 3 days and 100 hours of coverage leading up to the Belmont. With no Triple Crown on the line, Chris, what makes this Belmont so intriguing?
Well, it's just the rematches you spoke about, the grudge match and being able to see Journalism and Sovereignty square off once again. And it seems a bit to be a bit of what have you done for me lately, because Sovereignty sitting at 7-2 right now as we are far away from post time, but you got to think that things will even out a bit as we get closer to post time here between those top two.
Well, you think so, but the horse Sovereignty has been at 7-2 for now 24 hours, so I think that Sovereignty deserves a little more respect. The one thing I'm worried about, guys, is that Journalism may move a little too quickly, and if he does, Sovereignty is going to be there at the end to pick him off, but I don't think Journalism is going to move too quickly, and I hope not.
Poor Umberto Rispoli, already being criticized for his ride in the Belmont 10 hours before the Belmont Stakes. Let's go back to the beginning, the start of this Triple Crown 5 weeks ago on a day just like this in Louisville, Churchill Downs. The Derby, Frank, Sovereignty proves best. Journalism favorite right there. Baeza, big effort navigating through traffic.
Well, a huge effort by Baeza. It's going to be a totally different race today. Also, I don't think Journalism is going to be in front turning for home, and Sovereignty isn't going to have as much time to come after Journalism. So I hope that Journalism doesn't move too soon, and if he doesn't, he should get the win.
Yeah, it's something to remember that this race is still at 1.25 miles as well, not the 1.5 miles. So when you talk about Sovereignty following Journalism all the way around the racetrack 5 weeks ago, are we going to see the same thing? I think post position is very interesting here when you talk about where Journalism's going to be sitting. Coming from post position number 7, is he really going to be able to get behind Sovereignty and maybe chase him a little bit around the racetrack? Or are they going to switch position as they go into that first turn?
Well, I don't think so. I think that Sovereignty will just jump out and hope that Rodriguez and Crudo go quickly on the front end, because the way it looks like it's going to be, Crudo's going to be sitting outside of Rodriguez, putting pressure on him, not allowing him to go whatever pace he wants. He's going to pressure him a little bit. And that's going to, I think, lead them to about the 3/16 pole, and then it's going to be time for the race to unfold.
Come 7 o'clock, if the track is what it is right now, sloppy, because Sovereignty beat Journalism on a sloppy track, is it foolish to assume that that's an advantage for Sovereignty because he beat him on a track similar?
I think it is actually kind of foolish to think that he will have an advantage, because Journalism handled the track so brilliantly that day. I just think that he was in front at the 3/16 pole. That's not Journalism's MO. Journalism is not going to be in front at the 3/16 pole today, I don't believe.
And he wasn't in the Preakness. Journalism was.
Yes.
And doing the impossible, Frank.
Well, you know, I am on the side of that Journalism should not have been disqualified. There's no way that. What would you have done? Placed him, last in this race? This effort was, Chris. It was worth everything to me.
Just the heart of an athlete and be able to overcome some of the trouble. Maybe it was a little bit self-caused by a bit of the ride. It does concern me a little bit that Umberto Rispoli has pointed out that when Journalism gets bumped, when he gets a little contact in there, he starts to dig in more. He found it in the Santa Anita Derby. He's starting to find it there in the Preakness. You don't want to find too much trouble and still try to get away with it.
Sure, he's found trouble twice and got away with it. I don't think he handled Pimlico, because he was scrubbing on him down the backside. And he said himself, he said, I was getting after him, and then he got up into the race and finished like we've seen. But I'm not saying he's going to handle Saratoga, brilliantly, but I think that it wasn't his perfect situation, and he still came away with an unbelievable win.
So you have the big three, right? And then you have Rodriguez, the wire-to-wire Wood Memorial winner, Chris. You called the race in front every step of the way, missed the Derby with a foot issue. What are you expecting today?
When I watch a race, especially from the booth, and I watch Rodriguez, it's just the way that he did it, in the fashion that he did it. He really just cruised around there on the front end, and he was playing with his rivals that day. Mike Smith knows what he's doing aboard a horse that's going to be on the front end. Is Rodriguez going to get an easy lead? Crudo is going to be the main danger from the outside. Some feel that Crudo is going to be in front of Rodriguez. But with the two inside draws, Hill Road, Sovereignty, they're not going to the front. Rodriguez will find the rail. It's going to be whether Rodriguez is going to be alone up top.
Adam Cherokee run mare, by the way. That doesn't say a mile and a
Won
quarter.
a Breeders' Cup Sprint on a wet track. Cherokee run back at Churchill Downs in '94, Frank. Baeza third in the Derby. We bill it as a Derby rematch. The top two, right? It sounds good. It's really a big three given how well he ran in the Derby.
Well, the biggest story might be Baeza because he's out of the big brown mare Puka, who's dropped Mage, the Kentucky Derby winner 2 years ago, Dornoch, the Haskell and Belmont winner last year. And if she drops this one this year, that's going to be unheard of in a breeding history for a mare to produce 3 classic race winners in a year, and she's got every chance of doing it. Puka is not going to be behind Sovereignty today. Our journalism, I don't think. Baeza will be in front of them. And so that's going to, he's had the same time that Sovereignty has had. He's trained by the similar type of trainer in John Sheriff's. They're excellent conditioners. They've every right to jump up and beat the horse that has had a race.
Because we've seen it so many times, that replay of Baeza flying late, you get it seared into your mind. Oh, he's a closer. He's going to be far back. No, he's more tactical. He can be closer to the pace, which should bode well for his chances today. What a Belmont Stakes, rain or shine, this evening on Fox just after 7 Eastern. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. The opener in moments, start of the early pick 5 races 3 and 14 for now off the turf. Those are the 2 races now off the turf. The rest of the great grass events still on the grass. Wall-to-wall grade 1 racing, main track, as you might guess, sloppy. Turf courses are yielding. What better day if you haven't to get involved? Sign up. NyraBets.com. Experience the excitement of the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Nyra Bets. Join now. You're going to give you a $25 free bet and $200 deposit bonus. Use promo code Belmont25 for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Sign up. NyraBets.com. Riders up race 1. Field for the opener. Fillies and mares to kick things off. Allowance runners 6.5 furlongs. The favored entry, Save Us Melania and Sharir. Even money. 5 minutes out as we welcome Michelle Yu to the broadcast. Hopefully taking cover, keeping dry somehow. Yes, she is, Michelle. Very happy Belmont Stakes Day to you.
Thank you so much, Lafitte. Definitely dry for now, but I think that's all about to change. Getting to watch these fillies and mares walking around here, everyone was picture perfect. Sometimes when the weather comes in and everyone's crowded underneath the awning, they can tend to act up a little bit, but this was an A-plus field here. I thought the 3 Majestic Return made a fantastic appearance here. I got to get a very long look at her. She's going to get blinkers on today, and on paper, she was a speed and fade in an off-the-turf event last time, so she's harder to endorse when you look at her past performances, but if I'm going off straight physicality, I have to give her a check plus. I also thought the 5 was very intriguing, Maggie's Palace. I don't know what the excuse could be for last time. I was trying to catch up with James Ryerson, but he was down in between some horses. But second off the break here, Flavian Pratt's going to get aboard, and if you can draw a line through that last event, that puts her right in the mix here. She could be forwardly placed enough, and she loves an off track. So looking at Maggie's place right now at a juicy 6-1 maybe to kick off our Belmont Day, Lafitte.
Pad the bankroll leading up to the Belmont Stakes. Some housekeeping on set.
I'll tell you what.
We have a leak, Chris, and it's closer to you than Frank and I, so yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, thank God.
I'm on for about 3 or 4 hours, so I'm okay. I'm enjoying it.
You know something, guys? In this race here, the 2-horse, she is impeccably bred. She's out of the Spinster winner, Acoma, who's out of Althea, who's out of Courtly D. Courtly D is one of the greatest broodmares of all time.
Generations.
Yes.
Generations of top class mares and brood mares.
And by the way, I
Post-parade,
think the
you're looking
2 is a certainty.
a 2 to a certainty. Wow. Roswell, 2 to 1. There she is. Alvarado Mott teaming up in the first 2 races, and then another one later on this afternoon.
A daughter of Into Mischief. I'm not sure if she's going to handle this track, but if she does, you see she was second to Money's Gold, the 4th place finisher in that. Kehoe Beach, who ran yesterday in the Grade 1.
Majestic Return, 2-time winner on wet tracks. Proud Foot, first or second in 15 at 37.
Proud Foot gets Irad Ortiz, drops in for 50. She was claimed for 45. A very consistent filly, 5 wins in 10 seconds from 37 starts.
Fans on the apron fired up. Michelle like Maggie's Palace. Flavian Pratt won 4 races yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to have to run better than that last performance last time out. Maybe throw out that effort. Maybe the time off had something to do with it. She's been in the money 7 times in that top exacta.
Willow Bend and journalism's jockey Umberto Rispoli.
Out here to get some experience and to, of course, get a win as well. On Willow Bend, who was second in her last 2.
Well, best impression to the outside. Louis Saya's 2 best races in the mud.
Yeah, another 4-year-old that she's going to have to improve off of that one maiden victory. She just hasn't shown much since that maiden triumph. She's had some breaks in between.
Fast fillies and mares, first of 14 on Belmont Stakes Day here at Saratoga. Start of the early, pick 5 post time 2 minutes. Another look here at number 3. Who is this?
Majestic Return.
Yeah,
Majestic Return here at Aqueduct in late April. 2 starts back. What you make of this effort, Chris?
Yeah, you know, you take a look at this effort, and she's going to go back to putting the blinkers on. I think she's done well over a wet track. You see 2 for 4. Now, last time out, 4th, beaten 10 1/4, and her form has tailed off. She's kind of given up the lead a little bit, but I think with the moisture, you're seeing sloppy sealed right now. Maybe the speed can carry a little bit longer. Kendrick Carmouche, I think he's going to want to be forwardly placed. He has not been the type recently here to just be kind of wait. He wants to assert. He wants to take command. Whether she's going to be able to finish the job, that's the big question.
Here's another big question. 6.5 furlongs. Most of her races have been over 6, and she doesn't finish at the 6 furlongs, so you get an extra half a furlong. That counts.
I do like the blinkers going back on, though. She didn't have the blinkers on for her last few starts. You go back to 24, and that was against some state-bred stakes companies, so maybe that salty field, those fields are a little bit tougher. Maybe she's going to be able to respond better today.
Majestic Return, Kendrick Carmouche. So tell me more about this certainty thing, Frank, with Roswell.
Okay, so she was a very, very nice filly. She was running 90 buyers, run a 95 buyer at Saratoga last year. She's 2 seconds in 2 tries here. She was second to Money's Gold, and like I say, Kehoe Beach was 4th in that race. You know, now looking at her on form, you can tell that Charlestown, you know, bull ring track, she just didn't handle it. We see a lot of horses that don't handle it. Not sure what the next excuse was, and I don't want to give her 3 excuses, but she did run behind Rhiannon, who's Chad Brown's Medaglia d'Oro, and Spinning Colours, who is Mark Hennig's filly, who won the Mount Vernon here the other day. And I know that was on the grass, but, you know, so Billy Mott will have this filly ready because she is the most brilliantly bred filly in horse racing, at least as good. So you have a choice to retire her or bring her back in training. And Billy Mott said we need to keep her in training, so we're going to see today.
All systems go for you.
All systems go.
Yeah, and I think the entry, too, that we didn't get to touch on much, but Save Us Melania and Sadir. Linda Rice, she obviously does tremendous work at Aqueduct, where I call the races, but when you take a look at those efforts, Save Us Melania has really found her form. She's got that front-end presence. She hasn't been over a wet track. She hasn't seen it yet, so we'll have to see how she adjusts there. And Sadir has kind of just been following her stablemate, too. They continue to be coupled and in these entries to where she just kind of follows her rivals, and then she just doesn't quite have that same finish.
Yes, I mean, she, the dam of the Save Us Melania, by the way, she ran for 4,000, so you could have had her. But she beat our Liberty Bell, who's a tough kind of 40 claimer last time out. I don't see her stepping up against the likes of Roswell in this. She has the advantage on this off track. I'm not sure how Roswell is going to handle it, but she's out of an Empire Maker mare who won the Belmont on the sloppy racetrack, just like this. So I'm going to say Roswell's going to do it.
Former previous Belmonts, 10 years and a day since the sire of Sarir captured the Triple Crown in 2015. American Pharaoh. It was a much nicer day at Belmont Park on that particular afternoon. Let's see if things clear up as the hours go on. But you're dealing with the wet track. You're adjusting the handicapping, and you go back to a long shot we were just looking at, the 7 best impression, 17-1. Her first 2 races now kind of jump off the pages, don't they?
Yeah, they really do. And when you take a look at just wet track and off-track form, as you're pointing out, and I was even telling Frank before I sat down, you know, I didn't want to age him, but I've watched him for many, many years, and I've watched him go through
America's
different
Most Unwanted.
go through past performances. But what he's pointing out from a pedigree standpoint, this can also apply to later on in the card. These are different things as you watch 14 races today. So you want to follow along. You want to hear some of these names that we're talking about because you may find it in some of that later form as well.
Horses have reached the starting gate. Check in with Michelle.
Guys, I've been keeping my eye on these fillies and mares as they go through their warm-up, and there we go. I was very concerned because the 3 had 2 straps that were flapping around. I couldn't tell if it was from her figure 8 or her tongue tie, but you can see one of the gate guys has noticed and has given her a little fix-up. So the way he was doing it, it must have just been the tongue tie came undone. The horses need that to keep their tongue down so they don't get over the bit or obstruct any of their airways. My biggest concern with the 3, who I did love in the paddock, was that she got pretty warm out here. It's obviously not warm, but you can see when she goes the lather in between her legs. So she is getting pretty worked up over here. And those flaps on the tongue tie are still just annoying to me. Normally you would tie them off in a nice tight bow so they don't flap back and hit the horse a couple of times. They don't hurt or feel like anything, but it could just be irritating. Horses going into the gate. I'm going to stick with my top pick being the 5. Best of luck to everybody in the opener.
They could help us patch this leak. Post time, 1st to 14, Belmont Stakes Saturday. The voice of the Belmont Stakes is Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. And they're off on Belmont Stakes Day. And Sarir is the first one out of the gate. Also flashing speed is Majestic Return, and down on the inside, here's Save Us Melania, and Save Us Melania is up to take the lead. In behind them comes Best Impression in 4th, followed by Proudfoot. Roswell is down at the rail, and Willow Bend is next. It's a long, long way to Maggie's Palace. 22 seconds flat for the speedy Save Us Melania, who passes the half-mile pole in front of Majestic Return by a length and a half. Proudfoot on the inside is racing a joint 3rd, with Sarir racing next, and Best Impression in the blue. In behind them comes Roswell as they come toward the quarter pole. Majestic Return is up to take the lead with a 1/4 mile to go. Save Us Melania is back to second, trying to fight back as they come to the 8th pole. These 2 are head and head. Save Us Melania not done on the inside of Majestic Return. Majestic Return, Save Us Melania. In behind them, Roswell trying to get in, did not find room. And here comes Maggie's Palace from so far back to absolutely blow them away. Roswell ends up second, Willow Bend, and then it was between Sarir and Save Us Melania.
Maggie's Palace mowing them down in the stretch. Flavien Prat, monster. Eve of the Belmont program, 4 wins, strikes early on the program, as does Michelle with Maggie's Palace at 7-1 in the opener.
Yeah, it looked like a fair racetrack right now. You take a look at Flavien Prat was sitting way, way back there, and I had Raging C and Flavien Prat yesterday sitting way, way back there. She couldn't make up the ground, but Maggie's Palace, 4-year-old filly by Palace Malice, the New York bred. You know, she needed that race off the layoff. She comes back in a last-to-first move to open things up.
And that was a sorry trip for the 2-horse Roswell. Junior Alvarado, I think that Junior was kind of thinking, I'm not going up in there just in case something happens and I'm going to miss out on the ride of the big horse.
Business decision, Frank. We call those business decisions. Maggie's Palace, 7-1 over Roswell. Pratt, a mount with Baeza in the Belmont Stakes. Maggie's Palace by a Belmont Stakes winner, a Met Mile winner in Palace Malice. Maggie's Palace, 4th lifetime score now, 3 for 4, Chris, on wet tracks.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the wet track form, and this is something you've got to keep an eye on. Horses that do have an affinity for a wet surface, and I kind of wonder if, you know, we as handicappers, the jockeys, they handicap somewhat too when they're in the jocks room, and you did see right when they sprung the latch, Majestic Return, I felt like she was going to go to the front. But the entry both went after her too early, so you did see a 22-second flat, 45 flat. Those are pretty quick fractions, even over a sloppy seal trip.
Yes, absolutely. There's Jim Ryerson, had Unbridled Song years ago as a top 3-year-old.
So talented.
Top 2-year-old
and-
as well.
And bad feet.
Bad feet.
Incredibly talented
Yeah,
bad feet.
Bad feet. You can't compete in this game with bad feet. Lafitte, you know that.
no
I've seen you
foot,
walking
no
in here
foot,
today.
No, no foot, no horse.
Yeah, that's
Bobby
it.
Frankel, what he always said, yes?
That's it. That's absolutely 100%.
What'd you do wrong, Frank? Because I'm learning that you're leaving after working for like a whole 12 minutes.
Well, they said they're afraid I melt, and they wanted me to take the rest of the day off.
You're stepping aside, Frank. So I guess so. Even though it's 9 hours and 45 minutes away or whatever it is. Belmont Stakes selection. Who wins
Belmont
today?
Stakes selection is journalism. I hope and pray you're in for a treat today. You're in for the best 3-year-old. This crop of 3-year-olds are as good a crop as I've seen. And even in the Matt Win tomorrow, that's like a mini Belmont. And I think that these horses are going to accumulate to the best Breeders' Cup Classic we've ever seen, with the older horses involved.
This fall, but first things first is Belmont Stakes. Frank, a pleasure as always. Great stuff. Look
Thank
forward
you.
to seeing you a little bit later on down the line.
Thank you. Sorry about Roswell. She got in too much trouble and she stumbled too.
When you guarantee a win, they don't win. I mean,
Yeah, I know.
you get the hook.
Yeah.
Frank Lyons stepping aside. We're staying right here as our coverage continues. Just getting started. 1 down, 13 left on this Belmont Stakes program. Maggie's Palace in the opener, 5-2, 6-1. Plus, guess what? Much more on the Belmont Stakes. So who is the finest 3-year-old in North America? Sovereignty, his chance to prove it. Kentucky Derby hero. Journalism, heart of a lion, the class, the talent, the fight. He has it all except a win over Sovereignty. Maybe that changes just after 7 Eastern.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Belmont Stakes. Brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anybody, time. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Why didn't you tell me, Chris? We were back from break. What's wrong with you,
I
man?
tried to
Good
signal.
God, that was shows like, this guy's going to hit me with a cattle prod.
That's what the leak was for.
So,
to wake us up a little.
yeah, so much to get involved with this afternoon. And the offers at Naira Bets and that 50% Belmont Stakes profit boost. And we're still unofficial here at Saratoga after this first race, as we are just joined by a gentleman it could be a very big afternoon for here. Corbin Bloomer joining us on set, Director of Starlight Racing. Corbin, thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you so much. So excited to be here and really looking forward to a great day.
Especially with Rodriguez, right, co-owner, Starlight, along with the Avengers. Your level of confidence going in?
The horse is doing great. I think it's tough to judge exactly what the Wood Memorial was because Rodriguez didn't run in the Derby, neither did Grande. So we have a pretty good line on the form of the other 3-year-olds, but the horse is doing really, really well. He was so impressive in the Wood, and I think he's a bit unexposed compared to some of those horses that were in the Triple Crown.
So it looked like we were going to have 7 in the Derby, right? And then Mike Rapoli says, like, oh, only 7? He's like, let's take a shot. And so then enter Crudo, right? What was your reaction when you saw Crudo would enter? And at least on paper, it looks like could be a real thorn in the side of Rodriguez.
Yeah, I was in Baltimore for the Preakness, and Crudo was really impressive in the Sir Barton. And he does have plenty of early speed. In any big race, Lafitte, there's going to be speed. There should be speed. There should be good horses. So I think Rodriguez is talented enough to go forward, and even if Crudo puts some pressure on him, hopefully take that pace pressure and keep going.
Let's say, hypothetically, if Rodriguez is denied the early lead, hypothetically, how confident are you he could still produce his best effort?
I think that is a question mark for Rodriguez, but I think talent-wise, he fits with the best 3-year-olds. He has 2 triple-digit buyers, which put him right in the mix. Hopefully he breaks. He has a little room, from post position number 3, and talent-wise, I think he fits really well.
Mike Rapoli uncaged. Crudo Bobby Flay, of course, co-owner with Jimmy Ventura. Aside from that, though, moving ahead to the 3-year-old sprinters now, cutting back in distance a little bit later on in the Woody Stevens with Maddockit Road, who was second in the Pat Day Mile. An inside post position, post 2 from a mile to 7/8 of a mile. What are your thoughts of Maddockit Road going in?
Maddockit Road, again, has talent. Bob Baffert's putting the blinkers on, which is a pretty dangerous move. He's by Quality Road, but he's out of a really quick smoke blackened mare, so I think there's a lot of pace that he has. I'd expect him to be forward as well from post position number 2 with those blinkers on, and I think he handled the wet track Derby Day and the Pat Day Mile, and I think the 1 furlong shorter should help.
I've always wondered, Corbin, you talk about these horses that are getting ready for these big races, but when you watch the Wood Memorial, are you listening to the entire race call? And I may have reasons for asking this, or are you guys yelling and screaming so loud that you can't even hear what's happening on such a dominant victory like that?
I like to listen. I think listening always helps me understand what's going on in the race.
So how did I do?
Great,
okay.
great. It was a great race call.
You expect him to say.
Well, I know. It was okay. But a tremendous performance, front running. You talk about the pace pressure and whatnot, but you do have Mike Smith back aboard, and to be able to get to the front end and secure that rail position, how much of the planning process is something that you think about as owners? You talk about leaving it to Bob, and he obviously knows what to do once you get him on the racetrack, but do you think about it in your head, what you would like to see and how you would like to see it pan out?
Yeah, of course. I'm obsessed. So I think about every sort of possibility that could happen in a race, whether it's handicapping a race or a Starlight horse. Probably more when there's a Starlight horse in it. But I really try and picture every scenario, what's going to happen, and hopefully it goes to plan, like it did in the Wood.
Absolutely. And then a big crowd that comes with you? Is it a big rooting section, a big group?
Yeah, we have a really great partner base. We should have 20 plus here today. They travel, they love it. That's why they joined Starlight to be here for days like today, and they've been at the Derby, been at the Preakness, big group here today as well, and they love being here, love being in the action, and can't wait to see them today.
Seeing the partners and those smiling faces in the winner's circle after a big race, especially when you capture a championship, essentially, like a Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Citizen Bull also running in the Woody Stevens this afternoon. I drew the rail in the Kentucky Derby. Now they cut back in distance. How do you feel about Citizen Bull today?
I think his best race all year was that Bob Lewis, which was at a mile. He ran a 98 buyer that day. He really got into a nice rhythm on the front end, and I think the cutback to 7/8 should really suit him. He brings in the most class of any horse in the race. He's champion 2-year-old, multiple Grade 1 winner, which really sets him apart from I think the rest of the field in a lot of ways. The track I think is a bit of a question mark, but it was really tough to get a reading on that. In the Derby, I think it was more probably the 1.25 miles than the racetrack. But he's a very talented colt. He's by into mischief, and he's champion 2-year-old, so you've got to watch out.
And Corbin, you're going to hang out with us, right? Do some handicapping as we get set for this second race here at Saratoga, right?
Yeah, nothing I like more.
Much more coming your way. We finally have those results following the opener. Look at this. 1680. Michelle, you all over this one. Maggie's Palace, Chris, from off the pace, and Flavian Pratt finding another gear and mowing him down.
Yeah, you catch Flavian Pratt, who won a bunch of races yesterday. You catch him at a $16 winner here to kick things off, and he was very comfortable where he was. He was sitting far, far back in the early stages, but they did move quickly up front. So you can win from well off the pace, and that should bode very well for some of those contenders. Don't listen right now, Corbin, but some of those contenders a little bit later in the Belmont Stakes.
Race 2, 17 minutes out. Maiden special weight, 3-year-olds and older, 7/8 of a mile. Chris, mainstream odds on here at 3 to 5.
Very deserving favorites. Second beaten a neck last time. You saw the numbers continue to rise. Really just jumped to a big high number last time out. 3-year-old colt by Spitestown, and that was over a sloppy track, so a deserving favorite.
When we return, much more on that second race. Plus, we love this segment. So look at the backbone of the Backstretch. Backstretch heroes, Irma Scott, vital part of the Belmont team for decades.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie in a dominant performance.
One today, we get to a haul to 1,200,000.
Chancer McPatrick proves best.
Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie. She wins the present easily.
Saratoga season passes are on sale now and include free admission to the special July 4th Racing Festival. Enjoy 4 additional days of Saratoga for the same price as last year. Secure your season pass for just about $2 per day at NYRA.com/Saratoga.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Well, if you've been over to Belmont's barn, odds are you've probably seen Irma Scott there. Irma, first of all, how many years have you been with the Mott team?
41 years.
It's amazing. And I know that
She'll be 41, yeah.
you have such a deep love for the horse.
Oh, yeah, I love the horses. I love them all. They love me, I think. They love my carriage anyway.
And you can tell just there's so much passion at the
Yeah,
barn here.
right.
Talk a little bit about the dynamic and why you keep coming back after 41 years.
Well, I just love the horses, and I love, you know, the family that I work for, and Bill Motter's wife and the kids, so, and the dogs. So that's why I stay. And I love all the horses. I mean, they're nice horses, and they're sweet, and you love to take care of them. And they love you, and they love their carriage, and, you know, that kind of stuff. Look at him looking at me. He's waiting for a carrot. You see him, huh?
Kentucky Derby winner, Sovereignty.
Yeah, Sovereignty.
He knows what you have in your pockets.
Yeah,
Can
that's
you
what,
tell us a little bit about what kind of horse he is?
Oh, he's a quiet horse, nice horse. You can work around him. And he know me when I had those carrots, you know. He started screaming for carrots sometime, and he's a good boy. And he likes his massages. I don't have no trouble with him. He's good. He's a good boy.
How proud were you watching him win the Kentucky Derby?
Oh, I was happy. I was at home, but I was happy that he, you know, he won the Kentucky Derby, so.
He always enjoys his carrots?
Uh-huh. He loved them. All of them. Wait a minute. Okay. Give me a kiss.
Irma Scott, that radiant smile, Backstretch Heroes. Will we see that smile in the winner's circle following the Belmont Stakes with Sovereignty loading up? Let's see, it's with the carrots, man. It's the carrots bigger, better than just aggressive.
I think she knows what she's doing back there. I think she knows her horses very well, and she seems to really have a firm grasp on what those horses need, the type of carrots that they need, and just it's great to see those real heroes on the backstretch because they just do it time in, time out, 365 days out of the year.
Oh, absolutely. And as an owner, it's so important to understand the amount of hands that touch each horse, from when you buy them as a yearling or a 2-year-old to you know, the breaker to the grooms and the hot walkers and assistant trainers. That was my start, and it's a great way to get into the game, and they're so important.
You started with Graham Motion,
Graham
yes?
Motion when I was 15, hot walking. Animal Kingdom won the Derby that year, and it was
a good time to join
incredible
Graham
time
Motion's
to join,
barn.
and he's been incredibly important to my career and my life. So,
how early on did you know that okay, horse racing is going to be the path?
From the day I can remember, I watched a video of Cigar winning the Breeders' Cup Classic when I was born in '94, and he won in '95. So from that time on, I was obsessed, and the day I could go and work for a trainer was the day I could go, and just living the dream here, and I can't believe it that sitting here, really, I watch the show every day, and just so happy to be here and on this big day.
Great to have you here on set, Corbin, and maybe we see those silks in the winner's circle after the one of the Grade 1 events this afternoon. Woody Stevens of the Belmont Stakes, as our coverage continues on the undercard of the 157th Belmont. Horses in the paddock, race 2, about 10 minutes out. We'll have a paddock report, riders up, post-parade, and the second race coming up next. You're watching America's Day at the Belmont on Fox Sports 1.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Gorgeous scenics, Claiborne Farm. Here at Saratoga, rain continues to fall. 7 minutes out, race 2. Maiden 7/8, 3-year-olds and older. Mainstream odds on at 4 to 5. Riders up. We'll be checking in with Michelle shortly. There's Henry's Hope, an outsider. Corbin, Mainstream, the top selection in here, exiting a live heat.
Yeah, he ran on Derby day, drawn outside in post position 11, was part of the pace the whole way. Got beat by a horse that was really nice and really went in down fighting that day.
More on Mainstream in a moment. We check in with Michelle.
Thanks, Lafitte. I am so glad right now to be joined by Bill Wilmot, who 50 years ago won the Met Mile with a horse named Golden Mirror, defeating Forgo. Am I correct?
Yes. Stop the Music and Forgo, equaling the stakes record at the time, 133-3, with Walter Blum up. And the first 3 quarters was in 108-3 against Onion. So it was a big day for all of us.
Now, you had a pretty small stable at the time. So how important was that victory to you?
Yeah, it was life-changing and such a special horse. And I was his 5th trainer. He was a quirky horse, difficult to train, and we got lucky and figured out what he needed to do his best. He didn't always want to perform, but he did that day.
Now, you are now a breeder in New York, am I correct?
Yeah, I've worn a number of hats, veterinarian, owner, breeder. I did some publicity work at Hialeah years ago. But yeah, my wife and I have been breeding horses for quite a while. And Golden Mirror ended up his stallion career in New York and bred a number of stakes winners, one of which we bred. Dr. Billy B was his name. So yeah, it was full circle. I've been on the Breeding and Development Fund board here for many years.
We like to call this race the Stallion Maker. Do you have a pick in this year's Met Mile?
Well, Fierceness is clearly the best horse on his day. He doesn't always show up. And kind of the same of White Aberio. And I think White Aberio will be dangerous today in the slop. He's got that speed. He's in good form. I think those are the 2 I'm picking, but White Aberio on top.
All right, so much fun getting to catch up with you about Golden Mirror. Appreciate the time.
Thanks, Michelle. Really enjoyed being here with you guys.
Great stuff, Michelle. Met Mile, Stallion Maker indeed. Later on this afternoon. Post-parade stars and strides there with Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, first-time starter here, Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado teaming up, $475,000 purchase. We'll see if this horse off of that last work, 3 furlongs, is quick enough.
Copious, Tranquility Lake Farm, first-time starter.
By Curlin out of the Grade 1 winning Union Rags mare Paradise Woods has been working really well. Worked with Ragtime, who won the 2nd yesterday.
Draft, yeah, Riot's there, exiting a live heat. Dylan Davis, 2 Grade 1 races, wins yesterday.
Yeah, 3rd, beaten 2 lengths last time, a return winner and protected out of that race. Dylan Davis had a hot day yesterday. Will it continue to roll?
Mr. RT Racing Stable, debuting colt.
Yeah, Medaglia d'Oro on top, and Jose Jimenez, a big long shot, deserving long shot, but we've never seen the horse run, so could be a little bit quick out of the gate.
And secured Lender to the outside, improving gelding.
It really stepped up last time out when shipped to Keeneland. That race is pretty live. 2 next out winners.
Flavien Prat aboard, looking for back-to-back winners here in the early stages of the Belmont Stakes program at Saratoga. Another look at Henry's Hope there would be a big surprise to his outside. Will be Mainstream, the odds-on favorite. Going to revisit his latest effort. That was in the slop. That was in front of a big crowd, Churchill Downs, Kentucky Derby weekend, and essentially Chris did everything but win Mainstream in his 2nd career try.
Yeah, and you see that effort, and you see a second beat in the neck, and you see a high-speed figure like that. These types of horses can make me a little nervous, though, because you do wonder, now has had 2 career starts, 3 to 5. You know all the money is going to be there because this horse has been taking a ton of action here at the window. But now you have first-time starters that, if you haven't shown me the winning gear in those first 2 races, and maybe Corbin can speak to this too, you know, are we starting to get a little bit anxious here that you haven't been able to get your nose down in front? Now, obviously, beaten second, beaten the neck, doesn't mean that you have not been able to find the wire and just maybe missed a photo finish or something, but it makes me a little nervous, especially at a short price of 3 to 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the horse that beat him did not come back and run well the other day at Churchill, which the Pursuit Never Sleeps stretched out to 2 turns, so I wouldn't be too worried about that. I think Mainstream really did run on that race on May 3rd, and he proved he handled the racetrack. I think he is a deserving favorite, but in these Saratoga, Belmont Maidens, you never know with the first-time starters.
Yeah, it's. Do you think a repeat of that effort would be good enough, or does he need to take another step forward?
Unless one of the first-time starters is very, very good, it should be good enough to win. But that said, the Chad Brown horse is coming out of a very live race.
Draft Riots, you're talking about it's 7-1 here with Dylan David. It's amazing how Dylan, a breakout summer, it's like we watched his career change in front of our eyes at Saratoga. That ascension has continued. He had 2 Grade 1 wins in his career, and in one afternoon, 2 more Grade 1 victories.
And I think there was a little bit of risk and some question marks whether, going down to Florida after the winter instead of the winter meet this year, whether that was the right decision. It's paid off. Dylan had a plan in place with his agent, and they said, okay, let's take a look at how we would like to calendar out the year, and it's worked out very well. Dylan's been riding very well, and he's shown that he does belong on the national stage in some of these big races, and he's sitting at 7-1 right now, so coming out of a live race, and now you're getting an overlay, 5-1.
That surprised you, Corbin?
A little bit. The horse didn't take a ton of money first time out for a Chad Brown horse at Aqueduct, but he ran well and just got a little bit tired in the last 16, so second time, looked like a horse that would improve in his second start.
And being a West Coast guy, I mean, Paradise Woods, being the dam here of the number 6 in Copious, has to stand out for me. Richard Mandela, she had a lot of speed. I remember that she was able to kind of just cruise around there. She hasn't had a lot of progeny. I mean, taking a look at some of her breeding, but these connections stick out. By Curlin, a 3-year-old, she's sitting at 8-1. He's sitting at 8-1, excuse me. I'm thinking of Paradise Woods. But this is a horse that, Jose Lescano aboard, if they can get good position, I see some bullets on the work tab as well. So this is a horse that could surprise first time out.
Yeah, as I said earlier, worked with Ragtime, who was very impressive yesterday for Belmont and Godolphin. Paradise Woods was favorite in the Oaks. She was a really good horse. I think the other Mott first-time starter is dangerous as well. By American Pharaoh, Triple Crown winner American Pharaoh, out of a Go Sapper mare. Been working really well. Had one work online I thought was really impressive, and looks like a pretty sharp horse for his debut.
Fans here doing their best to stay dry at Saratoga with the rain continuing to fall. Corbin with the Starlight runners later on this afternoon, and the Woody Stevens with the reigning 2-year-old champion in Citizen Bull and Matticat Road, and of course the Belmont Stakes with Rodriguez. What are you looking for in terms of the earlier races on the main track to give you a gauge as to whether or not that suits your runners or not?
I think that's a huge part of any big day. They're long days, so I try and always
things can change.
Things can change, but always the more focused I am, the more I think about later the races later in the day. For our horses, if the track got a little bit speedy, that wouldn't be a bad thing at all. But you always hope for a fair racetrack and hope that the best horse can win.
I hope you didn't watch the first race then. Like the winner was like in the 9 path and came from far, far back.
That was a little bit of different than yesterday, but I think the horse loved the racetrack, and maybe it's a day where if you like the conditions more than the way the track is playing, it could be beneficial.
Go ahead. And talking about the workout for Rodriguez, and some of the hiccups on the way leading up to the Triple Crown, but that workout, I mean, how did you feel kind of watching it and just his workout for Rodriguez?
I thought it was beautiful. I just thought he got into a really nice rhythm. Mike Smith got into a really nice rhythm in the wood, and I thought he was in that same rhythm in the workout.
So as they reach the starting gate for this second race in post time, Michelle, watching them warm up, you gave us the winner in the opener. What are we doing here?
Well, in Flavian, I trust. The 10, Secured Lender, is the one that has caught my eye the entire time. Since the horses came into the paddock, I could not tear my eyes from the son of Omaha Beach. I'm not sure if it was maturity or the class relief last time that helped him really reverse form from what we'd seen from him previously. But if we're strictly going off how he looks, I can't knock him at all. Obviously, Flavian is riding very well. This horse warmed up beautifully, doesn't seem to be affected by the weather at all. I think Omaha Beaches love an off track as well. So I'm going to go with the 10 on top here. If you're liking the 2 Belmonts also, that 6 Copious reminds me so much of his mother, Paradise Woods. They have the exact same face, although he is the color of Curlin. He's got her big white eye and everything. He looked a little on the soft side to me. I thought Stars and Strides looked a little bit fitter for the debut. So we'll see which one of those come out on top. Belmont did have a debut winner yesterday on the card as well, guys.
Similar features. Can he run like Mom?
I hope so. That's my top pick.
See, Copious in the gate, moving into line. Mainstream, the favorite, up to Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 2 live from Saratoga Belmont Stakes Day on Fox Sports 1.
Question Lafitte as we wait for secured lender. And they're off. And it was a quick start for the favorite Mainstream, who takes the lead. Henry's Hope is showing a little bit of early interest, and they're followed by Stars and Strides, who's a joint third on the inside of Mr. RT. It's 2 more lengths to Draft Riots. Copious second to last, and Secured Lender is at the back of the field. They're heading toward the half-mile pole, and it is Henry's Hope, the leader, through a quarter in 22 and 4/5 seconds. This long shot has a 2-length advantage on the odds-on favorite Mainstream, who tracks and gets a little closer second. Stars and Strides down at the rail in third. Mr. RT is fourth, and Draft Riots making headway, passing horses one by one. Draft Riots all the way up to take third through a half that went in 46 and 2/5 seconds. Mainstream takes the lead. Draft Riots continues to march right into contention from way back. Secured Lender is making a wide bid. Copious is next there at the top of the stretch, and Mainstream has the lead with a furlong left to go. Stars and Strides, giant debut along the inside. Stars and Strides in so tight, puts his head in front of Mainstream at the 16th pole. Mainstream trying to fight back. Stars and Strides, Mainstream, Stars and Strides. Here's the line, Stars and Strides. Junior Alvarado hugged the rail on this guy to defeat Mainstream.
Would not be denied. Stars and Strides, 10 years and a day after sire won the Triple Crown American Pharaoh. Stars in Strides, Junior Alvarado, Belmont team up. Sovereignty later in the Belmont Stakes, but here, Stars and Strides, all heart, guts, and determination on the inside for both of you at 8-1.
No, I had the 6. I had the other mod, actually, but Corbin was all over the 5. He had Stars and Strides, and how gutsy was that on the inside, a first-time starter?
Super gutsy. Came up the rail. He traveled well throughout. Didn't have any issue with the kickback, and when he got the opening along the inside, he really kicked through. I think Mainstream ran. I just think we saw a really impressive first-time starter.
Look at these two. Unwavering. Mainstream. Waiting for him, Chris, to finally put him away. You can see Louis Saez kind of cocking his head a little bit. They're eyeball to eyeball with Stars and Strides. Stars and Strides responds, digs, fights, claws his way to the finish. As dramatic as the finish was, more drama with the top 2 numbers flashing. Inquiry, Belmont looking on. Did anything jump out at you, Chris, watching it from the pan the first time?
From the pan, first time, Stars and Strides is trying to make room, right? Junior Alvarado is coming up the rail. He's allowed that space on the inside because he found that seam. Mainstream and Luis Saez was making it tough for him. It did look like Mainstream was kind of leaning on him a little bit. I mean, we got to take a look at the head-on and take a look at some of these different angles that the stewards are going to take a look at. But to me, it looked like Junior had the position. He moved up the inside. I don't see him drift too much. Maybe there's a drift. I mean, the 4 is the one coming down. You know, if you look at the head-on here, he's the one that's trying to, and I think this is Luis trying to make sure he can get a little bit of more effort out of the 4 on the outside.
Yeah, I think they definitely came together a little bit, but I don't think there's enough there. Be surprised. It was a pretty gutsy effort from Stars and Strides in his first race to come through there, and they bumped plenty, but didn't see a ton.
It's a sloppy main track. It's a sloppy main track, so there's going to be a little bit of shifting and some slippering too.
Some brushing, some trading of paint, but it didn't seem like enough. And is it safe to say that Mainstream coming in feels 50-50? Yeah. And just a brush there,
Yeah, I think
that's race riding.
That's race riding. I mean, Junior Alvarado, he's afforded that space. He found the inside, and there was room there. So he should come through there because he's trying to win the horse race. Luis Saez he's trying to get competitive here with Mainstream, and this is what I was talking about. You know, there's 2 efforts now, second beat in the neck. Luis has been aboard the horse before. He's been in these tight tussles. He wants to get a bit more effort against a first-time starter, and they just couldn't get it done. But the stewards, it's a big day. They want to make sure that they take care of everything. They take a look at everything. We've got all these different angles for this specific reason.
When you're as an owner with your partners, what is it like sweating out these moments? You get a win. Maybe it's on a big day. Maybe it's a big race, and it's wait, hold on. We're not home yet.
This is the toughest part when you're just waiting. If either jockey was riding for Starlight, if either horse was a Starlight horse, I would have been thrilled with the ride Luis gave Mainstream. I think I would be thrilled with the ride Junior gave. I think it is just race riding. We had a horse taken down last year at Colonial, and the congratulations texts were coming through, and then a few minutes later, the horse was taken down. So,
do you text those people back and say, "Oh, thanks"?
Yeah.
Hold off on the congratulations next time, because you got to make sure it gets posted.
Yeah, that time was a little bit unfortunate, but it does happen. But hopefully, I think when in a situation like this, you just hope that they leave it as is.
Junior Alvarado, the man under the hood next to him, Belmont. Team Sovereignty, the win in the Kentucky Derby together a couple of years back with Cody's Wish in the Met Mile. Belmont Day eventual horse of the year. No change. Yeah, no change at 8-1. Stars and Strides, 5-4, 10-6. Corbin, when you see that kind of heart, some horses you never know how they're going to respond in like a dog fight. For Stars and Strides to do that in his first start, what does that tell you?
That's that. When you have a horse that handles a first-time outing like that, just doesn't, is not sort of intimidated by the moment, takes dirt, comes to the rail, you normally know you have a pretty exciting colt on hand.
So the first 2 races, Flavia and Pratt, a win. Baeza in the Belmont. I saw Junior Alvarado, Sovereignty. We'll see if those trends continue. 2 in the books, 12 races left. I didn't guarantee a winner.
No, you didn't.
And I got the hook.
And you got the hook. There's only one main factor that's staying for some reason right here in the middle.
Corbin and Chris are going to hang out. Greg Wolf jumping in the cockpit as our coverage continues from Saratoga. Second race in the books, much more on the Belmont and the stakes racing and the battle in the Belmont Stakes.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
back here on America's Day at the Races. Just saw race number 2, Maidens, surviving an inquiry, and it was Stars and Strides, the number 5 getting the job done. Junior Alvarado teaming up with Belmont. They're going to be time to team up a little bit later on this afternoon with Sovereignty, of course. But another double-digit price winner. We had a $16 winner in the opener, now a $19 winner. And Corbin, you had that winner picked out. Michelle, you also pointed out the 5 Stars and Strides might have looked a little bit stronger for the debut. Paid off.
Yeah, Belmont won a maiden yesterday and comes back and gets another first-time starter home today. And seems like he's got a nice group and a big day later.
Yeah, taking a look at the race that is going to be coming up, and we did have some wet weather, so race taken off the turf has been moved to the main track, and that is race number 3. And a big standout now, 4 to 5 in Certified Loverboy. Flavian Pratt is going to have the riding duty, so if you didn't have some of those jockeys in there for some of the also eligibles, you see some scratches in there, but Flavian is going to be aboard looking for win number 2 on the afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. He looks on paper like a bit of a standout. Winstock, horse that brings in some back class as well. Winner of the Los Al Futurity as a 2-year-old.
All right, so there's some exciting racing still to come here as I'm pinch hitting for just a second, but we're taking a look at all the great racing coming up, and you've got some contenders as well, and a race that you were taking a look at in a race from overseas, and of course, and that's the Epsom Derby. Did run a little bit earlier this morning, and what were your thoughts there? As I believe we've got that replay right there on the screen for you right now.
Yeah, the Epsom Derby was won by Lambourne, a son of Australia, who also won the Epsom Derby. Went gate to wire. Pace matters at Epsom. It matters here. He got a pretty easy lead and kept going. Just another masterful training job by Aidan O'Brien, who's so good at getting these horses to win at Epsom. And a really historic race, and I believe there's a double into the Belmont Stakes later. So 2 classics in one day.
Yeah, and how do you feel like this Epsom Derby does set up for some of the later races too, for some of these top connections, especially the international ones? And even as we take a look, Breeders' Cup down the road, and we take a look at some of these horses as well.
Yeah, it feels to me like every day the racing it's an international sport, but it's so small, and having these connections, Coolmore, Ballydoyle win, at Epsom, it sets up for today, and really looking forward to seeing another classic later.
Yeah, and you have a whole ton of different hats. You're wearing a bunch of different hats. But before we let you get out of here, because I know you're jumping out after this segment, who is your selection? Of course, we're taking a look at the Belmont Stakes run a little bit later this afternoon. I think the audience may know. I think everybody on the planet knows. But who's your top pick?
I think it's such an exciting race.
Yeah.
I think that all the best 3-year-olds are here. I'm biased. Rodriguez, Starlight. So excited for our partners to have a runner in the race. And a live runner at that. Hopefully he breaks well and gets a good trip, and can't wait to see it. Just such an exciting day for Starlight and the sport.
Yeah, it's great to have a young man like Corbin on board. It's good to see a young face, and man, you know your stuff. Pick the winner. Talks about the Epsom Derby. We're going to go to a quick break. We're going to come back when America's Day at the Races returns. We're going to bring up another track announcer. You can't just have one. Why not have 2? The legend, Johnny I. John Embryall will be right here on set. Corbin, thanks so much, folks.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
there goes Tiz the Law now to take over. It's Tiz the Law in front in the stretch, and there's an eighth of a mile to the finish. Dr. Post moves up on the outside into second, but it is Tiz the Law, and the New York bred is going to win New York's Belmont Stakes, the first leg of the 2020 Triple Crown.
Incredible job capturing that moment in a strange year to kick off the Triple Crown. It was the Belmont Stakes that kicked it off in that COVID year of 2020. And yes, the New York bred in the Silks of Saratoga stable, of course, had Funny Side, who won the first two legs of the Triple Crown many years earlier with that big victory. That voice sounds so familiar. Who was that? I'm outnumbered on the desk right now. I got two track announcers up here with me. Greg Wolf stepping in for Lafitte Pink Eye. Chris Griffin here, and one of my favorite race callers of all time, John Imbrial. Great to see you here. How are you?
Thank you very much, Greg. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here, really, and it's kind of fun to listen to that race back in 2020. And you mentioned, the crazy year. I think I got, put into the booth in February of that year, and then COVID came, so there was no racing. And then when we did have racing, there were no fans, and then everything got switched around, so the Belmont was first, and it wasn't a mile and a half, it was a mile and an eighth, so it was kind of a crazy year.
You got to experience just about everything in your long career with the New York Racing Association, and I know it was so special for you to be able to get into this booth at Saratoga and call these races. What was that like for you to be here?
Just walking in the first day, that year that I was doing it full time, you just think back, of who was there, and what races they called, from Capicella to Dave Johnson to Marshall to Tom Durkin, Larry before me, then me. It was a thrill, and you try not to focus in on the sentimental part of it because you got a job to do, but that booth itself has a great history, as obviously Saratoga does.
And as we see from this video here, the great send-off for you, all those years of service, 44 years with New York Racing, but also, tremendous race caller. You did so many things so well, but so popular a person as well. For anyone who knows John Imbrial, very well loved. So great to have you on the desk with us for a little bit.
Oh, this is great, and it's still, even with the weather, it's it's always a special day. Belmont Stakes, Saratoga. I know this guy pretty well. I know you pretty well, and that is the one thing, that. And being sincere here, and that's the one thing, I miss, coming back and now finally seeing, people again, even if it's only for a couple of minutes, the people in the truck who work behind the scenes so great, every single day. And there's one other thing that got to me since I retired, the last 2 years. It was opening day at the regular Saratoga meet. That was the one thing that kind of, got maybe a little tear in my eye, actually, when I wasn't here for that particular one, because that's such an anticipation day. You think about opening day at the regular meet. Really, from the time the Belmont is run, you're looking forward to opening day at Saratoga. So anyway, great to be here.
Is it a different experience for you, Johnny? And of course, you and I talk back and forth plenty and have an opportunity to think about the races and listen to the race calls and whatnot. And so, do you turn us up on the volume there? You get to hear Frank and listen to the call and kind of hear the technical things, because it does become we're peers, but I look up to you. I've always looked up to you as a consummate professional, and they love Johnny I here at Saratoga. I mean, you see the fans, but when you talk about being a consummate professional, always making sure that you do the job, and those are the things that you taught me, is that you do the job, you show up, you study, you put in the work, and tactically and as a technician, just always making sure that you put on an accurate, very clear, very good race call, and kind of let the story tell itself as well.
Yeah, somebody once said, or was quoted as saying, the professional, the ultimate professional, is the person who goes to his job and does his work at the highest level possible on a daily basis. And that's what you try to do. You try to do it the best you can every single day, whether it's a big race day or not. Of course, the big race days, as you know, Wood Memorial, and I got to call a few of them, it's naturally pumped up. The memorization is not the issue.
Yeah.
You know the horses.
Yeah.
It's not an issue. Yeah. It's having the right, calmness. But with the excitement at the same time.
We're going to get into your thoughts on this Triple Crown season and how it's going to close out a little bit later on this afternoon of the Belmont Stakes. First, a big announcement involving today, and because of the weather, what is going to happen today. We're going to have a cancellation, unfortunately, of two races, races 9 and 12. The Jaipur and the Manhattan. Those two races, because of the weather, have been canceled. Multi-race wagers, including a two-day pick 5 that started yesterday, that were involved with that. You will be, I believe, given an all for that race. Get clarification on that here in just a moment. But those two races, Jaipur, Manhattan, canceled on today's card. So unfortunate, but the weather out of our control.
I don't want to make light of it, but here I am. I show up today.
Well,
they canceled a couple of races. 2020, we just talked about that. So maybe I won't see you guys later this year.
Let's go ahead.
Yeah, I think the one thing to remember is it's the safety of the horses and the humans that are going to be aboard. And of course, these are very tough decisions that people have to make, and it takes time to go through these decisions. It's not just you snap your finger and all of a sudden you make a quick decision like that. The bettors obviously have to be taken care of in these types of situations, and the New York Racing Association and management, they're going to take care of whatever needs to be done, and we want to conduct good quality grade 1 caliber racing. And so if it couldn't happen due to weather, it's an outdoor sport. These things do happen, and it's unfortunate, but we move on, and we still got some great races on the card.
Let's get your thoughts on, so much. It's incredible when you have a Triple Crown on the line. I think in some ways it's even more exciting to have this rematch happening today with the Derby winner, the Preakness winner, the horses who are 1-2, 1-2-3 in the Kentucky Derby. Sovereignty's Performance Derby Day. What did you make of it, John?
I thought that, all three of them ran extremely well, the first three finishes. When I look back a little bit more today, they really haven't made much mistakes in their entire careers. I mean, Sovereignty hasn't had a bad race. You look at journalism. What mistake has he made? Baeza had the one turf race, the debut race that you can throw out. Besides from that, they've been awfully consistent horses. Maybe you can just throw them up, and who lands where. It seems to me like Baeza is kind of getting the extra play today. I don't know if I saw it right, but is he the favorite in that Acorn Belmont double? I thought I saw that in something I got on an email. But anyway, they're going to be pretty close no matter what. I almost think he's going to be overbet. Last time I saw the odds, I think he was 7-2. He was second choice.
Journalism, obviously just an incredible performance, and be able to make up all that ground, just bullying his way through horses, and to be able to run down Gosger in the stretch. Do you think because of that, he's going to get overbet a little bit in this race today? Or deservedly so?
You know what? I just think that 5-week thing that keeps popping into my head. Boy, he's going to be really special if he can. It's the fact that he's competing in all three, I think, is a positive to start with. And if he runs very well again today, I mean, maybe you do have a special horse on our hands. But like I said, I think all three of them are really good.
Yeah, he's proven to be a tremendous athlete. I think the interesting thing about Baeza too is I think we sometimes we don't forget, but he wasn't also eligible going to the Kentucky Derby. He needed a couple scratches in order to be able to even get into the field. So when Rodriguez, who he's going to see today, and Grande had scratched out of there, that allowed Baeza to get into the field, because if he doesn't even get into the field, we may not even be having this discussion about Baeza, and he'd be a high number. And right now he's taking a ton of action because of the race that he's run against journalism and because of the race that he ran in the Kentucky Derby. They are the top three. They are the deserving top three. If you're Sovereignty better, though, right now, you're enjoying looking at the board, because Sovereignty, with all the action on Baeza and the celebrity, I guess you could say, around journalism, Sovereignty bettors are the ones that are catching the overlay right now, because he was around 7-2.
First time since 2013 we've seen the top three finishers from the Derby come back to run on the Belmont.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's a long time, obviously, and. That's the current odds, I guess. So
yeah, incredible that you're getting 4-1 on the Kentucky Derby winner, who's freshened up as well for the return.
And it's Belmont, and it's an off track that he won the Derby on, and he ran here in his debut race. So he's got a race or over the track. I wonder if that's going to stay. I wonder if he'll take some money now.
Yeah, I wonder if when do we get to the point where we say this is no longer an anomaly? This is how the betting is going to go, because we get closer and closer to post time and we keep saying sovereignty is going to come down, sovereignty is going to come down. He's not. He's continuing to stay right around this 7-2, 4-1. Journalism has the fame and the Preakness, and I think that excitement plays into the price a little bit. 6-5 versus 4-1 though, off of a Derby matchup.
Yeah.
And sovereignty coming off of a little bit longer rest. Seems like a gift of a price right now.
Yeah, I can't believe, if I'm going to say that the three of them are pretty even, then I can't take one that's at 6-5.
Yeah, good point. Just from a pure betting standpoint,
Right.
4-1 is so enticing right now in the Kentucky Derby winner. We'll talk more about this coming up in a moment. We're going to go to Michelle Yu right now for more.
Oh, thanks, guys. I'm down here talking about Will Walden's future career when he's done being a trainer, and it might involve some circus tricks. I want to talk about Big Blue Line in here. Certainly the pick of the paddock. Every time he's walked by, I keep scrolling through my PPs to try to find out who this horse is, and it's always been yours. So tell me a little bit about him.
Yeah, he's a good-looking dude. We claimed him last year, brought him up here first off the claim, and he won a 3 other than allowance. Since then, he's won another 3 other than allowance. He's just a salty competitor. We have not run him on an off track, but he has run on one before and has fared well. So we're just going to tell Dylan to get him away from there and see what happens.
Is it a tough decision when you have a horse that you're not sure if they're going to relish a surface or not to run when we have a surface change?
I mean, he runs this horse, whether it's poly, turf, dirt, whatever. I think he'd run on rice if they had it. He just goes out there and does his thing, no matter what surface we put him on. So, yes, I'd say traditionally it would, but he's kind of an outlier. Whatever we got, we run him on. He's cool with it.
All right, well, best of luck here with Big Blue Line.
Thank you.
Michelle, thank you. We'll get set for this third coming up 14 minutes away. And again, if you're just tuning in, big news with these two cancellations of graded stakes on the card. Race 9 and 12, the Jaipur, the Manhattan, canceled for this afternoon, rescheduled for Sunday. Moved to tomorrow's card. And we cross our fingers that the rain basically right now is essentially stopped. Hopefully that's the case for the rest of the day and we get a drying out racetrack as we work our way to the Belmont.
Yeah, you take a look at that postponement and move to tomorrow's card, and again with the rain lightening up a little bit, and you wish it would have happened a little bit sooner, but these are the things that do happen with the weather.
Now, with more on what to expect from the weather today, let's go back to Michelle.
Well, it was subsiding. But as soon as I step out, it gets a little bit heavier. But really, it's just more of a damp drizzle. And they actually just gave the call that we are going to get riders up outside for this race. So we've had riders being legged up underneath the canopy. But for this race, you'll get to see them in their full glory here in the paddock, guys.
All right, Michelle, thank you for that. Even money in here on a main track only. Certified Lover Boy likes to be forward, has multiple wins on and off track for trainer Fernando Abreu.
Yeah, really, when you have a horse that's entered main track only, when we see these MTOs and people are newer to horse racing or have not, wagered a lot, main track only is for a situation just like this. Off the turf, moves to the main track. Certified Lover Boy, you get Flavien Prat on a horse that's had 2 dominant victories, 8 career starts over the wet track. These are the types that you start to look at, especially from those MTOs.
Any pressure early from Swift Shore, the 2?
Yeah, I mean, towards the inside, I think, a horse that does show some speed, but that was going 2 turns over the turf here recently. Is this horse going to be able to show that same type of front-end speed that we were seeing from Certified Lover Boy from some of those Aqueduct 2-turn races?
Let's talk about Pratt for a moment. Incredible. Both John Velasquez and Pratt yesterday, sensational Friday afternoons. They each had 4 wins. Both coming into today had 6 wins this week. Pratt already has struck. So 7 wins already at this week-long festival up here, Belmont at Saratoga, for the reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider, John.
Not saying anything that anybody doesn't know, but on big race days, you look for those top-notch trainers and the big race riders, and obviously Flavien Prat, is one of them, and he could have a huge day today, including the Belmont, and he picks up the favorite here. Do we want to go with an even money shot? I just had to follow a fellow who picked an 8-to-1 shot before me. I can't go and pick, Certified Lover Boy here. So, we'll see what happens. And so the first race, you had the horse come from out of the clouds.
Right.
Second race, I didn't see it. I saw it from a distance. They kind of were with the pace.
Yeah, a little bit with the pace, and we saw some of the horses, especially Mainstream, was able to be up with the early action, but we did see that the inside was okay too. So winning from anywhere on the racetrack, and we just saw Dylan Davis too, and this is also, we talk about Flavien Prat, maybe kind of he's already had his coming out party really where he's really started to make a name for himself in catching stakes victories, but Dylan Davis had a tremendous day yesterday, and he's going to try and continue that today.
Won the Just a Game with a brilliant trip, hugging the fence and then tilting out at the perfect time on dynamic pricing for Chad Brown in a race that Chad Brown has dominated. And then he won, of course, the Acorn. Huge upset. First defeat for the Kentucky Oaks winner. Good cheer. And Lacara doing what she does best, using that speed as her weapon.
Yeah, over that, we had the rain yesterday, but Lacara just got to the front end. And when you see those silks perfectly clean like that, it's great for a track announcer because you can already know exactly who's out there. But got to the front end, and there was no turning back. Just a good cheer. She, just kind of a dull effort. Just really didn't at any point look like she was going to make a big move. But Lacara just was dominant yesterday.
Very, very top-notch performance. And it seems to me like you've had a very good handful of top price horses this week, right? You've made some money this week if you sent it in on the right one. I mean, Lacara wasn't a bad price either, right?
Yeah, and it was one of those, you throw out that last effort. I mean, you go 2 starts back, and she had won a grade 1, and she, Mark Casse brings Lacara, Dylan Davis. They had a plan, and it was to go to the front, whether or not she ran a bang-up race. She ran them right off their feet.
And yeah, last summer, of course, Pratt, sensational record-setting meet at Saratoga. Dylan Davis, he was really the other story of that meet last summer, his real emergence, and now he's getting all these, he's starting to get big opportunities anyway, but now really he's in that upper echelon of riders who are getting these big-time opportunities as we get set for a post-parade here shortly for this third race. This one taken off the turf as well, originally scheduled for 1 mile and an eighth on the grass. This race comes off, and with that, as you get a look at Joel Rosario, he will be on long shot in here. Wonderful Justice, the 8 for Joe Sharp. We have an even money favorite in one of the main track onlys, Certified Lover Boy. And we will see what happens. This horse, with speed, back-to-back wins, gate to wire, going a little bit longer. But I'm with John. Swiftsure is very quick from that inside post, and you would have to think is going to use that speed with an aggressive Luis Saez.
One horse I didn't really know what to do with was the 13 Winstock. It's a huge price in here. What is it, 15 to 1? Getting Lasix today, has competed in, some stakes races, goes in for the tag today, 75. Only the second start since last October. I thought one of the handicappers, liked this horse a little bit. Any opinion there, Chris?
Yeah, and these are the horses that when you see these MTOs and horses that do get in off of whether it's also eligible or MTO, main track only, you can miss some of these horses too. Certified Lover Boy is the 12. You see the speed, you see the wins, you see the open lengths. You tend to want to go that way, but MTOs are MTOs for a reason. The 13 Winstock with that stakes competition, in for the new barn. Linda Rice, she's obviously done tremendous work in the winter. She can continue to do that here into the spring and into the summer. And then towards the outside, Alternate Reality, I've watched this horse plenty of times. First off the claim for Wayne Potts at 7-1. Maybe better as a one-turn sprinter. Alternate Reality kind of just seems that way for me. I don't know if the trip completely sets up for Alternate Reality towards the far outside.
Certainly in good form. First or second, in his last 5, but mile and an eighth might be the problem.
We were talking, Michelle talked to Will Walden. We've been talking about Dylan Davis, and there he is again on our screen. Big Blue Line, I know, entered in the main body of this race, but had never won on grass. Is actually a 4-time winner on dirt, and you go back to the recent dirt form, this horse is a major player here.
Yeah, it changes your handicapping up quite a bit, doesn't it? I mean, you handicap for certain situations, but now you have to switch things up, and these are the types of things that on a big day, maybe it's nice to have a little bit of that extra time, too, to be able to handicap and kind of change your opinion on what you'd like to do in this race. These are horses that have seen one another quite a bit. These are horses that can win over a wet surface, and there are multiple winners. It's just going to depend on who's showing up today. I'm going to follow the Flavien Prat machine right now and just try to get Certified Lover Boy home, even though it's a short price.
I'm still pinching myself that we're here. You see all that history at Saratoga back in 1864, and that we're having Belmont Stakes again for the second year here. Here's Big Blue Line, Dylan Davis, Will Walden.
Yeah, Will Walden, Dylan Davis coming off of that turf try, gets back on dirt, has 2 seconds over a wet track.
Breaks from post 3 of the rail. Here's the quick Swiftsure.
Swiftshare in for the price today, 75,000. Has only run once since last December. Has speed. We'll see how far he can go.
With scratches, we'll jump to the 5 in here. Magical Ways, trained by Rudy Rodriguez.
I'm going to try to wake this one up today. Beaten favorite the last couple of starts. Gets a junior today. Now much better price at 7-1. Magical Way is going to try to get a piece of this from me anyway.
Wonderful Justice staying in, but seems like more of a turf horse.
Yeah, Joe Sharp, Joel Rosario teaming up, puts the blinkers on and comes off of a lot of turf tries. It's been a while since we've seen the dirt.
And to the main track onlys, here's the even money favorite, Certified Lover Boy.
This ends up being my top selection in here. Fernando Abreu, trainee, Flavien Prat's aboard. Off those 2 dominant victories, very impressive.
Winstock, Linda Rice, Kendrick Carmouche.
First time Lasix for Winstock, as we mentioned before, has competed in some stakes races. A little bit interesting at a big price.
And then alternate reality outside post has Ricardo Santana Jr.
Like I spoke about, I think more of a one-turn type. You know, that one-turn mile really fits this horse well. We'll see if that same closing kick can apply here, going a bit longer distance.
Look at the crowd. Excited for what is to come, with the top 3 finishers from that Kentucky Derby set to do battle again in the 3rd and final leg of this Triple Crown. John, this 3-year-old crop, how do you feel about them overall? It seems like just incredibly talented this year, what we have with these 3-year-olds.
And you know, Craig, what I found a little bit as in the recent years anyway, that because they don't race as much as they used to, it's a little bit difficult early on to really get a good gauge on how good they are. You kind of wish you would see at least some of them as 4-year-olds. You know, you never know if that's going to happen. You wish that it would. But now we're into the Belmont, and then you'll see them eventually, the Travers, and hopefully against older horses later in the year. I still have the jury to be out until the year goes on a little bit more. They've only faced kind of each other up until now. You know, you want to see them go up against an older horse down the road. That being said, as we also talked about before, they are awfully consistent. I mean, they really are. We didn't even talk about Rodriguez, you know, that much. And, you know, you throw out the San Felipe for him, and he's had 4, you know, fine starts himself. You know, coming off the Wood Memorial, as Chris knows very well, you saw him front and center, you know, on the front end and get the job done. And you just talked about the jockeys and Flavien Prat and the current crop. How about Mike Smith? Still going, and he's going to be
59 years young and still Money Mike.
Right? I mean, it's great that the jocks room is like that. You got the guys who are really, you know, top-notch right now, but you got the guys who still haven't lost much, whether it be Mike Smith or Johnny Velasquez or Javier Castellano. It's really a terrific mix.
We're 3 minutes to post here in this 3rd. Let's go back to Michelle.
Guys was watching the warm-up of the 13 Winstock in here, making his 2nd start for trainer Linda Rice. And this is a horse I'm very familiar with, having been based out on the West Coast. And I think that the last out was really hindered for him because he didn't break sharp. And he's a horse that gets really brave when he's on or near the front end, but really doesn't want to make up ground. You can see he's had a couple of prior starts in the off-going, but they were also versus Stakes Company, and then the last time out in the Haynesfield as well. So I think he can move up here. I'm really liking the warm-up that Kendrick Carmouche is giving him. He's solo. He had him going on at a beautiful gallop. His ears are pricked up. He looks like a happy guy, and he looks super fit as well. So lots of things, and obviously he's very good, and he could be a pony in the future, apparently. I thought that if this horse was going to improve, it was going to be today. I think the class relief is going to help him more than anything else, but would love to see him breaking from the outside here with a nice forwardly placed move. We didn't see what the jockey was doing on the 14 Ricardo Santana. He was obviously off by the time Winstock got up to him, but I didn't see what he was adjusting. So we'll have to just keep an eye on him, most likely the saddle. Here's a look at my pick in here, and that is the 5. I thought he looked very good down in the paddock, and nothing that I saw on the warm-up deterred me here from the Son of Claims music. He was 3rd last time out in an off-the-turf event. He's run very well on off-going previously. He does have 1 win from 7 outs on a wet track, but he's really run good races in several of those. I think from a company standpoint, he suits here, and he can sit any kind of trip. Junior Alvarado is going to be taking aboard for the first time today, and I think he's looked very nice in his warm-up as well, and he's at very good 8-1 right now.
So look at Rudy Rodriguez, who trains Magical Ways. 8-1 right now. And there is Junior, focused for what is to come. And how big is that too, Chris, to get on the board for both, Mott and Junior back in race 2?
Oh yeah, I think it just kind of everybody takes a deep breath a little bit, right? It's just one of those sports analogies that you can always make, that you kind of just you step into the plate the first time and you get that hit and everything just kind of rolls from there in magical ways. We just saw, and Michelle was talking about, that's a horse that you like quite a bit too, John. I mean, you were taking a look at the 5 in there for Rudy Rodriguez, who magical ways has got to turn things around a little bit, but Junior Alvarado, who we were just talking about, is going to be aboard.
Yeah, and you talked about, the win. I always think about a guy like Mike Smith, getting back to him for a second, where he's only got, he's been around forever. He knows the track, he knows that. But I still think even so, he likes to have a race over the track. It's, it's going to be the Woody Stevens for him when he rides, Citizen Bull. However old they are, however long they've been around, they still want to see how the track is playing, how it feels, and stuff like that. So Mike will do that with Citizen Bull, and we'll see what happens here with the Junior, if he can make it back to back.
Big days like this, did you feel like you had to? It's good to have those early races too to sort of warm up and build your way to the big race as a track announcer?
Yeah, I didn't know if I wanted 13 of them before the big race, but you definitely wanted a couple. The thing that actually got to me, the thing that I had trouble dealing with, was the time between, like in this case, the Manhattan before the Belmont. It seemed like it went on forever. I would put on some Sinatra songs just to, pass a few minutes or whatever. And but that time in between, is awfully tough, because like I said before, and you can only memorize so many times. You know the horses, you know all the colors, you know the names, you know the jockeys. You just want to get there and finally get to the big race.
And if I could add a quick little note too, with some of the partnerships that we've seen too, with some of the big horses especially, they will change silks, so you can't really just rely on the last race that you saw. You got
to make life a little easier for you.
You got to make sure you're pretty dialed in and making sure you know which silks journalism may be wearing this afternoon. So that adds a little bit of degree of difficulty to the call.
And whether or not it'll come into play today, obviously from the Derby, a huge difference in the field size. I mean, you're going from 19 it was in the Derby to 8 today. Whether or not that'll mean a good trip for everybody or it won't, only time will tell. And we'll see if that has any kind of a factor. You would think pretty good trips, for all of them. They don't have to worry about, 18 other horses, surrounding
especially
them.
Really long run to that first turn. Probably should be, we would expect, opportunity at least for a clean trip for everyone.
All eyes might be on journalism early on, especially just seeing what kind of trip he does get in the Belmont.
There is Ricardo Santana Jr., who's momentarily off his mount. Alternate reality, got a leg back up. We're set to go. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the third.
They're off to a very clean beginning. Swift Sure was out very quickly, as was Certified Loverboy, who's sprinting up while 4 wide into the first turn. Magical Ways, Wonderful Justice is in the mix too, just behind them in 4th. They're followed by Winstock, who moves toward the rail in 5th and is now 4 or 5 lengths off the lead. The 2 trailers, Alternate Reality and Big Blue Line, is at the back of the field. Swift Sure leads the way over Certified Loverboy. The opening quarter went in 23 and 2/5 seconds. It's another 2, Magical Ways, will track the top pair from a good spot in 3rd. It's another 3 back to Winstock, who is then followed by Wonderful Justice down on the inside. Now Big Blue Line and Alternate Reality. Down the backstretch, and it is Swift Sure, the controlling speed. He's been there throughout, leads 3/4 of a length. Certified Loverboy, very comfortable right next to him through a half that went in 46 and 3/5 seconds, less than a half mile to travel. Magical Ways remains in 3rd as they move around the far turn. Certified Loverboy turning up the pressure on Swift Sure. They're stride for stride now, and Big Blue Line has made steady progress along the inside. He's all the way up to take 4th. Winstock just outside of him. Certified Lover Boy, 3/4 in 1:10 and 4, is up to take the lead at the top of the stretch. Certified Lover Boy, Swift Sure, Big Blue Line dives down toward the rail to make his bid, and in the center, Magical Ways is still very much in it. Final furlong, Big Blue Line grinding away at Certified Lover Boy, and Alternate Reality is weaving through traffic past the 16th pole. Big Blue Line just in front. It's going to be Big Blue Line in a very close photo with Certified Lover Boy. Those two hit it very closely together. Behind them, Alternate Reality finished third.
Did Big Blue Line hold on? Looked like he may have for William Walden. Dylan Davis on the inside. One more look.
Oh, yeah. I mean, to these eyes, it looked like 112, but...
Yeah, not sure the 12 ever got that nose by.
Yeah, the 12 did come back a little bit. It looked like the one was putting this horse away. You go right down here to the wire. I mean, such a good vantage point there. Yeah, it looks like the one towards the inside, just a nose in front of the 12. Big Blue Line, Dylan Davis up the inside. We've seen the inside path now work one more time.
And a bang finish again, like it was in race number 2. You had the horse blow out in the first race, but the last 2 races you can't get him any closer. And a lot of times with sloppy tracks, you don't get finishes like this. I mean, you really don't. It's almost like being on the turf.
Yeah, you can usually see them open up. And Certified Lover Boy, I think you wanted to see that. For those Certified Lover Boy fans, you wanted to see him open up through the stretch. Didn't get there, 112.
So Big Blue Line, yeah, listed as your unofficial winner now, 112, 14-5. Will Walden going to savor this one here. And Dylan Davis, very smart ride, saving ground.
And who did you guys talk about before? Mostly with the jockeys. You talked about Dylan Davis and Flavien Prat. It's such an easy game.
2 huge wins, as we talked about for Dylan yesterday, the Acorn, the Just a Game, and he's keeping things rolling here.
Yeah, Alternate Reality closing out that trifecta, but Dylan Davis, as we point out, he continues to ride. He goes out there with a plan, and the plan is working right now. And Dylan Davis he's making all the right decisions. He comes up the inside. That's a very, very bold move for a jockey to move up the inside over a sloppy track, over a fast track. But to get a horse to really muscle in there and try to get the nose down in front, it's tough to do, and Dylan's doing it very, very well right now.
And what was clearly predictable was that my selection finished where you couldn't cash anything, and that would be 4th. Didn't run terribly, but, didn't hit the board anyway.
Well, you never mind doing a second interview after the race, because that means you're getting your picture taken. Let's go back to Michelle.
Thanks, guys. Will, you weren't sure about if he got the W or not. Here, I can give you some knuckles. How proud are you of him right now?
I love this horse. I mean, he's so cool, and he's a barn favorite. Everybody loves him, and he loves this track.
You said that you could do anything you wanted with him. It looked like he was so content the entire race.
Yeah, no, he was. Dylan got him in great position. They kind of ran away from him early, which is typical. And but if he's got traffic, if he's able to sit in the pocket and really get on the bridle, he kicks home pretty good, and that's what Dylan did today. So just super proud of him. Dylan, the whole team back home, the Churchill string got this horse ready. And shout out to Leslie Howes and her string.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Big Blue Line, Will Walden, Dylan Davis, and 5-1 upset here of an odds-on favorite here in this third race. We're going to see a lot of these riders coming back with a lot of cake on their face.
Yeah, it's nice to see nice finishes like this. When you have premier racing and you have us right here on this big stage here in New York, it's nice to see big, strong finishes like that, tight finishes, because it creates excitement, energy, and the fans continue to get closer to the rail here as the weather gets nicer.
And we've had 3 races, and we've had nice prices in all 3 races, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Great to have you on. Before we let you go, we're going to sign off here with you in just a second. Give us your selection for the Belmont.
At the current odds, which we saw, recently, I'm going to go back to Sovereignty and see if it could be Sovereignty over Baeza and go from there.
All right, best of luck. Great to see you again. Great to have you on the air with us.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Greg. And thank you, Chris.
You're the best, John.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Lots more to come on America's Day at the Belmont. It's Dylan Davis for Will Walden here in race 3 on this wet track.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his 4-go, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Monmouth Park's lucrative and star-studded Haskell Preview Day is Saturday, June 14th. Wager on the Naira Bets Pegasus for 3-year-olds plus 3 graded stakes, all on the road to Haskell Day Saturday, July 19th. Play into 6-figure pools all day long, starting with a $12.50 first post. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Jockey to the outside, Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is fourth, then the chosen run, Elite Power to the front at the 60 pole. Jockey is second, but Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fastbacks, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fastbacks today. Saratoga Sunday, great racing continues from the Spa. The day after the Belmont Stakes, join us for America's Day at the Races on FS2, the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga. Watch and play Sunday on FS2.
Back with you on America's Day at the Belmont. And we just saw Big Blue Line with the Wren and a race taken off the turf. Dylan Davis 5-1 on this wet track at a very tight finish with the 12 in here, Certified Lover Boy, but holding that one off in a thriller. $12.40 for the win. And this 6-year-old winning for the 6th time in 28 career starts. Look at that pick 3, $627. We have had some upsets early on this afternoon on Belmont Stakes Day from Saratoga. Race 4, 7/8 of a mile, an allowance optional claiming field and general partner for Chad Brown. Flavian Pratt will be aboard. Showed so much potential early on in his career. Broke his maiden here at Saratoga back in 2023, then was second in the Grade 1 Champagne. It's opened up as the 8-5 favorite in this race. More on the 4th when we come back. Not just the Belmont, we got 8 stakes ahead. Well, 6 of them with 2 move, but we have the Met Mile coming up as well in this big showdown. Former 2-year-old champ and Travers winner Fierceness going head-to-head with a former Whitney winner and Breeders' Cup Classic winner, White Abario. We'll have a preview next.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Great to have you with us on this special Saturday here on America's Day at the Belmont. And that third and final leg of the Triple Crown still to come just after 7 o'clock Eastern time with a rematch of the Derby Preakness winner. Top three finishers from the Kentucky Derby. Greg Wolf, Chris Griffin, Sarah Elbadwi joining us on set now as we've lost two big races. They will be rescheduled for tomorrow, race 9, race 12, the Jaipur, the Manhattan, being moved to Sunday's card. That all-day, or two-day, I should say, Turf Pick 5. You will receive all in the final three legs of that sequence, in case you were wondering. Let's get into this afternoon and all these big stakes races we still have ahead, though, and take a look at the schedule of what's to come. Some of the big stars that we're going to see on this program. Obviously, that Met Mile we can't wait for in the showdown. Talked about going to break with Fierceness, White Abarrio, but some other interesting names in that race as well.
Yeah, I mean, I thought there were some interesting names, and one of them is Just a Touch. I think Just a Touch was a lot of hype, if you will, coming into some of the 3-year-old season, and Just a Touch coming off of some of the fame from Race for the Crown, and a horse that was talked about for the ownership. And I love Florent Giroux with that outside draw. That's just something that I've just always seen as a handicapping angle to really take a look at. And I think coming out of the Wilson chute, I think that's one of the other things to take a look at there, going a mile. It's going to be that real quick run to the backstretch and Just a Touch off of this last victory. When I see a horse geared down like this, and it's now going to be tackling some of the toughest foes yet to date here in the Met Mile, it just seems like to me that this is a horse that's continuing to improve. Brad Cox is really trying to get things going here during the week. Just a Touch, outside draw, I think can get position. It's going to be whether he can outlast those two to the inside that are true champions.
I didn't mean to audible this segment. I thought we were going to look at a graphic of what's ahead, but great job filling in there. That's obviously who you're looking forward to. Sarah, who are you most looking forward to seeing on this card today?
I've become a big fan of Crazy Mason, the closing sprinters. They're just so exciting in the stretch to see them pick off horses one by one and make that big run from the back of the pack. And so I'm excited to see him step up into this True North. He took the Carter last time. That was a step up in class for him as well. He's been able to just really run his race and win over the last several starts. And I wonder if we are seeing Crazy Mason be a horse that's turned a corner with this new running style, because he just seems to keep showing up. And that's what I expect from him today.
He's one of my favorite horses. He is so exciting just the way he does it. It just looks like impossible that he's going to get there. It's going to be a really tough test for him today, though. He's really stepping up in class, but he's been brilliant.
And he has the right kind of running style that at least we have seen on this card so far. You can make up some ground. You can make up a meaningful move from further back than being on the front end, which will suit him for sure. And there are a lot of horses that are his main foes. They like to be forwardly placed.
That is to come in the True North. Met Mile is going to be sensational. We'll see if that, that quarter turn of the Wilson chute comes into play at all. As you look at the crowd on hand for this huge Saturday afternoon and this big rematch to come in the third and final leg of this Triple Crown, and who will take the edge in 3-year-old of the year honors.
Who's hosting it?
We will find out in just a little bit. Let's bring in Matt Hill for more on today.
Hi Greg, for the first time today, and just wandering around the back paddock here at Saratoga Racecourse. Things have been a little bit bleak over the last hour or two, but everybody's got their ponchos on, and I tell you what, things are starting to brighten up a little. But look at Mike and Katie here, two just added a little bit of colour to the proceedings. Thank you for coming in, just colour coordinated. Congratulations.
Of course, we wouldn't miss the rain.
And Mike, obviously a great race goer, but are you from the local area?
Yes, from upstate New York.
Fantastic. And have you got a fancy for the Belmont Stakes yet?
Absolutely looking forward to it. Can't wait for the race, and I'm pulling for Sovereignty, so we'll see what happens.
Fantastic. Will you enjoy the day? The brightest people I've seen on the course so far. Mike, good on you. Mike and Katie, our locals here. As I mentioned, I think some people are just starting to arrive later in the afternoon. They've waited for the rain to cease here, Greg, but we've got some fantastic racing ahead.
Weather will not dampen the atmosphere and electricity here, and we're starting to see this crowd swell in size as we expected. And as of right now, the rain's completely stopped.
It has, and you do start to see the crowd filling out more. And this is an experienced crowd in this region. They know how to deal with, the passing showers and whatnot and the weather. A lot of weather this morning, but now you do see the crowd really starting to fill out, and they're going to be getting ready, and you start to feel that energy really start to swell here as we get closer and closer to some of our bigger races, the Met Mile being one, but of course the Belmont being later this afternoon.
And these guys stole your wardrobe, Chris.
Dude, that guy stole my suit. I was saying that guy, the gentleman there, the couple. I think they stole my suit here before today.
There it is.
You're an influencer. You've made it.
I don't know. Those team shirts, I don't know about those.
Trying to give Jonathan a run for his money.
Yeah, a little bit there.
Competition in the shirt market.
A little bit.
Let's take a look at the updated stakes schedule now with changes happening. Again, the Jaipur, the Manhattan, canceled for today. Those races will be run tomorrow on the Sunday card, and some adjusted post times there. And again, if you played that 2-day Ultra Pick 5, you'll receive all in the final 3 legs of that sequence.
Yeah, unfortunate with the 2 cancellations in there, but taking care of the bettors and making sure that it's communicated properly as far as what the situations are from a wagering standpoint, but still plenty of great races on the schedule.
There's still so much excitement for the entirety of this card. It's really starting to pick up as of right now with what is a stakes quality type of field we're seeing, and many of these stakes tested and stakes success for a lot of them as well.
This 4th race, 7/8 of a mile. It's an allowance optional claiming field. It's still General Partner, who is favored again, was 2nd in the Grade 1 Champagne. On a wet track, back as a 2-year-old for Chad Brown. So much talent from this horse early on. Big things were expected. Hasn't really panned out to this point, but we'll see if he can get going in the right direction now as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, and I felt like there's a little bit of questionable form from a wet surface standpoint. Sloppy sealed right now, but you do see some horses in here who have tried the wet and have not been successful. Now, some of those could be an outlier, but I mean, you take a look at some of these horses and contenders. I like Quick to Accuse in the upcoming race, but it's been all double-digit winners so far. Makes me a little nervous if you're jumping aboard a favorite.
There's the Hall of Famer. You'll have eliminate Todd Pletcher in this race coming off a huge performance on a wet track, by the way, at 5-1. And of course, he will have a chance to collect yet another Belmont Stakes. We'll look at what's to come for him. Crudo uncaged. Of course, Crudo could be not necessarily, and who knows, maybe he could upset and spring a big upset, but expect to be part of this pace with Rodriguez, and it could have a major impact on how this Belmont Stakes plays out.
I think that the pace was looking like Rodriguez was going to have this big advantage. He's one of the only horses that was a confirmed front runner, especially since they realized he needed to have forward position to be effective. Crudo coming into the mix, that changes things a little bit, makes things much more intriguing.
Fierceness for Pletcher. He was asked a question. He's starting to become, with what he did, 2-year-old champion, Travers winner, ran so good at defeating the Breeders' Cup Classic. That track record comeback in the Ali Sheboff, a 6-month layoff, starting to get into that conversation of becoming one of the best Todd Pletcher has ever had. He was asked who that probably is. He had said left bank. This horse keeps rolling. This year as a 4-year-old, he's going to be right up there, if not top of that list.
Yeah, I thought the stock and pounce trip too. I think being able to come from just a little bit off of it, you think about fierceness being so forwardly placed. He's still going to be forwardly placed, but being able to sit just off of some of that early speed and be able to run and keep going through the stretch, that really speaks volumes of the horse and how he continues to improve to become one of the top in the older male division.
And the talent was always there. We knew that this horse had ability, especially from that first race. He's 3 for 3 at Saratoga. It was last summer, late in the year, where he really started putting consistency together. He showed that he could overcome something in a race or not have things be absolutely perfectly his way. And I think the Breeders' Cup Classic, he ran so well in defeat that day. I loved the Ali Sheba return from him. It turned me from a fierceness doubter into seeing a horse that I hadn't seen before.
Any concerns with him being down on the inside today?
Not really. I feel as though Raging Torrent is the speed of the speed towards the outside, coming out of many of those sprint efforts as well. I think that they'll work out a trip from there, and it's a small field. If they need to take back with him, I think that John Velasquez right now is just riding absolutely lights out, making all kinds of right decisions on either surface from whatever position, so I think he'll figure it out.
4-win Friday for Velasquez. He's got 6 this week. That had been some concerns, though, with fierceness. Likes to be outside of horses and get that free run, but we'll see what kind of trip they work out today in the men mile.
Yeah, there's no question. And White Barrio, we haven't even really touched on him, but yeah, being one of the older male division and just a classic winner, and being from, I just take a look at the stretch battle too. I like those rematches. We talk about rivalries going on. If Just a Touch and Fierceness can square off at the top of the stretch there in the Met Mile, get ready for some fireworks on the track and maybe off the track in the grandstand area as well.
Race 8 on the card. Stallion making grade 1 Met Mile. Fierceness sensational, back off the bench from 6 months away. A track record time in that Ali Sheba. What will he give us in that grade 1 later this afternoon? Todd Pletcher, of course, with this one here, that's Eliminate, coming off a win on a wet track. He'll have Kendrick Carmouche back aboard in this spot. That was off a long time away for Eliminate. Big effort off the bench. Can he reproduce it? Stay with us.
Here comes that big gray Tap It Trice right down the outside.
Tap It Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Tap It Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tap It Trice is lunging. Tap It Trice wins the Woodward. Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
America's original sport. And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
So much incredible history in this third and final leg of the Triple Crown, and for the second year in a row, it will be run upstate here at Saratoga Springs at this historic racetrack at 1.25 mile distance, with that rematch between the Derby and Preakness. Winners in the top 3 from that Kentucky Derby. They are the big 3, but there's some very interesting new faces as well, of course, including Rodriguez and the speed he brings to the party.
Yeah, there's no question Rodriguez is that pace presence that you do want to see, especially if you're going to be some of those closers like a Sovereignty, like a Journalism, even Baeza, even though some feel that he's going to be a lot closer to the pace this afternoon. But all the best 3-year-olds are here. The top contenders in the division are here. We get the top 3 from the Derby, which it's been a while since we've seen that. And it's pretty exciting. It's a very exciting atmosphere, and the fans can feel it, and I can feel it up here on the set.
Bill Mott, Sarah has said Sovereignty has really just been thriving since he has been here. Freshened up, he's gotten bigger, he's gotten stronger, and we know he likes, no two off racetracks are the same, but he seemed to like an off racetrack on Derby Day.
Has to at least give you a little bit of confidence, right, that it shouldn't hamper him in any way moving forwards into today's card. And I think that we're seeing a very fair main track as well, which will help his cause. The horse that does like to come from off the pace. Listen, if he's taken a step forward since that Kentucky Derby and he comes in at the price that it's seeming like he might be as the third choice behind horses like Journalism and Baeza, he becomes a little bit more intriguing. I just think that tactically, others might have the jump on him.
Take a look at the odds where they stand right now. Of course, we have quite a few hours till we get there, but that is incredible to see him at 7-2 right now. The Kentucky Derby winner who passed on the Preakness comes in fresh. Journalism taking all that money off that incredible trip in the Preakness. Now will to win. Let's look back at the Derby, and he was just better than Journalism on this occasion, wasn't he?
I felt that way. I think that Junior Alvarado was very well aware of who he had as his main competition. He knew that Journalism was going to move at a certain time, and he wanted to make sure that that horse was not getting too much of an advantage on him. And he just goes by. I think that he's one that was able to really relish the off-going, but just striding away from Journalism, who, of course, we saw him come back in that Preakness with something absolutely spectacular and special that I think many of us will remember as what makes good horses into great ones in our mind. But Sovereignty handled him with ease, and at the price differential, that's absolutely worth considering.
As for Journalism, there's Sovereignty. Sorry, we'll get to him in a minute and what he did in the Preakness. Just so big and so strong. He's an imposing figure.
And he didn't run that long ago, so it's tough to really kind of forget about him. I'm starting to wonder if we're living in a world where Baeza somehow is going to be the second choice by post time. I don't think that's going to happen, but right now you've got Sovereignty and Baeza both sitting at 7-2. The money has obviously come in for Journalism to be the favorite. Sovereignty won on the biggest, the first Saturday in May, the big race when they all squared off. I think they all handled the off track. It's just Sovereignty was better that day than Journalism and Baeza. But the bettors right now, they seem to kind of think that Baeza's got a real big shot in this race.
The Derby winner's being a little forgotten right now.
There's no question. There's no question.
I think that everyone is looking at this from a standpoint of where are you going to be positioned in the race, right? And we sort of looked at this race before Crudo was introduced to the party. And I think that maybe some are thinking he's not going to get quite the amount of pace that he would need, but Junior Alvarado is pretty smart. I think he's going to figure out where he needs to be most effective and give Sovereignty his best chance to win.
He decided to pass on the Preakness. Belmont, a master at giving horses time, keeping them fresh, was not tempted by the Triple Crown, and Journalism took advantage, and what a performance to just burst through this very tight seam and somehow make up about 5 lengths mid-stretch.
Yeah, and I talked about a little bit earlier today, Umberto Rispoli, the jockey aboard Journalism. He said, when this horse has made contact, when he's been bumped, he digs in more. He wants to compete more. I don't think he'd necessarily want to be, bumping shoulders there with horses as you go into the far turn, but Journalism really continues to show that he's got the heart and the grit of a champion, and he really continues to move forward. And we've seen horses win up the inside. Are we going to see another ground-saving journey for here from Rispoli and try to save ground all the way around the racetrack and move towards the inside?
I think it's a fair question to ask, but I also wonder, will he have the criticism of that Preakness ride in his head a little bit out there? Will he have devised another type of plan with Michael McCarthy so that they don't end up in a similar type of position that's as precarious as the one he was in the Preakness?
I think, everybody wanted to see this rematch happen again, especially after that performance. It was just such a wild performance in the Preakness, and the concern coming out of there, as great as it was, you can get nicked up a little bit. And he did have a few nicks and cuts, but nothing serious, and that's tremendous. And then to see him back and ready to go, Michael McCarthy says he has not lost any of his form, any of his edge, and we're going to see the best version of him today.
What I've heard from the ownership group and what I've heard from the people that are connected with Journalism, the horse has told them that he's ready to go. He has shown up here, and they got him up here, and they weren't 100% right away, but his gallops, the mornings he's gone out, he has shown the connections that he's ready to roll, and he wants to compete here on this big Saturday here at the Belmont Stakes.
I think there's so much talk about moving the Triple Crown or whether or certain horses coming in fresh, they have this advantage, and it's such an individualized process to really figure out who's going to be okay with the kind of regimen that they're given and who's going to need a little bit more time between those races, and I think it's just such a case-by-case basis. They don't really think that much of it.
15 minutes away from the 4th. We'll get to that race coming up in a moment. Let's look head-to-head, this battle of these two classic winners. They have accomplished quite a bit already to this point, and it's going to be so much fun to see them go at it again. The only question that remains right now is what kind of track are we going to have when we get there? Sloppy and sealed to this point right now with quite a few hours until we get to the Belmont.
Yeah, and that's why it's important to watch all our coverage throughout the day, right? Because we're adjusting the same way that the bettors are adjusting throughout the day. We've seen horses come up the inside and be fine. The opener was a horse coming from way far out of it, last to first type move. It's a fair racetrack right now. I think that you can win wherever you're going to be placed, and that's going to be important for the connections because they're watching the same thing that we're watching here in the lead up to the Belmont.
And this is a situation that can change by the minute because if we don't get any more rain, we're going to see this track start to dry out potentially, and that can also change how things are playing. So just a lot to keep in mind and be aware of as the day goes on.
There's still about 6.5 hours until those gates open for the Belmont Stakes. So we'll definitely, of course, keep our eyes on this track, how it is playing throughout the afternoon. Race 4, again, Todd Pletcher trying to get his day going a little bit with Eliminate, the 7. At 9-2 on the board in this spot. I'll have Kendrick Carmouche aboard in a pick 4 that begins here. And Eliminate was very impressive. Career best effort off a long time away.
I really liked his last race. The problem that I have with him is that it's sort of an outlier to his previous form. Now, it was over a wet track, and so that bodes in his favor coming into this spot. But last time, he was the right price, and now he's going to be a fair enough price if you really like him, but you got 9-1 last time, you're getting 9-2 this time. I think that he's going to have to get a similar type of trip to this where the pace did come apart in his favor enough. Not that there isn't some pace in here, but I just sort of want to see it again. If this is a new and improved Eliminate, as you can see him really shift into gear there.
And what a run he got. You take a look at when they entered the top of the stretch there, the hole just opened up. You move right towards the outside. That hole is not always going to be there. 2 trips are never going to be the same. So is he going to get that exact same type of journey this time around? They hope so, because it resulted in a victory. I actually ended up on Quick to Accuse, the 4, who comes out of that same race. And I know that this horse has not been showing that winning kick over the wet. 4 tries over the wet, 2 third-place finishes. I liked the win last time. Is only a couple lengths off of Eliminate. And look, it looks like 4-1 versus 9-2. So they're pretty evenly matched as far as the wagering is concerned.
And should they be? I think that's the question, because Quick to Accuse has many races that would absolutely put him in the winner's circle. And here he's shown that he can show up with that kind of high number multiple times versus a horse like Eliminate, who's kind of shown us last time that he might be somebody new, but doesn't have that back form.
There's General Partner. He just left our screen. They're in the background, the 9 at 9-5. 2 major speeds have come out of this race. This horse, actually the 9-5 favorite, has the ability to lay and be close. Who do you think is in front in this race?
That's a good question. I think that Radio Red's going to be aggressive from the inside, and maybe a horse like Into Pleasure, who's shown some good sprint speed as well and is cutting back slightly in distance, will be one that is forward as well. He was up and on a pace that was so hot for the mile that he was going over last time. So I think he's going to like this a little bit more today, where there's not quite as much pressure and there's a little bit less distance.
General Partner, though, shouldn't be too far back, should he?
Well, no, I don't think he should be. And I think that he's one that, yes, he's favored yet again as of right now, like he was in those last 2 starts, but there are some valid excuses for that last race, as well as coming off the layoff that he did. 24 Mamba that day ran a huge race, and he's a stakes caliber kind of horse.
Had issues each of his last 2 starts getting out of the gate.
Yeah, I mean, the issues coming out of the gate is going to really play a factor in here, and that also plays a factor in the horse that I like in Quick to Accuse. I think Quick to Accuse wants a little bit of a target. I think he runs a little bit better, the 4. I think he wants a little bit of a target to run at. Irad Ortiz Jr., I think he gets good position, but we're looking at a 45 3/2 last time out over there at Aqueduct. 2 starts back, another one that had trouble at the start, couldn't get to the front. So if we're forwardly placed in here, maybe you can hold off the other competition. I like multiple winners in here. A horse like Quick to Accuse with the 5 wins in the 4 seconds. I'm just hoping it's on the first set, on the win end, and not the place end here in this spot.
There's Quick to Accuse, 4-1. Arad Ortiz Jr. will team up with trainer Michelle Giangiulio. Has won 2 of the last 3 starts, including a mile race. Belmont at Aqueduct last time out, was third to eliminate the start before that.
He's been in such excellent form for different connections, and he's one that has been able to transfer that form to whatever barn he's really in. You can see him really on his toes there. He's another one that he can be forward without needing the lead.
7-2 right now. Quick to Accuse. But 9-5 favoritism. Public going right back to a horse who has been beaten at incredibly short prices. As you look at Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, talking over strategy with Kendrick Carmouche as they get set to send out Eliminate the 7 here at 9-2. See if he can go back-to-back in those Spendthrift Farm colors.
Yeah, you take a look at that last race. I just, going back to that replay was a great watch, though, because it's not always going to open up like that. That hole is not always going to open up like that, and I thought that was an interesting point. If General Partner can behave going to the starting gate and doesn't have that trouble, could find himself in the lead. You do see some of that speed there. I think a few of these are a little bit quicker, but it's Chad Brown, it's Flavien Prat. They've been doing some pretty good work this week so far.
You would think that he would get to the lead?
Near it. I mean, we were talking about some of that front end speed. If he behaves himself at the gate. He's been having so much trouble at the gate. It's hard to imagine him not having the same type of thing because he's done it twice now.
And when it becomes a pattern, that's when it concerns me a little bit. But I will say, at least voting for him for his last start, he got slammed out of the gate by another horse. So whether he was off a step slow or not, he was taken out of contention really early on. That was a day where you wanted to be forwardly placed. The winner, Reddington, he was right on the front end in there, up against it from many different angles in that spot. So the last is a line through it for me. You just have to take a short price yet again.
Riders up. Well, the post parade here coming up momentarily. You saw Chad Brown walking through the paddock. He has the 9-5 favorite, General Partner, favored yet again. And Chad Brown having an amazing week already. 4 wins for Chad Brown yesterday, including a race that they may rename for him. Just a Game continues his domination in that race.
No surprise there. We saw the other Chad Brown get the victory with dynamic pricing at a generous 10-1 for her over her uncoupled stablemate, who was your favorite in there also for Chad Brown. And just, he's been so dominant in so many of these turf stakes, especially for the fillies and mares. Not exactly a surprise.
Yeah, you kind of make that assumption sometimes that he's always going to be favored, he's always going to have these short prices and whatnot, and then you do catch dynamic pricing at a nice price at 10-1. So he's going to be dominant, he's going to be a factor. You got to continue to watch those really red-hot connections. Dylan Davis, same kind of thing throughout this week.
Here is Radio Red as we kick off the post parade. Luis Saez for Danny Gargan.
I don't know if he's at his absolute best over a wet track, but he's still run races that would be competitive here. Over, off going, forward last out, could be forward again.
Norm Cassidy barn with Junior Alvarado. Echo again.
Junior Alvarado's already tallied a win on the card. Norm Cassidy, they team up over a wet fast last time. 0 for 5 on the win end over the wet track.
Arad Ortiz Jr. on Quick to Accuse.
Yeah, this will be my top choice. And again, I think if you take out that trouble 2 starts back, bumped at the start, maybe this horse with a clean break can really take them a long way in this race.
This one has some speed. Into Pleasure, Christian Torres.
And at face value, it seems as though he doesn't appreciate the off-going, but maybe it was just the debut, and going a little bit too far last time. Definitely has speed.
Victory Way, he's been competitive against some very good horses, including Crazy Mason 2 back.
Yeah, you take a look at that start 2 starts back. Where is it going to be placed early? Has had some of that time off. Not that far off, but this is a horse that can factor in.
There's Todd Pletcher's Eliminate.
Is this the new Eliminate that we can expect moving forwards? Because if it is, he's got a very live shot in here.
Hades coming out of a race going longer on the grass. Yeah, interesting face showing up in here. Jose Ortiz will be aboard, hasn't seen the wet track, has been kind of all over, has been very well traveled.
And General Partner, the favorite, beat at odds on each of the last 2 starts.
Betting public can't resist. He has some of the fastest races on the page on buyers, and I think there are some valid excuses for his last 2.
Flavien Prat will team up for Chad Brown in those Klorovich Stable Silks with a 9-5 favorite from that outside post here as we approach the 5-minute mark to post here in this 4th race. Pick 4 begins here. Let's go to Matt.
Terrific, Greg. Danny Gargan's with me. Well, We went to the Jim Dandy bar earlier in the day, but you're here to watch your horse on the screen very closely. Do you usually watch them off the monitor?
Yeah, on the rainy days like this, you get a better view on the monitor. You know, the big crowd upstairs, so it's a little crowded, and so when it's raining and there's this big of a crowd, I'll go to the monitor usually.
The chances of Radio Red here, 7 furlongs. The horse has done nothing wrong at that distance.
No, he's doing really well. He doesn't really particularly like the off-going, so if he gets stuck down in there and eats too much mud, we might not get the result we want, but he's training good, and you know, it's Saratoga, and you got to take a chance sometimes.
This was your day 12 months ago. This must bring back so many magical memories.
Well, you know, Saratoga, anytime you win a stake race, it's special. You know, I won the Jim Dandy a couple years before winning the Belmont, which was one of my favorite races. But when you win the Belmont, it's special, and it's been a great year just watching everybody enjoy, you know, Dornock Standing Stud at Spendthrift. So it's going to be fun to watch his babies also.
Over the last 12 months, how many times have you watched the replay?
You know, I never thought about it, but it's quite a few.
Good luck with Radio Red in this, and always love it to see you.
All right, thanks for having me, and thank you.
Good on you, Danny Gargan.
What a race that was last year. Dornock, who showed so much promise early on as a 2-year-old, breaking through here in the first Belmont at Saratoga.
What a troubled trip for him in the Derby. I mean, his chances were over as soon as they sprung the latch, and he didn't get out of there all that quickly. He's a horse that really needs the lead to be most successful, and that was not at all the position he was put in that race. Let go at a big price with a couple of other horses that maybe had a little bit more talent coming in versus a race where they finished off the board, but Dornock was certainly very quick and very tenacious when on the front end.
Yeah, Dornock likes to stay on the rail, and once he's able to run that straighter course, he does know where he did know where the wire was. So that was a really impressive performance and fun to watch wherever you were.
His brother, of course, Mage won the Derby the year before, and his brother Baeza will try and duplicate what he did last year and take a Belmont all by out of the damn Puka. It's an incredible story. As we look at Victory Way here, Bill Mott already on the board. We'll see if he can get another here with a horse who has faced, you know, a talented 24 Mamba. You know, General Partner was in that race as well. He had a wide trip that day. He was 4th behind Crazy Mason, who we'll see in the True North later today. He's faced some very good company.
And he's run some fast races. He's a tough read for me because there's clearly some ability in there as one that's been capable of running some of these higher Beyer speed figures of a 97 in his 3rd start, a 93 when he came off the layoff after being away for over a year. But then there's just some other races that don't put him in the mix, that don't put him in contention versus most of this group. So is there that ability? Yes. Will we see it today? I don't know, but at least you'll get 12-1 if you think we will.
And then, you know, the X factor as well, Chris, of who's going to step up and love this sloppy sealed track.
Yeah, and if you're listening to trainer Danny Gargan there, he wasn't quite sure that Radio Red was going to actually love it. I mean, you take a look at the record on paper, 7 times over a wet track, and just hasn't gotten to the win-in over a wet surface. But if we see this track dry out a little bit, as you can see, it's a true sloppy sealed track right now, and we'll see if we continue to see those inside moves. Maybe the inside just a little bit stronger here early on in the card, but quick to accuse. I mean, with that front end speed, if he's able to hold off some of these deeper closers and some of these horses that can run him down, I think that'll be speaking volumes towards some of the speed horses too, because if you are a speed horse, you want to see some of them start to hang on here in the late stages.
Right, we are seeing sort of an opposite of what we've seen the past couple of days with horses being able to make up moves from off the pace versus really whoever gets to the front or right within a couple lengths of it being successful.
Back to Hades. So 9-1 here. Joe Orsino will have Jose Ortiz on a horse coming out of a race going 1 1/8 on the turf. It's in a grade 3 to end last year, the 4-year-old debut coming up here.
And I could tell by your quizzical tone that you're wondering why I picked this horse, and sometimes I have been as well over the past couple of days. But when you look at the company that he's kept, it's been nothing but stakes tries since his 2nd start. I know that when he did defeat horses like Fierceness, horses like Domestic Product, he was able to control on the front end through a very moderate pace, and I do not see that kind of trip playing out for him in here. But he's shown that he doesn't need that in order to be successful. He's one that, yes, he can be forward if need be and show much quicker sprint-type speed, especially at the 7 furlongs like he did in his 2nd start, but he's also an adaptable type, and just his run against some of the better 3-year-olds. I like him making the 4-year-old debut and thought that this would be the time to get him at a price if he can still run.
And you misread by talking. No, not at all. I think this horse is extremely interesting.
Okay.
No, major player. Tough spot, though. He's faced incredibly tough company and great account of himself as well. It's a really good race. I thought you could make cases for most of this field in here, Chris.
Yeah, and it's nice to see through all, when you start taking a look at all the past performances and start seeing the different horses, when you have horses coming from different circuits and horses that you've seen run at different racetracks at different distances, this is where they all meet, right? This is a premier time to be watching racing, especially right here in New York, right here at Saratoga. So you will find horses like Hades. I kind of wonder with the workouts being at Monmouth, and where that barn is stabled, maybe taking a look at some races that could have been available, but this is just a race that came up well for Hades. Because I think that's interesting too. We heard it a little bit with Todd Pletcher yesterday on an allowance race didn't come up, but then you put Leslie's Rose, is that the horse that I'm thinking about, ended up going in the stake because it's just the race that ended up coming up as the prep race. So you gotta kind of find the races that are gonna go. And this is a type of race that just set up, and it seems like Hades may fit well. And like you said, you're going to get a nice return on a horse that does have some of that back class that certainly fits.
There is not a single horse in this field that doesn't have a race that could win this race. Everybody has at one point in their careers run something that defeats the rest of this field. It's just that question of who's going to show up with it today or possibly something improved.
One of the great spots probably in any sport, at any venue, anywhere to watch the action, the 1863 Club, porch up there, just past the finish line. As we get set for a pick four that begins here, getting close to that $500,000 mark.
How do you get up there? How do you get up there?
You have to know someone.
You have to know somebody? I know Greg. I know Sarah.
I'll take you to the entrance and then be like, you're on your own.
I've had the great pleasure to dine up there a few times. It's incredible. Such a great vantage point to watch all the action.
And you walk around town, I mean, just away from the racetrack too, the entire town, everybody here at Saratoga Springs, they're so fired up. They know the races are here, they know the excitement, and you can feel the energy, and we continue to feel it as well as now you see more and more great racetrack fans joining trackside because they want to see these great, tremendous horses in this great racing.
I feel like since the last race and this one, we've exponentially doubled in the crowd volume and energy.
I was going to say the same thing. Yeah, it really has picked up here. It feels, all of it, in the last half hour, it now feels like Belmont Stakes Day.
Sure does.
Yeah, there's no question.
And that crowd's just going to get bigger and bigger. Fourth race here, 7/8 of a mile.
So you went on the 8, I'm on the 4, right?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm on quick to accuse.
You are.
Irad Ortiz Jr., I think, right to the winner's circle.
You got the silks memorized? Can spot him through the race?
I didn't bring my markers, though. I didn't color. I should have colored all the
You can borrow some of mine. I'll share.
8-5 favorite, Chad Brown. 4-win day yesterday. Just incredible for a trainer to have a 4-win day at this racetrack on as competitive a day as it was yesterday. But we're used to seeing that from him. And now general partner, very short, 3-2 from that outside post. Maybe that outside post is going to help him.
Yeah, I think it will. It's just too short of a price for me. In a competitive field like this where Sarah even pointed out, anyone can win. They've got a race that does show that they can put forth a win here. I can't take 8-5.
Me either. I will say I think it helps his gait issues, though. At least nobody's going to necessarily be coming over on him from either side if he's a little sluggish out of there.
Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
General partner goes in. And they're off. And general partner has hustled hard for early speed today. Into Pleasure in the center of the racetrack is up close, and Victory Way in between those two. Just in behind them comes Radio Red, who's down at the rail and 4 lengths off the speed. Hades is next, and Quick to Accuse is now rushing up in between horses. The 2 trailers eliminate, and Echo again is at the back of the field. 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. And so it's Victory Way, the leader now, with general partner a neck back second. 2 more lengths into Pleasure. Quick to Accuse in the yellow silks is in between rivals. Hades is right next to that pair. And on the far outside, Eliminate is asked to pass some horses as they move past the 3/8 pole. Down at the rail, it's Echo again. Radio Red has tailed off 45-3 for the half, and general partner puts his neck in front. Victory Way trying to cling to him in second. General Partner now lets it out a notch. Victory Way, a resilient individual on the rail in second. 4 lengths back to Echo again in third. General Partner coming to the 16th pole. Gets a couple of reminders. Gets the best of Victory Way. And it is General Partner. Much better behaved today. And it results in a nice W. A 2-length score over Victory Way. Echo again third. Tight photo for fourth between Eliminate and Into Pleasure.
General Partner over those gate issues. 3-2 favorite. Impressive in victory. And Flavien Prat, 8 wins this week.
He's putting on a clinic of expertise. We are seeing him be at the right place at the right time, whether it's going long on the grass, dirt sprints, whatever the case may be. He is putting horses in position to be most effective, and that's exactly what he did with this horse, one that he's had some familiarity with, but he got him to get out of there sharply enough and put him up close enough to what was kind of a surprising pace setter in Victory Way.
Yeah, Victory Way with the time off, it's shown that he was sharp, he was fresh, and he was ready to pop right out of the gate. Quick to accuse, just maybe off a little sluggish, maybe a step slow. And as a track announcer, you don't want to hear rushing up in between horses. With your speed horse and you want to be forwardly placed, stalking that pace setter, rushing up in between is not really going to be the best sign for you, because that means that you had to work extra hard to get good position. And General Partner, I think you're right. Didn't have to spend much time in the starting gate, broke sharp. Flavien asked a little bit out of the gate, was able to stalk right to the winner's circle.
Pretty sharp final time too, 1:21.2 for General Partner. So this horse who had shown so much promise early in his career, it's the kind of performance that makes you think he's back and maybe on to bigger and better things.
It's possible. He's always shown an affinity for Saratoga and able to handle this surface. 2 for 3, now 3 for 4.
So 3-2, it's the favorite here in the fourth. And Chad Brown continuing to get his steps in, and there's Seth Klarman. Klarovich Stables, what a duo. Seth Klarman and Chad Brown have been together. So many huge victories here in New York.
They're synonymous now. I mean, you see those silks and you know exactly who the connections are, and that's really says something to the entire program that they put forth, whether it's a plan, or, you know, going to the sales and how they found these horses. And it's just been so impressive to watch those silks, the Klarovich Stable silks, continue to do very, very strong work with Chad Brown. And what else can you say? I mean, they are hitting at prices. They're hitting as the favorite. Flavien Prat is putting horses exactly where he wants them to be. And these connections just continue to roll. And we watch in awe, and you just hope that you're aboard for the right one.
2 for Pratt today, 8 this week, and counting for the reigning Eclipse Award winning rider. We're going to take a time out. The story of this incredible tandem and how it's grown over the years. Hall of Famer Bill Mott, Derby winning rider Junior Alvarado. That story when we come back.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into Mischief.
Back with you on America's Day at the Belmont. It's brought to you where you can play the third and final leg of the Triple Crown. Everything before and after, all summer long up here at Saratoga. NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. This exciting performance here from General Partner. Good to see a horse who showed so much potential early in his career. And a really big race here last summer, Saratoga as well, step up.
Yeah, and I think that these types of races is what's going to set you up for the summertime, right? It's Belmont Stakes racing at Saratoga. Be back in the summer, so General Partner, he's going to have some big, tough tests that lie ahead.
Let's go to Matt.
Flavien Prat is in the top of his game at the moment with 8 winners for the week. That must have felt good, the horse behaving itself this time around.
Yeah, he was much better mentally. Last time it was, it was hard to get him to focus, and today it was great.
How's the track feel?
It's good. It's very tight. I think the people who maintenance the track did a great job because it's tight and it feels good.
Got a special race coming up, the Belmont Stakes this year. You're on the third favourite. Fresh legs, will they come into play on a track like this at the moment?
They could. I mean, it's never bad to have fresh legs. He's training great. He's been running good races, so we'll see what he can do today.
Jockey looks pretty fresh. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Flavien Prat. It looks to me that the rain has cleared. We had a couple of drops about 15 minutes ago, so hopefully all clear for the rest of the day.
Working our way to the big one. Baeza, with that incredible pedigree, got into the Kentucky Derby at the last moments and proved he belonged.
It was no fluke, him coming in there, and really his trainer having the confidence in him after that narrow defeat in that Santa Anita Derby by Journalism, who ended up going off as your Derby favorite. I think he's going to be quite a bit closer to the pace today than he was in that Kentucky Derby.
I think you've heard that from a lot of different folks, that they feel like Baeza is going to be much closer to the early action early on in the race, and I think he's going to get good track position. He's got the right rider aboard, obviously, but you take a look at Baeza getting into the Kentucky Derby off of the also eligible list, and the pedigree. I mean, this is tremendous what the mare, the dam in Puka has done, and we continue to see these connections now move forward. I just don't know what world I'm living in right now. The Derby winner is not going to be third choice in the wagering, right? There's no way that that's going to be happening here.
Well, it's not like he's Rich Strike and just came up with a Derby that really showed us that a huge price that no one expected. That was the function of pace collapsing and an excellent ride by Sonny Leone. Sovereignty had races prior to that told you that he had some ability enough for a couple of our handicappers, I know Greg Wolf being one of them, to pick him in that Kentucky Derby. And so he's coming in with more of a resume than he's being given credit for, I think, in the wagering right now.
He was second choice in the Kentucky Derby. I mean, he was one of the main players going into the Derby. Yeah, this is, he's being forgotten, there's no question. I think people feeling a lot of upside maybe with Baeza, just the fact that he's sort of coming into his own, and obviously maybe the best rider in the game right now.
And I think that it's the connections pointing out that too. You know, when we were talking about journalism and Alberto Rispoli, I love that interview that we did when he got a chance to sit up on the set, but he said, don't forget about Baeza. And we've heard other trainers and other connections say, don't forget Baeza's in there too, because he's only about a neck, half length off of journalism. So is he going to be able to run by both of them? Is he going to be able to hold off both of them? I don't know. He is kind of that exciting name that is aboard.
Sarah, there's going to be a lot of money in the pool by the time we get there. But do you think bettors going to adjust and they'll see this price, inflated value on the Derby winner, and then bettors may adjust and that price will come down late?
I think if we're having this reaction, we're not the only ones doing so in all likelihood. And so I think that we will see a little bit of a shift, a fluctuation in the price on Sovereignty. It will be more true to that morning line. But I do think one thing's for certain, journalism will be heavily favored.
And off that trip in the Preakness, you sort of expected that to happen, didn't you?
Yeah, the casual fan base or the casual bettor that we do welcome here, they know that they saw an exciting effort from a tremendous athlete that is going to be a deserving favorite. Yes, there's a lot of trips, and we've talked about all the trip handicapping that can happen. Baeza is going to pose a threat. Rodriguez, Bob Baffert, these are connections that jump off. Mike Smith being aboard. But still, Sovereignty, it's surprising. The price is surprising. I think it's going to come down, as you said. Just wait and see, I guess.
And, you know, a little bit of it, too, with Baeza. He probably had the worst trip of the big three in the Derby, would you say?
I think it's it's up for debate, but that's how I feel about it, especially breaking from so far towards the outside as a horse who got in at the last moment. He ends up in post position 21, a gate position 20 of a 20-horse field. You're kind of guaranteed a wide journey like that, and so the pace was more honest than I think he was used to, and Flavien Prat adapted. He was able to take him back, save ground, and make a late move, which ended up being good enough for third. I don't know that that's necessarily exactly where he wants to do his best running, though.
Let's get back into this action ahead. Race 5, 7 furlongs, 34 minutes to post, and an allowance optional claiming field coming up. Silver Slugger, Juan Avila, and Junior Alvarado will look for his second win early on this card, and a horse who has all kinds of speed and loves to find the winner's circle. 6 for 9 record coming in.
Yeah, I think forwardly placed there. Silver Slugger, Junior Alvarado, for Victoria's Ranch, Victor Martinez, who I saw out here. We got a lot of baseball players in the house right here at Saratoga, but Silver Slugger, I think, you know, horse likes to win, need the lead type, does want to be alone on the front end, does have a win over a wet surface, deserving favorite at 2-1.
Deserving favorite, and I think speed of the speed. He's got a little tenacity. He's got a little fight in him, too. I think that he's been able to be one that he can take some of that pace pressure and still show up with a big effort.
Take a look at the odds so we can be astounded again at how big a price the Derby winner is.
One more time.
As this crowd, yeah, there it is, getting bigger and bigger. Still 7-2 on the Kentucky Derby winner's sovereignty. Journalism, you know, as big as sovereignty is, very short on journalism, but again, a function of that, you know, incredible athletic performance we saw in Baltimore.
And I think you don't have to know much about horse racing to know that what you're witnessing in that replay of the Preakness was something spectacular, something special, something we don't see all the time. I think that transference of athletic ability is just seen and known regardless of your specific knowledge about any particular sport.
I happened to, you know, run into Junior Alvarado before the New York Showcase Day, walking into the track here, and he said, wow, there's so much talk about journalism. Everyone's forgotten about my horse. Yeah. He's pretty good. He's gotten better, too. Now, a partnership between Belmont and Jockey Junior Alvarado began back in 2011, long before either could have imagined where it would eventually lead. Back then, Alvarado didn't fully grasp how special it was to be part of this Hall of Fame barn, but Belmont saw something in this young rider and valued having a steady hand in the irons.
When I was growing up in Venezuela, you know, the only race we were able to watch was the Kentucky Derby. My dream just to ride in the Derby.
I saw Junior riding in Chicago, and what we were looking for was a young rider with a lot of potential, and he fit the bill.
Junior sort of became the stable rider. We run a lot of horses, and we can't always get the leading rider or the Eclipse Award winner for every horse we have, so it's nice to have a good, solid rider and somebody that you can work with.
I've been working for him for over 13 years. I've never worked for a jockey that has been more professional than he has.
When I first walked to Mr. Mud Barn, you know, I was just coming from Arlington and this Hall of Famer with, you know, those nice horses. I couldn't really process at that time that I was going to be able actually to get through it and be the main jockey.
Olympiad gets the gold.
The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
Just FYI in Junior Alvarado. Cody's Wish, and this beautiful racing story continues.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby.
I was watching from the box with Belmont, and we were so confident in this horse that we were relaxed. It's hard to believe, but it's true.
He sits with me, win, lose, or draw. It doesn't seem to make any difference.
He was the ultimate. I mean, I've won 3 derbies, but this one had so much more meaning because I did it for Belmont.
Just to being able to celebrate with the team that I've been working for the past 13 years, you know, I don't think it gets better than that. You know, it was meant to be, and it's almost more like a family.
When it comes to winning a Triple Crown race, a Belmont or whatever it is, I think we're going to be happy and jubilant no matter who we win it with. But it does make it a little special if it continues on with the team that you started out with. You want to stay with the girl that you brought to the dance.
Been such a great connection with these two, so much that know, Belmont has so much trust in Junior. When he got injured, he missed that final Derby prep. And Belmont came to Junior and said, just get healthy. Get better. You get better, the mount is yours. Don't worry about it. He didn't have to worry. He just could concentrate on healing.
Their partnership has gone for so many years beyond the ones where we've seen this level of graded stakes success really blossom over the past couple of years. When you think about his success with 2-year-olds in the Breeders' Cup, his success with horses like Cody's Wish, Arthur's Ride last year in that Whitney, and now seeing all of the fruits of their labor and the trust that they've had in one another really come together on the biggest stages. We're seeing it happen over and over again with big-time horses.
Yeah, Junior Alvarado is clearly capable. I mean, he's able to get the job done, and this is why the Triple Crown is such a fun chase. It's such a fun thing to be a part of because these stars emerge. Jockeys, it's not you just show up on the biggest day and then you just ride a winner and then congratulations. You know how much work goes into this? You know how much time has to spend in the mornings working out different horses left and right, which horse is this, building that camaraderie, and to build a connection like this and to connect on all these Grade 1 wins since 2023, not that long ago. This has been a tremendous connection for them to come together and to have all this success. It's not just a coincidence. It takes a lot of hard work and a lot of communication, and Junior Alvarado deserves to be on this stage. He's done the sport very well. His big smile with his family and them cheering at home on all his big victories. It's been nice to watch, and a deserving man in Belmont, of course, but also Junior Alvarado.
Talked about it a lot last year with Ken McPeak, Brian Hernandez Jr. They have that same sort of relationship, and it's paid off for Belmont, Junior Alvarado as well, to have that connection, to have a guy that you know you can always go to when you need someone. And now in a huge moment, trying to take 2/3 of this Triple Crown. Later this afternoon, you will see live coverage of the Belmont on Big Fox. Later this afternoon, $2 million purse. We can't wait for it. Neither can this crowd. It is going to be a lot of fun with that rematch of the top 3 finishers from that first Saturday in May. We're going to take a timeout. Journalism's performance in Baltimore reminded many of this performance about 20 years ago. Fleet Alex going to his knees and still winning in the Preakness. What would he do leading up off that into the Belmont? Go behind the scenes with his connections as we give you the final chapter of the story of a Fleet Alex.
Quick Pink surging to win the Coaching Club American Oaks.
To win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on a very special Saturday afternoon from one of the most historic sporting venues in any sport. Here at this spot, Saratoga, America's Day at the Races on Belmont Saturday afternoon. Look at this tremendous crowd waiting till the gates open for the big one to close out this Triple Crown season with so many superstars still to come, including Fierceness, last year's Travers winner in the Met Mile, going up against White Abario. Well, back in the 2005 Preakness, a Fleet Alex delivered one of the most unforgettable and athletic moves we have ever seen in Triple Crown history. It stunned the racing world, almost going to his knees and still managing to easily win in Baltimore. As the Belmont Stakes approached, the question wasn't whether he would show up, but whether he would cement himself as the true standout of his generation.
But a Fleet Alex is taking a bullet. Oh, Scrappy Team will the turn.
I didn't sleep a lot that night. The concern was after the race, we're going to pick up something that's not going to be good. Don't come out of an incident like that without any problems. Everything seemed to be fine. So I figured, well, we're going to go forward to the Belmont.
I looked at the track, how big it was. Had no doubt the horse could go that far.
New York was pretty cool. They actually gave us our own tent with food, drink, tellers for 250 people, and we were the toast of the town.
The Belmont, in my opinion, was the easiest race to ride.
Giacomo's got a good spot early. He's running fifth toward the inside. He's only about 3 or 4 lengths from the early lead. Very close for Giacomo.
Giacomo, not sure why he was in front of me at that point, but he was at the quarter pole before I was.
A Fleet Alex is still lingering at the back of the pack.
A Fleet Alex is in the back. I'm like, what's going on? Maybe it's not his day.
I had talked to Jeremy about how to ride the race, where you normally get to the 3/8 pole when you start to ride. That's not where. You got to wait.
A Fleet Alex. Jeremy Rose is yet to make a move on him.
To count to 10 very slowly, and then pull the trigger.
But here comes the Preakness winner.
The only thing I thought was we're just going to rip the heart out of him. Here and now, finish it. We did.
And a Fleet Alex just ran right by Giacomo like he was standing still. A Fleet Alex opening up with a tremendous burst of energy. He's 5 lengths clear at the 8th hole. Giacomo has made it. A compelling, outstanding performance by the plucky of Fleet Alex.
It was good to see him beat that field the way he did. He was heads and shoulders above anything that was out there at the time.
It's too hard to describe. It's just some craziness. It's an out-of-body experience, that race. It's torture before the race, but after the race, it's just unbelievable. What a special horse.
Unfortunately, the Belmont was his last race. And I just looked at his legs and started to notice some filling in an ankle. This is absolutely typical of what happens about 3, 4, 5 weeks after a traumatic incident like the Preakness. He had a condylar fracture.
I remember my phone rings and it's Tim, and he goes, unfortunately, a Fleet Alex has an injury. He's not going to overcome it. We're going to have to find him a home.
So they made a deal to go to Gainesway. We shipped him there. I rode in the back of the van with him, and that was special.
Alex put me in a different category jockey-wise. I mean, from Alex on, I got to ride in that top echelon again, with, Big Brown, Heritage Grace horse like that. In my opinion, none of them come close to him.
Yeah, Fleet Alex, he was the epitome of a racehorse. He helped my career. He was a very, very special horse.
It was a whirlwind. It was 1 year, but it was a great experience for the family, friends, Alex's lemonade stand. That's one of the things I'm probably most proud of, is all the good that we did with this special horse.
What a horse, what a 3-year-old campaign for a Fleet Alex. I don't think anyone who was around watching, especially that Preakness that year, forgets exactly where they were the moment that happened.
Yeah, I've had a chance to get to know co-owner Chuck Zachney quite a bit, actually, spending some time in the Philly area, and he's just, to follow that path and to get a Fleet Alex and to show the heart of a champion. I mean, to really overcome what he did in the Preakness, and then we talked about rushing up to meet horses. You want to hear your track announcer say, like they're standing still if you're in the Fleet Alex camp, because he really ran away from him in the Belmont, and it's the heart of a champion. Sometimes you can't measure that Maybe we've seen that in journalism. Maybe those comparisons are there.
I think what they do have in common is the people's reaction to performances like that, because I remember being quite a bit younger and watching a Fleet Alex in real time with that Preakness victory, and just everyone in the room being so astounded and so surprised, but also so engaged with the kind of performance that we were seeing right in front of our eyes in that moment. And that is exactly the kind of reaction that a horse like Journalism got for his Preakness victory as well.
Arguably the most athletic move we've seen in Triple Crown history. It was just incredible.
Oh, I don't know about arguably. I mean, just incredible. I mean, scrappy T bolting, and to be able to almost go down like that and recover and then go win the race. You can't teach those types of things. I mean, this is something that the majestic nature of the horses and what they show us every single day, whatever level. And we hope to see a safe, wonderful performance once again from all those great contenders. And it's just fun to be a part of horse racing. It's fun to be here and sit here and hang out for a little bit and talk about all the figures and numbers, but they show it on the racetrack, and it's always fun to be a part of.
There are so many races to digest day to day, but when you have those performances that unite people, that bring people together, that maybe don't have as much information available to them about racing, it's still that feeling, that emotion that's shared of seeing something that you're only going to see in that one moment at that time with this group of people, and feeling what that specialty is like. That really is what racing is all about and keeps us coming back.
Let's dive into this fifth race. We're 18 minutes away. 7/8 of a mile coming up on what's still a sloppy sealed racetrack. Allowance optional claiming field. We touched briefly on Silver Slugger. 6 for 9 lifetime. This speedster who had won 3 in a row before a narrow defeat in the Grade 3 John A. Nehrude Belmont at Aqueduct last time out. Almost, I would think, maybe gained in defeat in that performance. That was a huge effort, stepping into a graded stakes company for the first time.
Yeah, there's no shortage of speed in here. Should have plenty of company. We'll find out where everybody tactically is going to be, but there is a ton of speed signed on into the race. And Silver Slugger really battled on. I mean, to be at the rail, to be able to take all this heat, to keep trying to go towards the inside and just get defeated. And he's been a tremendous story. I remember on air that day and listening to you guys on air. Look at what his path has been. You know, that $25,000 claimer, 8,000 on 3, all the way up to the Nehrude, and he just continues to keep showing up, and Juan Carlos Avila has really, really found a nice touch here with Silver Slugger.
He's a cool horse to be able to show up and be narrowly defeated by what you're talking about, a horse for Wesley Ward that had run a triple-digit buyer in his start. Prior to that, he's been able to climb up the class ladder and show that he can still run his race, have the same kind of early speed, and also have some fight in him as well.
He's sort of like the equine version of Rudy if Rudy became an All-American. It didn't just get into the game. I mean, it's incredible where he came from. $16,000 maiden claiming race, and now graded stakes place. 6-time winner of over $100,000. He is right now the 9-5 favorite. 17 minutes away. Meanwhile, Joey Muscle's in here, big long shot in the race, trained by a trainer that just broke down walls in this game. Jenna Antonucci, first female trainer in the history of the Triple Crown to win a Triple Crown event when Archangelo won the Belmont Stakes back in 2023.
And that's one of those perfect examples of those moments that I mentioned where everyone is just elated, emotional, ecstatic about the kind of thing that you're seeing out there on the racetrack and what it means historically, because to have so many years of the Belmont Stakes, of every Triple Crown race, and to see her so ecstatic, but then also just realizing what it was that she accomplished in that moment with Archangelo, with the connections with Javier Castellano, and for the example that she ends up setting for women everywhere, especially in racing. It was a very cool day to be there for.
Wound up adding a Travers as well that summer.
Yeah, Archangelo just very impressive on the racetrack, kind of that late developing type that really kind of grew into his own. And Jenna Antonucci was a tremendous voice for the sport during that time too. I mean, she really, really carried it with class and was able to take us through that journey, and even after that, and she's just continues to do it. First female trainer, but you know, we'll continue to see more and more female trainers, I think, as we continue to see them continue to get real top quality horses.
So look at her saddling her horse here, Joey Muscles. I had a chance before that Belmont Stakes win by Archangelo to have her sit down on the desk with us, and I was just taken back by how confident she was in her horse, but how calm she was too going into that moment.
Yeah, it's every day. I mean, you're spending time with these horses every single day, so you know how hard it is just to get a horse in the starting gate to be able to put forth a performance like that. So it's very even-keeled. excitement when it needs to be, and that was raw emotion that you saw on the screen there, because she was rooting her horse home, and you could feel that that's all the work, that's the culmination of everything her and her team put together for a big performance like that.
Because so often you put in the same amount of work and it doesn't work out, and we don't get to see that moment of triumph or moment of recognition and pride in yourself and your team. You have everything come together at exactly the right time for moments like that, and that just adds to how unique, how rare, and how special they are, and how they're universally felt amongst all of us. We're all in that moment with her.
Going to be using a pretty good rider this time around. Umberto Rizpoli, who will be aboard your Preakness winner Journalism in the Belmont Stakes. What do you think about the chances? Obviously 16-1 shot here. Joey Muscles, any kind of look in your eyes in this race coming up?
You're going to have to throw out the last. I mean, if you throw out that last effort, the horse definitely fits, and you're going to find this. We've talked about how competitive the races are during this weekend. This is where you're going to find these prices, because you can only select so many horses. Silver Slugger, you look last time, Silver Slugger was completely discounted. It was 12-1. Now it's going to be 2-1. So you wish you had Silver Slugger and you were on the beat last time. Now you're on board as the favorite. Maybe it tells you, I'm not finding the value that I want to get, and so I need to kind of look in a different direction. And you go 2 starts back, there's a victory. Brandon the Hutchinson was third. You know, does have to pick it up. It seems like against some of the stronger competition of Florida bred, but 16-1 is probably a fair price.
If my job was to sell you a bet on him like a used car salesman, what I would say is that the mile is too far. He hasn't appreciated that much distance, so there's your excuse for last time. He's outrun his odds on multiple occasions against company that he either is going to be facing the likes of here, or that we're going to see potentially later on in this card, like a Neo Equus who will be in that Woody Stevens. And he's holding his own with horses like that, able to finish third to that one a couple starts back over a sloppy sealed track at Gulfstream, off a little bit of a freshening as well. So there are some things to like if you like him. I did not go that direction, but there's some potential ability for him to at least get involved in those exotics.
16-1, yeah, you brought up Neo Equus, who we faced, rookie card, who's in this race. He was competitive against as well, and that was a loaded race. He was in last time out, obviously didn't fire that day, but as you said, maybe a little bit too long for him. Interesting race coming up. Silver Slugger, though, race goes through him. Question marks with this distance for Silver Slugger?
Yeah, I think the 6 furlongs and the sprinting was, you know, impressive enough, but you take a look at Silver Slugger, 21-4, 44-4, and the rail. I mean, this horse had to show a lot of different gears and a lot of different heart towards the inside. Their speed signed on. I don't necessarily see that Silver Slugger is not going to have plenty of company, and it might be from Rocketeer, who's right next door, who is getting absolutely hammered right now at the windows. 12-1 on the morning line and down to 3-1.
He's going to need to show that sprinting and that little bit of a layoff is really what's going to move him forward, as he did have that one race for recency last time out. He was cutting back in distance there, switching Barnes over to Saffie Joseph Jr., but I think his jockey might have a little something to do with the current price.
2-1 favorite, Silver Slugger. Meanwhile, Agalos the Great came back off a few months away, ran third. Belmont and Aqueduct to May 11th. George Weaver, week's already going pretty good for him with a victory in the Ogden Phipps and that upset with Dorth Vader. Take a look back to the other day and this breakthrough performance for this 5-year-old mare.
John Velasquez at it again, able to keep track of your pace setter Dazzling Move, who was going out for Saffie Joseph Jr., and a big price at that. Dorth Vader got the jump and got the right kind of pounce on this leader to go on by. She really didn't mind the off-going whatsoever. She's a horse that had shown some good early speed in the past, and she just really took to this race course, not able to make up much ground with your favorite, Raging Sea.
You know how many times I've been on board Dorth Vader in some of her prior starts where I've just said, this is the race, this is the time, this is where she's going to get the big victory.
Definitely not yesterday, right?
And it was not yesterday. I was on Raging Sea yesterday, but Dorth Vader, she sat the right trip. I mean, Raging Sea was just so far back. It was just so much ground to make up. And John Velasquez, you know, had run into some of that trouble, and we looked at that replay prior to this start. She had kind of checked. She had steadied in behind, randomized. She had clear running room today. She was able to sit right off of that big long shot. Goes right to the victory.
Skipping over that sloppy surface. Grade 1 win in the Ogden Phipps. Let's go to Matt, standing by with her trainer.
Yes, indeed. Dorth Vader doing a fantastic job on a wet day. Distance was perfect. Yesterday,
Yeah.
24 hours ago.
Yeah, we're very proud of her. You know, I had distance question marks, but the filly's really come into her own now, and Johnny's getting along with her well, and he rode her beautifully yesterday, and you know, it looks like we might have a chance to get to the Breeders' Cup.
Did you give yourself a little chance to celebrate last night?
You know, we're working pretty hard here. I still made my 8 o'clock bedtime.
Did you?
Yeah, we did a little bit of celebrating, but not too much.
Okay, so what about Archangelo the Great here, extending out to 7 furlongs?
Yeah, the horse is a closing sprinter. He's got a lot better once we made him a gelding, and he's training very well. I thought he was a little rusty in his last start, but we're looking for a good effort.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
George Weaver.
Matt, thank you. And there is Archangelo the Great for the George Weaver barn. 3-time winner and was impressive 2 starts back, 92 buyer in that win.
And that was him really coming into his own and showing a little bit more of that forward position that I think that he maybe is one that's going to sit the right kind of trip if we see horses like Silver Slugger, potentially Rookie Card, who's done his best running on the front end, want to have that forward position, maybe Rocketeer, as you mentioned as well, Chris. He could be sitting right off of them, and he is certainly ready to go, as it seems from his body language right there.
3 starts back, though. What you're talking about, you take a look at that common running line there. What you're talking about, beat Archangelo the Great by 8 lengths in there. So what you're talking about, a neck off a Silver Slugger, 8 lengths in front of Archangelo the Great. Hard to compare the 2 races because they're on different days, but that's a pretty significant margin to cut into.
It is a definitely a difference maker in terms of just how far ahead of him he was, but I think the paces of those races, as well as the players in them, they have an impact more so on what you're talking about, being able to extend the margin in the way that he did versus having it be a little bit of a slimmer margin of victory in that last start.
There he is again. Love the way he's warming up and framing up here in the paddock. He looks sensational, like he is ready to run his race. 10-1 right now. Manny Franco will ride Archangelo the Great. And he's faced some horses who would be very short prices in here. You know, Vetriano, Lock and Key, Panda Gate. He's kept some very good company.
He has, and even last time he was a shorter price. He did finish 3rd, but that was a day where having some inside position and being forward on that racetrack were very beneficial. That helped his stablemate Warstride quite a bit. He was the one that had the wider journey, trying to make up ground in the later stages. So I think that he was much more so against the racetrack in that last start and could run something more like the 92 buyer that we saw 2 starts back.
Call to post. And our post parade coming up as they come down Champions Way. Kick things off with Unlimited Potential.
He's been in good form. He got the win last time out, a 90 buyer, winning over some decent quality horses as well.
Silver Slugger, 6 wins, 9 career starts.
He's a nice story. I mean, he continues to just go up the class ladder. We'll see if he can get to the win end here in this optional 50.
Rocketeer won his debut. It's been a little tough going since then.
He's taken all the money, though. Ira Ortiz Jr. up, and seems as though public thinks he's going to show up with a bigger effort.
Just missed being graded stakes place in the Matt win last year. Joey Muscles, here's the Jenna Antonucci runner.
Yeah, has to get back to that 2 wins back effort. That was against State Bred Company. Has to do it against Open Company here.
Biggest price on the board. This is Hot Spun, Jose Lizcano.
We saw this horse really upset things, finishing 3rd at 72-1, 2 starts back, got the win over heavily touted Todd Pletcher, first-time starter in his last race.
Pentathlon, he was huge here last summer. We have not seen a repeat performance, though.
It doesn't seem as though he's one that's going in the right direction, but when you look at the company he's kept, it's an impressive list.
Moving to the Belmont barn, here is Remarkably.
Yeah, horse is sitting at 5-1 right now, so has been sitting at that morning line price and has some pretty steady workouts right here at Saratoga.
Archangelo the Great, here's the George Weaver runner.
My top selection in here, I like the inflated price a little bit with all the money Rocketeer is taking. I will take 8-1 on this horse all day.
She showed a lot of promise early on for Danny Gargan, Rookie Card, and he is quick.
Yeah, I think the break is going to tell us a lot by Rookie Card. With an outside draw like that, Silver Slugger, some true speed towards the inside. Where is Rookie Card and Luis Saez going to be placed early? Is he going to go right after him when they spring the latch?
The only time he was off the board, he got completely interfered with as well. Ridgewood runner. Interesting long shot on the outside for Carlos Martin.
And he does have some speed. Blinkers do come off today, a horse that didn't get out of the gate all that well in his last 2 starts, but at times he can be forwardly placed and maybe is one that you want to throw in underneath to be right there.
5 minutes to post in this 5th. From Saratoga, you can get a 50% profit boost bonus. Cash in big on Belmont Stakes Day with Naira Bets. Place a win bet on the Belmont. Get a 50% profit boost on your winnings. Don't wait. Go to nairabets.com and you opt in for that promotion to take advantage. Pays to play with Naira Bets as we get set for this fifth coming up. Always these big races, there's great storylines. We love the stars of the sport to come out, but then there's horses like this on the undercard, and a lot of really intriguing stories as well, and this is one of the really cool stories here with Silver Slugger.
Yeah, and it's up to us to expand on the story, right? To be able to explain it to the folks that are watching at home and see a horse like Silver Slugger that has really earned his spot here to where he's warranting this 8-5 price right now, and he's going to be my top selection. It's going to be another true test, but he's shown it now. He has shown now in a grade 3 that he can run with these types of rivals. This is a 5-year-old gelding that it took him a while to get going, but Juan Carlos Avila for Victoria's Ranch, and that's Victor Martinez, if some folks out there don't know. And so, when you take a look at his last few races, he's going to have company, though. That's the only thing I'm a little bit worried about. There's a lot of speed that's signed on.
Who's the other speed that you're
towards
mostly
the
worried
outside?
about?
It's going to be Rookie Card. I think Rookie Card coming in fresh like that with Luis Saez, I just don't see, and even Greg talked about the trouble, and yes, that speed was at 7 furlongs, but this is a horse that shows that he can probably hit that 21-4 opening quarter. And also right next door, Rocketeer. Rocketeer showing a 43-4 last time, and Rocketeer continues to get really bet pretty heavily. I know we said Irad Ortiz Jr., but we're talking 12-1 down to 7-2, 4-1. Currently, second choice on the board? The money has come in on the 3.
It has, and I guess we can forgive our morning line maker, who is absolutely fantastic for one potential oversight in here, but I did not see this horse taking as much play as he is either, so certainly a little bit of a surprise to me, even given the rider that we do see aboard, because his races as of late and even throughout his career, they're not as fast as some of the other horses that he's going to be facing who are bigger prices right now.
Look at Flavien Prat. In a moment, there he is on Remarkably, and this 3-year-old coming back for the 3-year-old debut, moving to the Belmont barn, was able to win first time out in a maiden claiming race at Delaware. Certainly has moved forward since then, but seemingly would need to take another jump forward, and could do that though in the 3-year-old debut coming up.
And we just showed the package with Junior Alvarado and Bill Mott teaming up, right? But Junior Alvarado does end up on Silver Slugger in this race, so that's where Flavien is now going to take the ride on the 8 Remarkably. Like you said, hasn't been seen since November. Some real steady works coming into this. Flavien Prat has made a lot of right decisions, and could this be another one where he gets aboard a real live horse off of a layoff, and 5-1, he sat right there at that morning line.
Absolutely, and this horse I just don't think has shown us necessarily anything that's fast enough to be competitive, but you're talking about that upside, that potential step forward for a horse that is making that 3-year-old debut. We often talk about the progressive move forwards from 2 to 3. They can do a lot of developing, become quite a bit faster with that difference in timing and growing up a little bit, and he's certainly got the right kind of rider to give him his absolute best shot to be competitive.
What about 9-5 right now in Silver Slugger? And the fact that you brought up Rookie Card, that other speed in this race that could make his job difficult.
I love a great story, but yeah, this is getting into it's too short of a price territory. I mean, this is my top selection. I'm not going to waver off of Silver Slugger, but again, this horse was 12-1 last time out. Yes, surprised, and yes, this horse is moving up the class ladder. This horse is going to have to run a big effort, and there is speed signed on. We're going to 7 furlongs. That's another factor in this race. 7 furlongs is not really a distance you think about. They're going to say go, 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 go. It does seem like they can kind of settle in, maybe catch a breather up the backstretch, but Silver Slugger will fight. Is he going to be able to fight going a distance to 7 furlongs? That's a big question mark, especially at a price like 9-5.
Well, he has won at the distance before, of course, against much lesser company than he's going to be facing in here, but able to handle it at least at one point. And that was actually a race where he wasn't right up and on the lead. If you go way back to his race, his 3rd start at Tampa, he was sitting in a rating position and actually passed another horse. So he's shown versatility in the past, but I fully expect him to be the speed of the speed. Rookie Card, I think they have to go with him. I think they've learned that his dimensionality is by being in front, being forwardly placed for his best shot at success, especially coming in off a little bit of a layoff. But I think Silver Slugger's just a little bit faster.
Can I point out another pace presence? I mean, Ridgewood Runner, we talked about speed, used to have some speed, was like really showing some top speed. Ricardo Santana Jr. is going to be aboard this afternoon. I think Ricardo's going to want to be in the race early. I don't see him wanting to sit far, far back with this horse. Yes, the blinkers come off, maybe not going to make him as fresh or as keen, but he's another one that does show that he could have some pace presence, especially with a new pilot aboard.
I think that I agree with most of what you're saying. Ricardo Santana Jr. is very aggressive, and he puts horses up close, especially on the grass. We see that often, something that he's able to take advantage of. I don't think this horse is fast enough to really compete with the likes of the horses to his inside, both Rookie Card and especially Silver Slugger. I just don't think he's got quite as much natural ability to be as forward as them.
We'll keep our eyes on that race within this race on the front end in here. And, you know, sometimes, you brought it up, Chris, it's 7/8 of a mile. Pace can be a little bit easier for a pace setter.
I just don't think there's that sense of urgency. I've even kind of talked about this amongst ourselves, is that the 5 furlong, 5.5 type distances, it's kind of like, okay, go, 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 6 furlongs. But you start to get that 6.5 range, that 7 furlongs, Greg, it's just a bit more relaxed tempo because you know you have a long way to go. If Junior Alvarado looks over his right shoulder and says, uh-oh, nobody's coming with me, I think he might have a big smile, that big $1 million smile that he's got, because Silver Slugger should be able to show a bit more down the lane.
Would not expect Luis Saezo to be too far behind, and that's going to be the key to this race here on Rookie Card. It was in that Pasco and was coming up the fence and got completely shut off. That was the only time he has not been first or second in his 5-race career. So 8-1 on Rookie Card from toward the outside.
And even the 1, Unlimited Potential, are we not even kind of...
Is he being overlooked a little bit?
There's a little bit of an overlook there. 10-1, horse that comes off of a really nice win last time. Ilkay Kantamachi had a very nice meet during the winter. Hasn't shown a win over the wet, but this horse has won here at Saratoga and does have a win at the distance.
Well, think too, what price would a horse like Garuvan be in a race like this? He'd be heavily touted, if not the second choice, the favorite. And he, Unlimited Potential, did finish second to him a couple starts back. He's been in excellent, consistent form.
Behind the gate, set to load, race 5 at 7/8 of a mile on Silver Slugger. 6 wins, 9 career starts. A horse who started out in a race, second race of his career, being for sale for $16,000. Very low level, $16,000 maiden claiming race. Horses in races like that, you figure that, well, they're just run of the mill. Okay, he has turned into a monster. And now graded stakes placed last time out. What an incredible story for former Major League All-Star Victor Martinez and his Victoria's Ranch. 9-5 on the board. We're set for the 5th. Let's go upstairs for the call. Here's Frank Miramati.
Ridgewood runner to the outside. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off, and Rookie Card just blasted out of the gate and has some beautiful early speed. Opens up a couple of lengths in the first few jumps. Rocketeer comes away in second. Pentathlon is not far behind. In and among horses, Unlimited Potential is now rushing through along the inside to vie for the lead. So it's Rookie Card just in front. Unlimited Potential. Silver Slugger is racing in between those two. Rocketeer now 4th, 3 lengths off the lead. Pentathlon is next. It's a gap of 5 to the next flight. Ridgewood runner racing on the outside of Joey Muscles. That pair followed by Hot Spun. Agalos the Great is second to last, and outside of him, remarkably, the opening quarter went in 22 2/5 seconds. Battle continues on the front end. Silver Slugger in between horses. Rookie Card on the outside. Unlimited Potential is a neck back in 3rd. Just behind them still, Rocketeer is 4th. Pentathlon along the inside. Red Cap angling out for the drive. 4 lengths clear of Agalos the Great there at the top of the stretch. Fanning across the track through a half in 44 3. And here's Pentathlon coming alive. It big strides in the center of the racetrack, getting by the embattled leaders. On the inside, Unlimited Potential is running a good race in second, but Pentathlon and Jose Ortiz with all the momentum. A stellar victory for Pentathlon. Ridgewood runner came from well back to get second in front of Unlimited Potential and Agalos the Great.
I think this 4-year-old has a thing for Saratoga. Pentathlon and those silks of Phipps stable for the Hall of Fame barn of Shug McGahee. Huge effort to break his maiden last August here, and now he steps up again back at Saratoga.
Sometimes that horses for courses angle can prove productive. He got 13-1 today if you were a believer, but he got a nice trip from off the pace in here as we saw things heat up a little bit more on the front end. Silver Slugger not breaking quite as quickly with as much gate speed as maybe we anticipated, and then moving into contention towards the inside of Rookie Card. Both of them not able to hold on, and he was the one that got the right kind of setup.
Yeah, breaking well and finding good track position, I think, has been the story of some of the first half of the card. I mean, you do see Silver Slugger, like you said, rushing up again. I didn't want to hear that from a handicapping standpoint. Ridgewood Runner, though, coming from far out of it to complete the exacta at a huge number in there. So we've seen horses coming from off the pace. Speed not quite holding, but we haven't seen that lone speed trip where anybody's alone up front. So we'll see if that continues on throughout. But if you're the fan of the closers or those stalking type horses, you're in good shape.
7-11, 1-9, 11-1 over 32-1, over 9-1 over 8-1. If you had the superfecta, you might be able to retire.
Buy me lunch, or we could go to the club. I know somebody.
Maybe they can get you into that 1863.
What a performance from Pentathlon, and this horse had to be a little bit frustrating probably for these connections, because he showed all that ability last summer, Saratoga, and then really hadn't seen it since. He might be back after this performance.
He took a while to break his maiden, then he showed up with that big 96 Beyer winning at a mile. They tried more distances similar to that, stretching him out to the mile and an eighth, a couple more tries at the mile. Maybe he is more of that closing sprinter type, like he was able to execute well here.
There was a ton of speed on. I mean, they hooked up early. They went after each other. Pentathlon, just kind of that steady, even pace. I don't know if I saw the acceleration necessary that he was really powering past horses. He was sitting in a perfect spot, though, for Jose Ortiz. Ridgewood Runner did come up the rail to grab that second spot. He was flying where some of those outside horses weren't quite making up just as much ground.
Huge effort on the sloppy sealed track, Pentathlon. For Hall of Fame barn of Shug McGahee, Phipps Stable, St. Elias Stable, and Jose Ortiz. Prices when we come back.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing four-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and seven-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Back with you on Belmont Stakes Saturday from Saratoga. Program brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. What a performance by Pentathlon. The last 2 times he has run at Saratoga, he has been sensational.
Yeah, tremendous performance there. Got it done. And again, a lot of speed that was signed on. The speed faded, came back to the field. Pentathlon was sitting in the right spot, garden spot, if you will, and gets the victory.
$24.40 for the win. Let's go to Matt.
Thanks, Greg. Jose Ortiz, geez, that must have felt good the last furlong. Very strong late.
Yeah, I mean, my horse broke good. Pace was fast enough, and I was able to sit behind him. And when I asked him to go, he punched home.
What's your opinion on how the track is?
No, it's sloppy, but it's good. I mean, it's safe. That's the main thing. It's depends who like it or who don't.
And you're riding the next, your best ride for the day?
Yeah, I think I got nitrogen on the next race. Very tricky race. First time on the dirt for her, but we'll see how they handle. Only 3 horses there.
We'll let you clean up and get ready. Good luck.
Thank you.
Jose Ortiz, winning jockey after the previous, Greg.
Jose Ortiz will get his afternoon going. And yeah, Wonder Again Nitrogen, maybe the best 3-year-old turf filly in the land, will stay in that race coming off the grass.
And I understand Connection still keeping a horse like this with this much level of ability, this much talent in what will now be a small field in this Wonder Again. But looking at this race, we have 3 horses doing something new for the first time. That leads me to look for a price instead.
Before we let you go, we kept you way too long. Apologies. He was supposed to be gone a half an hour ago.
Okay.
Give us your selection for the Belmont.
I apologize to Michelle. Journalism. I want to be on board journalism. I just think that he's gone through the test and he's done a very good job. Heart of a champion, heart of an athlete. I like journalism to win the Belmont Stakes.
And we'll work on getting you that overtime on the paycheck.
That's okay. Jump back in the booth. I'm ready to announce again.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Say goodbye to Chris. We'll bring in Michelle Yu after a short timeout. We will talk more Belmont Stakes when we return. And the father-daughter duo of Jamie and Safi Osborne, they will team up with Heart of Honor outside post today in the Belmont after being a little fractious in the gate. In that Preakness. Stay with us.
They're off in the Churchill Downs Stakes. And Gun Pilot 22.66 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Downs. Gun Pilot by 2.5 over the wire.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance, and a world championship event.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, secretariat-like.
I'm here with the dynamic father-daughter duo. You're not dynamic?
One of us is.
I mean, I think
I'll
it's like
tell
a comedy. But of Jamie and Safi Osborne, when you Wikipedia you, it still
Yeah.
comes up Jamie Osborne jockey.
Yeah.
I know
That
you don't
says
like
a
to
lot
talk
for
about
my
that.
training career, doesn't it?
I didn't want to say it.
Yeah, all right. Don't rub it in.
Sorry. When was the last time you were here?
I think I rode a winner here in 1997, which
Was
was
it a jockey?
yeah, which is the last time I was here. A little bit of an issue with your police afterwards. Yeah, I had to leave quickly, but luckily they let me back in.
I've used the line a lot, but I keep saying I'm single-handedly trying to bring up my father, and it's not going very well.
How much does he embarrass you?
Oh, I'm immune to it at this point.
You reckon? Oh, I must try harder.
No, I am.
I can always ramp it up a bit.
No, I mean, I don't think it would matter, to be honest.
Clearly, you have a good working relationship.
It'll be interesting to see how you answer this one.
No, we do have a very good working relationship. It's, oh my God.
When it comes to Belmont Day for the race, is there any instructions exchanged?
I'll give her a damn good listening to.
Who's the boss in the relationship?
Oh, he's the boss.
Okay.
I'm just saying that for the camera.
Exactly. I know.
Safi wants to ride them. She wants to train
No,
them.
I
She wants to
don't.
buy them.
That's-
She wants to tell me she wants
No,
to
no,
place them. Yeah, you
That's
know.
not true. As much as it might sound like we hate each other, I do really enjoy working together.
You can tell. You can tell. What's one thing you want to do while here in Saratoga?
Ride a winner.
Win the Belmont.
Duh.
Such a great story. Father-daughter teaming up together. We saw it in the Preakness. We'll see it later in the Belmont Stakes. Michelle Yu joining us here on the set. And this is the one who was fractious in the gate Preakness Day. That was the first mount for this young rider in the States.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty exciting time for Safi, but she's been used to trailblazing. She went over to the Middle East this year. She was the first woman to ride winner at Meydan. And, you know, you've got a great teammate in your corner when your dad's backing you. And I think that Jamie has just shown her really great respect and has been able to support her. And, you know, when people have been questioning some of her rides, he's the first one to step up and say, hey, you know, this was a horse, this wasn't a rider. At the same time, I'm sure he's the first person to say if she makes a mistake. But she was pretty hard on herself for a race over in Meydan when she didn't think that she got enough out of Heart of Honor. And, you know, Jamie's the one that went there to console her and say, hey, it was what it was.
Give this long shot a chance to surprise at all later today?
You know, they did tell me, I spoke to them yesterday, and they did say he's visited the gate a couple of times. I think that's going to be key if he gets out of the gate so he can get a little bit better position. Oh, look, you have a video of him going to the gate. So I feel like the top three are going to be really, really hard to reel in, but a standout effort could have him finishing fourth.
Sarah?
I would agree with that. I think that they're really trying to maximize his ability and potential with all of the gate schooling all the time and the effort that they're putting in to give him his best chance to be successful. And I thought that even with all of his antics in that Preakness, to still show up and run fourth, even though so many new things thrown his way that day, he's okay.
See what happens. Crazy things can happen, especially if this track stays wet. Right now it's been good. We've had no more rain. Hopefully continues to dry out throughout the afternoon. Still sloppy and sealed to this point as we get set for a greatly changed Wonder Again, which we'll get into in a moment. Here's a look at the current odds for the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets, and still the one that stands out is that Kentucky Derby winner at 7-2 on the board.
I think a lot of people were maybe veering away from Sovereignty because the way the track had been playing earlier this week. But what we've seen today is it's more fair. We've seen horses come from last and be able to
Golden
win.
horse you picked right off the bat.
Yeah, that was exciting day, right? So Flavien got us off to a good way on the day and showed us that the track is capable of being played in a multitude of ways. And I think that because of that, as we get closer, we're probably going to see a little bit more leaning on Sovereignty.
Chad Brown, Sarah, certainly has to like the way things have been going for him so far at this 5-day meet.
The momentum that he's built with the success he's had over these past few days, it certainly can't hurt his feelings about Hill Road coming into the Belmont, a horse that finally got that pace set up that he was crying out for with his first two dirt starts. You can see him still on the wrong lead, still with some things to learn, but he's rolling down the grandstand side here to go by the two for Rick Dutrow that were more forwardly placed in here. And even his two dirt races before that, closing into some slower paces, races where those pace setters ended up winning. Citizen Bull setting soft fractions in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. A horse like Owen Almighty able to control over at Tampa. He finally got the right kind of race shape he needed. I just am not as confident he'll get it today.
Doesn't he remind you of Sierra Leone? Likes to come from out of it, a little bit quirky, doesn't want to change leads, you know. He's got
a little
some
bit.
of those.
He's too lightly raced. That was just the second start of his 3-year-old campaign. And this is the time of year we start seeing these horses mature and grow up and get a little bit stronger.
You know, he was already a really big 2-year-old, so I think that I can't wait to see him in person. I haven't seen him in person, but if he grows up a little bit physically, I think he could be a real force on the scene as he kind of gets a little bit more mature mentally as well.
Look at who has been able to pull off that Peter Pan Belmont Stakes double. Pretty good one, was able to do it just a couple of years ago and make history. Archangelo would go on to win the Travers as well for Jenna Antonucci. Tonalist, brilliant runner for the late Christophe Clement, AP Indy, of course, back in 1992. We'll see if it can happen again. If it does happen again, it would certainly be a surprise because most people feel this is a very top-heavy Belmont Stakes going in. Would you agree?
I would certainly agree. I mean, if you want to get past the top 3, Sovereignty, Journalism, and Baeza, you could go a multitude of ways. But I think that those 3 appear on paper, and from what we've seen from their last races, to be so dependable. Even Baeza, because he's been running right behind Journalism, you'd have to really. It's not just you're trying to beat one horse. You're trying to beat 3 of these horses. Something crazy would have to happen.
Crowd, sensational. Do we have any room left? There's a few spots. We still got some time until the Belmont 7:04 Eastern Post. We'll be back with the Wonder again next.
(16-2), a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Back with you on Belmont Saturday at Saratoga here on America's day at the races. Greg Wolf, Michelle Yu, Sarah El Badwi, as we get set for a greatly changed Wonder again, coming off the grass and now at a mile on a sloppy sealed main track. 3 entrants remain. Big one still to come later this afternoon. Terrific crowd on hand as we expected for this Belmont Stakes Saturday. The action was pretty good on Friday as well, and one of the biggest stars that we were anticipating lining up resulted in one of the biggest upsets on Friday in the Acorn.
We saw the track be kind to horses that were forwardly placed, but at the same time, your heavy favorite, the previously undefeated Good Cheer, she just never seemed to be traveling comfortably. Lacara able to spring that upset. As you can see, there were many upsets yesterday.
We're going to take a look further at that race in just a moment. Michelle, that we look at these winners from yesterday, and I know we're going to have, I hope it's a terrific rendition. I can't wait for the showdown. Ways and Means sort of stole the show.
Ways and Means was a devastating winner. I mean, that was by far and away her best performance. She earned a huge number from that. But top to bottom, really, the race results, we got really exciting races. Even Lacara beating Good Cheer, just the way that she did it was very impressive. I thought just a great day of stakes action altogether.
Let's go back to that Acorn. A lot of people thinking this was an open and shut case. That win streak would just remain intact for Good Cheer. Brad Cox really didn't have an explanation for it. Sort of a no-show effort, and that speed of Lacara, what a great weapon.
I appreciate what Brad Cox said, though. He said she's performed in an off-track before, right? She never looked comfortable. She didn't really pick up the bit. I have no excuse. She just didn't run her A race. I have to appreciate and respect the trainer that says that. It's not, oh, it was the track's fault, it was the ride, which is what a lot of people tend to do. He just said she didn't have a good day.
What do you think of Lacara? What she was able to do?
I think that she was benefited by a scratch in this race of another speed type in Shred the Gnar, who did not play into the race. She was allowed to control things on the front end, but you could tell that once she established the lead, her ears were going back and forth. She was very comfortable. It wasn't the same type of all-out send that we saw from her in the Kentucky Oaks, where there was a bit more pace. It was more contentious on the front end in there. Dylan did not have to push her as much early to maintain that position. I think that helped her as well.
Huge Friday for Dylan Davis. Couple of graded stakes wins. Just a game as well for him. So congratulations to Dylan, who just keeps thriving here when we come to Saratoga. Let's take a look at some of the other action from Friday and the New York.
How good is this horse? I mean, you can't ask for a nicer turf filly. We're talking about Nitrogen being the best 3-year-old turf filly in America. This is going to be your best older turf mare.
Questions if she'd like this soft turf course, and probably didn't, but still able to overcome it.
And that's something that the really talented, really special horses are able to do, where maybe the soft going was not her preference, and she's still able to outgame a horse that was forwardly placed more so than she was. She got the victory there. She's been a very consistent cool to follow, and I think that blinkers addition, very small cheater couple blinkers on her as well by Cherie DeVoe, that's really turned the corner for her as well, just having that little bit more to give.
What you see from her here, in my opinion, is determination. She doesn't look, like you say, overly happy with the surface, and she's just kind of being workmanlike and not as dazzling in this performance as we've seen her. But that's what gets it done on a day that, you know, you might not have your preferred trip or your preferred surface. She had that determination at the end.
She does.
4th group or grade 1 for she feels very happy for Cherie DeVoe. This is just a tremendous filly. And huge Friday as well for John Velasquez. 4-win Friday for him. Let's go back to the Just a Game. And dynamic pricing. Dylan Davis making the most of saving ground and then tips out for the win.
4th grade 1 victory for Dylan Davis, and many of them having come right here at Saratoga. You got the price of the other Chad Brown as they were betting Eternal Truth more heavily. But dynamic pricing, she was coming into this race with some dirtied up form. She was able to get the win last time and get some pace to run into. She'd had some tough luck trips in the past. This was the day for her, and she was able to hold off her uncoupled stablemate to get that win.
And stablemate behind her too. I expect we're going to hear more from as well. Excellent Truth.
It's a Chad Brown horse on the grass in New York. You're going to hear plenty from these horses.
Incredible Friday. Chad Brown, 4 wins on the Friday card as well. We're going to get upstairs here in just a moment. We're waiting for this Wonder again coming off the grass. now move to a mile main track on this sloppy sealed going here on Belmont Stakes Saturday afternoon. From Saratoga, let's send it upstairs to track announcer Frank Miramati.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask that you please rise and remove your hats. The New York Racing Association is pleased to once again welcome the vocalist of the West Point Band, Staff Sergeant Philip Morris, accompanied by the West Point Military Police Color Guard team for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Embarrassing.
Play ball. Big races coming up on this Belmont Stakes Saturday afternoon from Saratoga. We're going to take a quick timeout, and we will be back. Compact field in this Wonder Again with a surface switch, awaiting the big rematch ahead. And this third and final leg of the Triple Crown to close things out, as we have the flyover. And the cheers from the crowd, 131st Fighter Squadron. That was something.
That will never not give goosebumps.
Wow, I got chills. We'll be back. Again, the Wonder Again coming up next when we return to the spa. Stay with us.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
The most underrated sale in America, ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. Precocious yearlings selected on pedigree and superior conformation, plus a showcase of the freshman sires of 2025. Recent grads include Grade 1 winners Chancer McPatrick and Carson's Run, with a growing list of graded stakes winners. Buy smarter, buy earlier, buy in July. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Sun, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy, and delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Back with you on our Fox Sports coverage. Belmont at Saratoga. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. All week long, all summer long, and beyond. As we get set for race 6 here, Wonder again moved off the grass. Now just a mile on the sloppy seal track and just 3 entrants remain. But the big one does remain, Nitrogen, who had reeled off 4 consecutive stakes wins on the grass. This will be the dirt debut coming up. But let's see just how good she is on the turf.
She's been so consistent, especially over the last several starts as a 3-year-old, really turning that corner, having that ability as a 2-year-old, but now just becoming the leading turf female as a 3-year-old. She has been nothing short of sensational here as we see her just effortlessly glide away and extend the margin against this group. This will be a whole other ball game for her, and if she can handle this surface well against these 2 other foes, maybe they have something to consider moving forwards and have some more options available to them.
Well, speaking of options, I did talk to John Green from DJ Stables, and this race was just a perfect stepping stone for her leading into her summer campaign. And so they really didn't want to miss out on the opportunity if they decided not to run when the race was taken off. I mean, you're here in a 3-horse field, you get an automatic graded stakes placing on the dirt, which is very valuable from a broodmare standpoint. They did breed this daughter, Medaglia d'Oro, and you know, the pedigree says she should be able to run on anything. She's by Medaglia d'Oro out of an Uncle Mo mare. The mare actually won on an off track. She was also a dirt and turf performer. This filly has 1 racing sibling, and she's run well on the dirt as well. So I say why not give her a shot? Also, if you look way back in her workouts, back in December of 2024, the only bullet she's ever worked in her life was on the main track at Palm Meadows, because she normally does work over the turf courses. And obviously when she started off and she was up at Woodbine, she was on synthetic. So she had this dirt work that was the best of on the day.
Interesting. So we'll see what we get in the dirt debut coming up from this multiple graded stakes winner on the grass. For the Mark Cassidy barn, as you mentioned, DJ Stable and Jose Ortiz will look to go back-to-back. We're going to take a timeout. Wonder again on this Belmont Stakes Saturday afternoon from Saratoga Springs. Post parade when we come back. That is what awaits as we cap off this Triple Crown with the Belmont Stakes, 7:04 Eastern start time, with a rematch of the top 3 finishers from this year's Kentucky Derby. Right there is the outstanding turf filly Nitrogen, who will step on a dirt surface in the afternoon for the first time in her, to this point, 7-race career. 1-2 favorite, Sarah.
And I think people seeing that turf form, seeing the level of consistency she has been able to produce so far this year, she's a deserving heavy favorite, especially with so much question around several of these contenders where no one's done this before. But at this price, I want to look elsewhere.
Ooh.
1-2 on Nitrogen. Let's go to Matt.
Trainer Mark Cassie with me with 66% of the field of the 3 runners. This gallant Nitrogen, who's been so good on the turf. What are you making of how it's going to pan out today, though?
Well, you never know. I had trained her this winter on the dirt, and I was going to run her on the dirt, and it just never panned out. I figured today's the day to try. You know, she worked very well. The one time I worked her at Palm Meadows, she had a bullet work. Went well, and that was my decision in going ahead and doing it. Like I said, I had planned on trying her on the dirt previously, and it just didn't work out. So we're here to see how she handles the dirt.
And obviously moving the race away to the dirt, a small field. How have you reassessed the tactics of the race?
Actually, I just told Jose he's on his own because I have no idea what's going to happen. You know, the 2's pretty keen right now coming over. My other filly's trained okay on the dirt, but she's all grass. So, you know, I don't know.
And of the limited time training, Bessie Abbott, what do you make of her?
We like her, obviously. She's in here. I thought she ran a great race at Keeneland. Probably, you know, had a bit of a troubled trip. Again, she's trained okay on the dirt. It's a small field. We trying to get some black type here, and so we'll see. I don't know.
Well, we've loved watching Nitrogen run. Good luck today.
Thank you so much.
Mark Casse with 2 of the runners in the field of 3 in this feature race coming up.
Matt, thank you. So Mark Cassidy going to pass the buck and leave it in the hands of Jose Ortiz here. Here's the stablemate, or actually Mayday Ready, sorry, we're looking at with Frankie Dettori.
This one has some dirt to suggest in the pedigree. Of course, all of them doing something new. This one coming in for the 3-year-old debut did actually finish ahead of Nitrogen once on the grass.
Here's the stablemate to Nitrogen, and the State's debut on grass was pretty productive.
I would say Cassie's probably happy he had a pair in here that he could keep in so we could keep this race going and, you know, make sure that he now has 2 fillies that'll have some black type down the line. She doesn't look overly uncomfortable, although she is swishing her tail. You heard Mark say this is a grass filly.
And the 1-2 favorite, Nitrogen, and we'll find out what Jose Ortiz decides to do in terms of where to place her.
And Mark Cassie's a trainer that will try his horses on multiple surfaces. He's not afraid of that by any means. So hearing him say there were intentions to run over the main track, that's a good sign, and that she has that experience working well, working quickly, working a bullet over it. That helps her case too, much more so than her stablemate.
Also, sitting outside, right? Jose lets her break, gets a feel for the way she feels underneath him, if she feels like she wants to run on it or not. If she does, he's able to kind of just sit her outside and not take the dirt. And if she maybe doesn't love it, he can just kind of ease there and let her 2-minute lick on through.
The 3 of us, we're going to be signing off shortly. So it's time to tell everyone who we like in the big race. Michelle, we're going to start with you.
I'm going to go journalism. I was originally a Sovereignty fan, and then the way journalism has looked this week training at Saratoga, I thought you cannot pick a horse that's in any better physical shape right now, so I swayed and went journalism.
Let's go to Matt Hill.
Try and paint a pretty picture for you for the running of the Belmont Stakes later on this afternoon. I think Baeza with the fresh legs coming in, skipping the second leg. And on the way the track is playing this afternoon, I'm with Baeza, Greg.
So little love for Baeza. Sarah, your turn.
I'm on board with Baeza as well. Of course, that pedigree speaks for itself. The Triple Crown success with the half-siblings Mage, Dornick, and possibly him taking up that throne later on today. I think he's going to be sitting a lot closer. I think Flavien Prat is making all the right moves as a jockey right now, as he often is, and will make some of them later today with a horse that's still got that upside.
You three, just like the betting public, everyone's forgotten about the Kentucky Derby winner. I'm going to be the Lone Ranger here. Who's going back to Sovereignty. I liked him going into the Kentucky Derby. I thought he really took a big move forward in his last couple of starts to start off his 3-year-old campaign, and we saw that on Derby Day. He beat Journalism on the square that afternoon, and I give all the respect in the world to Journalism, competing in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown. I think he is going to run his race, but I like the fact that Sovereignty gets to have that rest, refresh, and then come and tackle him again. I think he has a little bit of an edge as a result. So we'll see what happens. Most of all, I'm just so excited to see the rematch, see all these top three finishers. First time since 2013, we've seen the top 3 finishers from the Derby come back and compete in the Belmont.
I think it'd be really important, too, just as we keep talking about changing the Triple Crown, if Journalism runs a good race or a winning race, because it just shows he's the only horse that ran in all 3 legs, that, it is something that horses can compete in and be successful.
It's a lot of the talk about that is people that don't understand the sport that much.
Yeah.
There is also that, and I think that it's just such an individualized case-by-case basis. Some horses, they're not going to handle a rigorous campaign like that. Some of them are going to thrive on it, and you just have to pay attention to your horse, what they're telling you they can handle, and that's exactly what his owners have done. Eclipse Thoroughbreds, waiting to see how he comes out of each race before making a final decision on where they go next.
Back to this wonder again. I love the way Nitrogen looks on the racetrack.
Yeah, she was jogging over there without a pony. I mean, you saw her neck bowed over. She was throwing her legs out. She certainly doesn't look like she's bothered by the surface at all.
I was shocked to hear, I'm assuming he was being truthful with us, Mark Cassidy was actually thinking about dirt for her earlier this year?
Well, he said that. He said he was training her on the dirt and thought about it, but they never made it there.
Interesting.
I mean, as Michelle mentioned, there is a little bit of that dam side pedigree to suggest she could at least handle the surface and that work as well. There's some indicators, some hints that she might be able to take to the main track. But if I'm going to play a little contrarian and try to find somebody else in the short field, I think that Mayday Ready is one of the ones who there's some dirt pedigree there too. She's by Tappet. We know what he does with his dirt routers as well as horses going over a wet main track. The dam ran once on dirt, excuse me. That was the grade 1 for Zet over a wet track, and she finished second before going on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies to finish third behind the very talented Catch a Glimpse. So some hints that maybe she's going to be able to handle this surface as well. Coming in fresh, did finish ahead of Nitrogen back in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, went second to Lake Victoria, and though it's a small sample size, trainer Joseph Lee, turf to dirt, non-maidens, 2 for 5, 3 for 5 in the money, $2.40 ROI.
Do you think, Michelle, somewhat too, and the fillies that remain in here, the fact that it is a wet track can be a little more kind to them?
I don't know. I would not necessarily say kind, but it might be easier for them to get over because it's been sealed. And when these fillies run on a really firm turf, it can be a little bit harder than, say, a deep and sandy track. So they might be able to skim over it a little bit easier. But if they like a little bit of cut in the ground, then they are going to be hearing their hooves rattle on a sealed track.
2 to 5 favorite. I guess you should look the part when you're as good as Nitrogen is, but she's looking the part, walking over the sloppy sealed surface as well. She's been pretty remarkable. I mean, you have a lot of, in this sport, a lot of really good horses. They produce big races, but she's been remarkably consistent too.
Well, it's interesting to note, right? She never actually broke her maiden in a maiden race. She broke her maiden against Stakes Company. And John had said that they were originally going to point her to a dirt maiden. So she ran in one maiden. Well, then she ran third in a grade 1. And then she ran third in the Breeders' Cup. So at that point, she's too good of a grass filly to bring her back to a dirt maiden. So they just kept her here. And we've seen her develop beautifully as a grass horse. I think this could be a really exciting thing, even if she's still the top grass filly in the country for 3-year-olds. If you had that option where, hey, down the line, maybe you want to run in something like the Cotillion, especially with Good Cheer being defeated now, you could always give it a whirl.
You're right, the 3-year-old picture for the fillies, it has changed since yesterday. We don't have that same standout top dog. So this is around that time of year where we start to see the picture of all of the divisions take on a new shape. And I think it's really over this weekend that we see that happen in real time.
We gave out our Belmont selections, and then we're going to be signing off here a little bit, and we're going to shift it over to the Big Fox show. I want to hear who you like in the Met Mile.
Oh, the Met Mile? Ooh! I mean, I ended up on Fierceness, but I'm not in love because I still haven't convinced myself completely that he's going to show up every single time. So I'm there, but if he gets beat, I won't be surprised. Can I tell you who I love in the True North, though?
Yes.
Book 'em, Dano.
He's such a cool horse.
I love him.
The New Jersey bred.
I love that horse. I followed him literally across the world, and he has such heart and tenacity. The race that he came out of, Nisos came back to absolutely decimate in his next out at Santa Anita. I think it's Book 'em Dano's day.
It was his day around this time last year in that Woody Stevens where the pace was contentious. He was able to save some ground and hold off Prince of Monaco in what was a fantastic performance that day. I went in a different direction. I think Crazy Mason is the up-and-comer that I want with that big closing kick, very exciting finish that he has. But I've always been a fan of Book 'em Danos. He is just a hard-trying, good doer.
He's going to start out running from South Ozone Park and try and make up all that ground. He comes from so far out of it. Exciting runner, Crazy Mason. As we're behind the gate now for this Grade 2 Wonder again. There is Mayday ready. Frankie Dettori on the board at the meet with a win already. He did give us a flying dismount.
Even though
I was a little
the winner's
surprised
circle,
with a wet floor too.
a little sloppy in the winner's circle maybe, but he was able to hold his ground, no problem.
It is interesting that when they last met, Mayday Ready finished in front of Nitrogen. She was actually the runner-up in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. Subsequently, she went over to Japan, so we have to see how she's returned on the ship, et cetera, et cetera. But in a head-to-head matchup, when maybe Nitrogen wasn't the Nitrogen she is now, she did finish in front of her.
Yeah, who would have thought the rematch would come on dirt at Saratoga? There's Nitrogen, heavy favorite, Wonder again. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
And they're off in the Wonder again, and Bessie Abbott is sent hard for the lead and gets it. It's Bessie Abbott in front. Nitrogen came away smoothly and will sit a length and a half back second, and Mayday Ready is at the back of the field. So they go in single file onto the backstretch. Dylan Davis and Bessie Abbott leading by a length and a half over stablemate Nitrogen, the heavy favorite, cantering along on this nice winning streak. 2 lengths clear of Mayday Ready. The opening quarter clicked off in 24 and 4/5 seconds. And it is Bessie Abbott in front, maintaining a 2-length cushion. Nitrogen under an ice hold, and 2.5 more. Back to Mayday Ready as they move into the far turn. And they start to quicken a bit. 47 and 4 now for Bessie Abbott. Bessie Abbott, Nitrogen right off her flank though, within a half length, moving in stylishly. There goes Nitrogen. She could wait no longer, inhaling Bessie Abbott. And Frankie Dettori gets all over Mayday Ready, trying to make up some ground on Nitrogen, who is just cruising into the stretch. 111 and 2, and Nitrogen is just so far superior. This will be her 5th in a row as Nitrogen just gallops through the stretch for an afternoon workout in the Wonder again. Jose Ortiz just puts on the brakes as she will win by close to 15 lengths. Nitrogen all alone in the Wonder again. Bessie Abbott and Mayday Ready.
Maybe she should stay on the dirt. She wasn't even asked. And she goes 136, cantering home. Nitrogen as easy as could be in this 3-horse field.
Nice stakes win, a paid workout against a stablemate as well as one other foe. And you could see here, Jose Ortiz knew that she was handling the surface without any issue. Just shakes the reins a little bit at her to keep her going, but she really does kick it in and have a turn of foot on the dirt that we had seen from her on the turf. And she was able to handle this surface without any problems. I know she's only beating 2 other rivals, but I also like that she passed a horse too.
I love the way she did it. I mean, going down the backside the whole time, she was in check. And you could tell she was just aching to do more. And she was just so responsive to her rider. She waited for her cue. He kept her outside, which I think was a really good part of the track for her. And I mean, the way she just coasted home. And then it was like she didn't even run a race. He told her, "You're done." And she just came back to this beautiful little lope. And look at her coming back calm as can be. That was a $300,000 paid workout.
Not bad work. Nitrogen dirt debut. She looks pretty sensational in victory here in the Wonder again, just skipping over this wet surface. I'm intrigued to see her back on dirt now. She's just too good on grass, but we'll see.
She's got options, that's for sure. Certainly seems like they could maybe look at a spot for her on this surface staying here, especially if you do have a wet track.
Jose Ortiz, back-to-back wins. Mark Casse, he's got to be happy with this result. 1-2 here.
Especially with Bessie Abbott. I think that looking at the bulk of the field, she would be the one that would be the biggest question mark. And Cassie said before, she is a turf horse, and she notches herself a second. So I think that's an excellent day for Bessie Abbott.
She's a half to Spirit and Glory, an accomplished turf horse stakes type herself, and it is all grass family, but having that early speed that she did was helpful to her as well. Dylan keeping her forwardly placed, no match for Nitrogen, of course, but just holding her position, so not a disgrace in her first time over the main track.
Back-to-back wins, Jose Ortiz, Nitrogen, dirt debut, as easy as could be in the Wonder again. We'll be back with more from Belmont at Saratoga after this.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Archangelo.
Archangelo, standing at Lane's End.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
To have this weather and to have the beach and this racetrack, this is paradise. You can't beat it.
This is the Breeders' Cup World Championships from Del Mar.
Oh, it's wide open. Who's it going to be? Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Wonder again, and what a performance from Nitrogen in what was reduced to a 3-horse field coming off the grass. Nitrogen just electric and keeps that win streak despite the surface switch intact. She's now reeled off 5 in a row.
Maybe she's starting her own little good cheer undefeated streak as a 3-year-old if you just draw a line through the 2-year-old campaign. This was impressive and just very easy for her.
What a great year just for DJ Stables as well. They've had Sandman obviously win the Arkansas Derby and picked up a great placing over at Pimlico. I just feel like they have this horse, they have Vixen, they've got just every track you look at, there's another DJ Stables winner, so they're having a banner year.
Mark Casse, Jose Ortiz, as mentioned, DJ Stable at $2.80. And pretty good way to earn, as you said, $300,000 person here, and Mark Casse gets 2/3 of it.
Great day for him. It's a no-brainer to run.
Nitrogen, Bessie Abbott from the same stable, Mayday ready, completes all your finishers in this race as we move on to the Grade 3 True North. That is coming up next at 6.5 furlongs. 4-year-olds and up, $400,000 purse. Take a look, though, at the odds for the Belmont Stakes, how they stand right now, presented by Naira Bets and Journalism. Back to that morning line, which is short, I think, is 6-5 at one point. 8-5 now on your Preakness winner.
He's a deserving favorite. Everyone just has seen what he was able to do to overcome in that Preakness effort. It's one of those visually impressive but also fast type of races. Sovereignty's getting bet a little bit more now than he was before, now on equal terms, so it seems, with Baeza.
In some ways, would you say Crudo is sort of the key to this race?
Yeah, actually, and if looking at if we go beyond the top 3, he would be my top pick to win the race outside of the top 3.
Really?
I thought he was so impressive over at Pimlico. He is a legitimate front runner. You know, we saw Rodriguez obviously win the Wood in a front running fashion, but I feel like he doesn't want to have the pressure, and we're going to have Crudo there giving him that pressure. And if Crudo takes the lead, he wants it, and he can gung-ho with it. I think that he is the most likely upsetter if something goes crazy.
It's interesting, yeah, I mean, he's quick. Baffert has said, though, Sarah, with Rodriguez, they tried rating him and he wanted no part of it.
We've seen him run his faster, more competitive races when he's on the front end, and that is likely the plan, especially given the post position draw for him, drawing to the inside of a horse like Crudo. And here, it looked like how this race was coming together. He might benefit from being sort of that lone speed. I still think he'll be in front, but he's going to have that company, as you mentioned, and I watched Crudo work the other day, outworking gate to wire very easily. So he's coming into this with some good form.
Let's get back to this True North. Grade 3, older sprinters, 6.5 furlongs. Sarah talked about a horse he was most looking forward to on today's card, this closing sprinter sensation, Crazy Mason, who all of a sudden, the last 3 starts, has just become a different racehorse.
He's stepped up in class progressively, and he's overcome some races that did not set up for him on paper. They've had slower paces, or he's been a little bit against the track, having to be wide or having to save ground when that's maybe not the place to be. He's run 3 races that absolutely make him a big contender if he takes just that little step forward yet again. And I love that he was able to take the Carter last time out over a very talented, consistent type in Quince Brew.
Like anyone's logged more miles lately than Nakatomi.
Yeah, Nakatomi has gone everywhere. Anytime there's a racetrack with a sprint race, he's there in a multitude of countries. I thought he ran a fantastic race in the Golden Shaheen last time out. Just got bested by a neck. And we've seen him successfully make the trip back from the Middle East stateside and run really well. Not every horse is capable of that, but he's already shown that he is. So I think that bodes well for him. And he loves a track with moisture in it.
And he's also run very well right here at Saratoga. So, sometimes he's able to get himself into even a more tactical position if need be. He doesn't have to come from as far back as horses like Nutella Fella or Crazy Mason.
Excuse me, we're going to go by the numbers right now for the Belmont Stakes. Race with so much history, 157th running coming up in just a few hours. Began back in 1867, first run at Jerome Park. We all remember this. This is my favorite horse racing photo that exists. Secretariat, that 31 length score. Most wins by a jockey. Couple have done it, including Eddie Arcaro. Most wins by a trainer, James G. Rowe. Won it actually twice as a jockey, 8 times as a trainer. Had 34 champion horses to his name. Bel Air stud, James Keane. 6 wins apiece as owners. 3 fillies have won it, including Rags to Riches. First in over 100 years to do it, stumbling out of the gate and beating eventual horse of the year, Curlin, to do it. 69 3-year-old champions crowned out of the Belmont. Horse of the year to win the Belmont 36 times it's been done, including those winners there. Belmont Hall of Famers. Justify, Triple Crown winner. Automatically you're going to be in the Hall of Fame when you complete the sweep. What a race it is, and just for the second time in its illustrious history, it will be run here at Saratoga, which also means it's not going to be a mile and a half. It's going to be a mile and a quarter. Does that maybe help journalism at all? Doesn't have to deal with that little extra distance down the stretch?
Of races, I think that it does work in his favor. We never know who is going to be able to last that mile and a half of the Test of Champions. So because of that, I think it works in everybody's favor, really, because now we are on to tested ground.
Especially for those top 3 from the Kentucky Derby. They've done something like this before. Such a unique experience to be able to say you've gone the distance of a Triple Crown race in the past and had success with it. And Sovereignty, he has that going for him coming in, that really all of them able to handle that 1.25 miles and an off-going.
Yep.
Let's go back again, take a look at that Kentucky Derby on that wet track that first Saturday in May. A lot of talk about, who had the tougher trip that day. I think a lot of people feel maybe it was Baeza. What did you think?
Baeza certainly was stuck really wide drawing out of the 22 or the 21 hole. So he did get not a great trip, especially for how green and lightly raced he is. I think going here, though, Sovereignty had the most overland route. So of the 3 top finishers, he was furthest out from the rail when they turned for home. If we had a Trackus, I think that he probably would have chalked up the biggest number as far as that goes, how many feet he traveled in the race. If I had to make one critique on journalism, I think that it was just that he maybe moved a touch too early and didn't have as much punch there at the end. But also, this is a horse that when you start to ride him, every other time he's gone a little bit backwards before he gets into stride. So I don't necessarily think that was Umberto's fault.
Look at Sovereignty, what he's accomplished. Saved his best in his career for the biggest day in the Kentucky Derby, and now comes in having rested and having been, everyone talks about how great journalism is doing, but Belmont raving about how Sovereignty is doing as well.
He feels as though there's been this change, this transformation in his attitude towards working in the morning, a horse that wasn't necessarily as keen on putting his best foot forward in the morning workouts as he was on the racetrack. It seems as though that's different now for Sovereignty, that he's really changed his attitude about it, got his game face on, and is a little bit more aggressive in the morning.
So great to have this rematch still to come, and then this race, it made me certainly think about a Fleet Alex and what he did 20 years ago. And this might have been even more impressive, the fact, Michelle, he had to run down and make up 5 lengths on Gosger.
I think this was more impressive than a Fleet Alex simply because of where it happened during the race. I mean, at this point, we're just about to the 16th pole, and look at how far in front Gosger is. And you have Sandman, who had a clean run on the outside, and we know he likes to finish. And not only did journalism put away Sandman, but he reeled in Gosger. I mean, he was just finding a good stride right there. Talk about a horse who was determined. That was the most determined effort from an equine athlete I've seen.
Gosger just announced connections, by the way. They are pointing to the Haskell for a comeback.
Oh, that's exciting. He's certainly shown he's got ability. He was that winner over in Keeneland, and he was able to show up with a big effort on Preakness Day, almost defeating journalism. And that early position that he has, that'll be key moving forwards, because we don't have a lot of confirmed front runners in this 3-year-old division.
With all the talk and all the, there or not criticism in victory and that ride from Rispoli, do you think that might be a lot of people kind of honing in on that, what we seek, the kind of ride he gives journalism today?
I feel like Umberto is pretty outspoken when he comes to what he's doing. He really feels like he made the right call. Watching the race back, I don't think that there was a hole there, but also I understand completely what he was saying. That horse wasn't going anywhere, and if he had gone to the outside, there's a really good chance he wasn't going to win the race. You can't ride so confident and then get beat, because then it's absolutely your fault. He rode the horse the way he thought he needed to be ridden. Obviously, it got a little dirtier than anybody wanted to see, but overall, I think he made the right call, and he's the only person that can say, yes or no, I made the right choice. He was the only one riding journalism that day.
And it worked out, and it's something you have to do in a split second as well. And it worked out for him, and it provided us with an incredible, unforgettable moment, Triple Crown history. I think the best thing of it, too, as dramatic as it was, the concerns would have been coming out of that race. Did this horse get hurt at all, nicked up, going between that, that little hole? Nothing really. They had to wait till June 1st to make the call to come to this race, but obviously he's fine.
nothing seemed to phase him, and trainer Mike McCarthy seems very confident, as do his owners in Eclipse Thoroughbreds, that he came out of that race just fine and really able to have the same type of effort moving forwards into this Belmont Stakes this afternoon. And I think that whatever you think of the ride and the Preakness, we all have our opinions on it. Mike McCarthy is keeping Umberto Rispoli on, and so that also speaks for itself.
And yet you could say the same with Junior Alvarado, who was injured before that final prep. Going into the Kentucky Derby with that injury he was nursing, and Bill Mott came to him and said, because he's his guy, and said, don't worry, just get better. And if you're healed up, you're back on. Don't worry about it.
We've seen that from a lot of these rider-trainer partnerships, right? You're my main guy. We're going to bring in, we're going to have a guy coming off the bench, but it's just for that race. And I think that gives everyone a little bit more confidence that you can do what you need to do that's best for yourself, because those horses are going to be there for you.
For a big Triple Crown event with a Bob Baffert horse in it, amazingly, he's not being talked about all that much. We'll see. Rodriguez, foot problem kept him out of the Kentucky Derby. That foot is A-OK now. He shows up here. There's a good chance, we'll obviously see what Crudo does in here, but he could take this field gate to wire.
We at least know the intentions, right? A horse that they played around, was trying to rate him. They had some stablemates of his out in California that were horses that wanted some forward position as well, and he took the back burner to them on a couple of occasions. That's not the case anymore, so at least you know that with him, the instructions are to go.
Well, for a while too, he was a horse that looked so, even though he was precocious running really well, he looked like a horse that mentally needed to grow up, and he was a really big individual. So I think that they were trying to kind of figure him out as you went along, right? Kind of racing him into the right spot and trying to get him to figure out what he wanted to do. And now that they know, okay, this is where we run our best races, now it's going to be a commitment. And a lot of times when we see the Baffert horses debut, we just think instantly they're going to be the fastest horse. They are going to send. And sometimes it's not the case when they're trying to figure out a different tactic for a horse like Rodriguez.
Bob Baffert said his previous Belmont winners, these were all gimmies. They were that good. This will not be a gimme today if it's Rodriguez.
Well, out of that list, I would have to agree with Bob.
American Pharoah of those three was my favorite win for sure.
I'll never forget. It was incredible. I was just outside the winner's circle, able to witness that in person. And, the long drought, 37 years, just to finally have it horse break through. That crowd, I've never heard a crowd that electric at any sporting event in my life. It was amazing.
When you've waited with so much anticipation for something, and we finally got to the point in the sport where many thought it would never be done again, to have somebody show up with the kind of performances that American Pharoah did. And eventually it got to him in the Travers later on, but he was able to really break that streak and show that it can still be done in this new phase of horse racing that we have moving forwards. He can still win those 3 races in the same type of order.
Baffert was happy that the Belmont that year wasn't at Saratoga, because American Pharoah did get beaten at Saratoga.
It's a very good point. Incredible that happened. And part of the reason, by the way, I have to think it was Andy Serling who picked against American Pharoah every single race in the Triple Crown, and then actually went with him in the Travers.
Really?
That says a lot. I didn't know that. And now I think we all know what really happened there.
I mean, this place was in fuego when Pharoah was here. They called it Pharotoga, right? And I remember Bob had been wanting to let people see him, and he worked him on the track, and there were like 2,000 people here, and he got a little bit hot and bothered, and he worked way too fast that day.
You feel, and that led to his defeat.
He thought that could have led to his defeat, taking out some of the starch out of his sails.
Keen Ice, one of the great upsets, in the history of a racetrack known for tremendous upsets. See what transpires later this afternoon. I've not been this excited for, we love rivalries in any sport, and now we have a real rivalry, and to have it in the, the glamour division of the 3-year-old division in a Triple Crown race, it's pretty special.
And to even think ahead, too, while we had so many talented 3-year-olds last year that have now, many of them stayed in racing that we get to look forward to this year, Fierceness being one of them that we'll see later on in today's card. who knows where we're going with these 3 horses out of the Kentucky Derby, the top 3 finishers, not only today, but moving forwards later this year. And I can't wait to see them try to challenge some of these older horses later on.
I also think it's very cool that just from an ownership standpoint, you're looking at a couple of different things, right? Godolphin has their homebred in Sovereignty. They have yearned to train or to breed a horse that can win the Kentucky Derby. Now they've done it, but this is many, many years of culmination for their breeding program. You know, you take a look at Baeza, and Baeza is a big high-price sales horse, right, for a long, long time owner in CRK. And then journalism, we're taking on partners, taking on partners, taking on partners, which is the way we've kind of seen ownership trending towards that. Part of his ownership group is also Bob LaPenta, who's a longtime New York guy. He owned Datara when he won over here. So I think it's really neat to see all of our owners coming from just different backgrounds, and you know how they've all kind of come together with these different Belmont horses.
Yeah, we've talked about the story a lot. You know, you're going to hear more of it on the Big Fox show as well. But with Baeza out of Puka, already Puka's made history with what's happened, you know, producing Mage, winning the Derby, producing Dornick, wins the Belmont, and now a 3rd year in a row having one of her offspring in a Triple Crown event. Just, it is remarkable.
So what's more impressive, her or Better Than Honor?
I think Puka.
What about you?
Back-to-back Belmonts?
I think with Puka, the only horse I can really compare her to is Leslie's Lady in terms of the legacy being developed, being built, and of course that one, you think of horses like Into Mischief, Beholder, even Mendelssohn having an impact on the breed as well. So I think that she's sort of on the trajectory to be in that conversation with the kind of offspring that she's been producing that are so contentious, especially as these 3-year-olds in the Triple Crown races.
I have to add Hasili there if we're going to throw a grass mare in. Got to add Hasili up in the great blue hen mix.
23 minutes away from the Grade 3 True North, 6.5 furlongs. Nakatomi, trainer Wesley Ward, the favorite, Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. This horse was sensational here last summer in a Grade 1 win in the Vanderbilt. Maybe the best race that he's run in his career. We'll have more when we come back, including honoring some of the heroes of the backstretch when we're back on America's Day at the Belmont.
Racetrack Television Network. On every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Well, if you've been over to Belmont's barn, odds are you've probably seen Irma Scott there. Irma, first of all, how many years have you been with the Mott team?
41 years.
That's amazing. And I know that
She'll be 41 here.
you have such a deep love for the horse.
Oh yeah, I love the horses. I love them all. They love me, I think. They love my carriage anyway.
And you can tell just there's so much passion at the barn here.
Right.
Talk a little bit about the dynamic and why you keep coming back after 41 years.
Well, I just love the horses, and I love, you know, the family that I work for, and Bill Mott's wife and the kids, so, and the dogs. So that's why I stay. And I love all the horses. I mean, they're nice horses, and they're sweet, and you love to take care of them. And they love you, and they love their carriage, and, you know, that kind of stuff. Look at him looking at me. He's waiting for a carriage. You see him, huh?
Kentucky Derby winner, Sovereignty.
Yeah, Sovereignty.
He knows what you have in your pockets.
Yeah,
Can you tell us a little bit about what kind of horse he is?
Oh, he's a quiet horse, nice horse. You can work around him. And he know me when I had those carrots, you know. He started screaming for carrots sometime, and he's a good boy, and he likes his massages. I don't have no trouble with him. He's good. He's a good boy.
How proud were you watching him win the Kentucky Derby?
Oh, I was happy. I was at home, but I was happy that he, you know, he won the Kentucky Derby, so.
He always enjoys his carrots?
Uh-huh. He loves them. All of them. Wait a minute. Okay. Give me a kiss.
Everyone behind the scenes, such a big part of the success of all these equine athletes. Irma Scott, 40 plus years with Bill Mott. She is just such a kind soul if you've had the opportunity to meet her.
She is one that just brings that energy to the barn. You can tell the care, the passion, the level of time and respect that she has for these horses. She's been an integral part of that operation. And as we talk about the partnership that Bill Mott has with Junior Alvarado, she has also been an integral part of that stable and their success recently, as well as for a long time as well.
We're working our way to the True North, Grade 3. At 6.5 furlongs. Let's go back to the Belmont and meet the field for this third and final leg of the Triple Crown to come. As we take a look again at the current odds. And that price starting to come down now on the Kentucky Derby winner, Sovereignty, who was as high at one point as 4-1. Has come down to 7-2, now 3-1 on even terms with Baeza. Hill Road will kick things off here. Chad Brown, Arad Ortiz Jr.
He got some pace to close into that Peter Pan victory, finally getting that first win on dirt for him. And he's one that had outrun his odds and closed into some slower paces in prior dirt starts too.
Here is the Derby winner, Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott.
Homebred here for Godolphin by the name of Sovereignty. He is a multiple Graded Stakes winner, taking the Street Sense at Churchill as well as the Fountain of Youth at Gulfstream before his Kentucky Derby score. He was pointed towards the Belmont Stakes, opting to bypass the Preakness right away.
Rodriguez, gate to wire in the wood. That's the plan today.
They've had a couple of hiccups with plan A and B with this horse, but they're all systems go for this Belmont. They're going to try to use some of his early speed that they think that he needs to be successful.
First of a pair for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Here's Uncaged.
A little bit of a surprise entrant, in my opinion. He's by Curlin. He's coming out of the Peter Pan as well, where he was a well-beaten 6th behind Hill Road. He'd have 10 lengths to make up on that rival here.
His stablemate, the other speedster in the race, Crudo for Pletcher.
Adds quite a bit of intrigue to this race, as it being something that could set up for one of our other top 3 from the Kentucky Derby if he goes forward and challenges a horse like Rodriguez.
Third place finisher in the Kentucky Derby, Baeza, Flavian Pratt back aboard.
Brings John Sheriff to the spot for the first time in a decade. This son of Mackenzie was a $1.2 million yearling purchase. His favorite thing to eat, by the way, carrot smoothies every single morning.
Sounds yummy. Journalism, sensational in that Preakness. Everyone's still talking about it, and that performance has made him the favorite.
He's got itches to scratch, apparently, with some unfinished business against a Sovereignty. As you can see him there, he is at the top of this class for now. We'll see if that changes.
And that father-daughter duo with Heart of Honor, who was fractious in the gate in the Preakness. Hopefully calms down today.
This horse was purchased in utero and then put through a breeze-up sale, but came over to the dirt for trainer Jamie Osborne, whose daughter Safi rides, and they had a really good and productive Middle Eastern prep to get ready to bring him over here. He has trained here since the Preakness.
And Dad says, do not doubt her strength. His daughter's very strong finisher. We'll see what that horse can give us here. It's a big long shot, second start in the States. That was the first time that horse actually finished off the board. It feels like now, behind us, around us, this is a crowd worthy of a Triple Crown event.
Especially with some of the spectacles that we have seen with the entertainment here, and it just seems as though every time I stop and listen or stop and look, this crowd just gets larger and more active and more energetic.
It's because they're eating Junior Mint ice cream from Hildebrandt's.
Yeah, little
yeah,
advertisement
lots of
after
sugar.
yesterday. I need to get some today.
It's so good.
I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make it to my office to get back to the other set when I'm on for round 2. It's that crowded here.
They can't have ice cream over there. That's just our thing.
That is a beautiful sight, that historic grandstand at one of the most iconic sporting venues in the country. And to have a Triple Crown here, blessed to have it on these grounds with all the history here at Saratoga. Just recently announced it will be back for one more year, next year, before we wrap up that construction downstate on the new Belmont Park.
Some of us make a pilgrimage to get here, Greg. Some of us just take the train.
And you have one more opportunity to take a train here if you want to be a part
So you want me to
of this
fly
day.
into JFK and then take the train up?
Do whatever you want, but I'd like you to be here next year so that we can continue having ice cream on set. But I think that for the fans, this opportunity, this unique opportunity to see the Belmont Stakes here in historic Saratoga, it is something that's going to be a once, or rather thrice, in a lifetime opportunity. If you haven't been here yet, if you didn't get here last year, couldn't make it today, you have one more chance to make that happen, and I highly recommend it.
Look at what a chunk this horse is, Nakatomi. I mean, we're talking about a horse who runs often, or he did last year. He went to Meydan, he shipped back from Meydan, and he still carries this much condition. Good on you, man.
Wesley Ward keeps those horses in their feed tubs for sure. It seems as though he's one that has the ability to put back-to-back races together, make those travels overseas, come back, and still not let that really bother him or wear on him much whatsoever. He's taking quite a bit of money right now as well.
Didn't seem to harm him at all. Yeah, making that lengthy trip last year kind of helped him. That was probably the race of his life in the Vanderbilt. He shows up, this horse. $1.6 million in earnings. He is very good. 2-1 favoritism in here, but there's a lot of horses that you can make cases for in here, including one you had talked about, Michelle, the New Jersey bred, Bookham Dano, who we've seen. It was great in the Alan Jerkins last year. Domestic product, Prince of Monaco were just ahead of him that day, but he's been sensational.
He has been an absolute gift. Buchero as a sire, I think, has just really shown that he is a fantastic addition to New York now. Winners come on dirt, turf, long, short. He's got a fantastic filly by the name of Queen Maxima who's carried her game around. But Bookham Dano, to me, was the horse that put Buchero on the map.
This was that wet track at Churchill Downs against Mindframe, who will win this race, who was being considered for the Met Mile for Todd Pletcher.
He was, and this was an exciting finish. You had so much talent coming into this race on paper, and they showed up in a big way with the pace starting to come apart. Everybody lining up on the finish line in here. Had no idea who's going to finally get their nose down in front, and it was just an exciting race, and Bookham Dano was right there. Fourth beaten a neck after being more forward than some of those horses. That's no disgrace to his ability whatsoever.
Especially when you take a look at the horses that finish in front of him, right? Mindframe, Vanishing, and Nisos, those aren't sprinters. Those are gonna be handicap horses. They're gonna be route horses, right? They were cutting back for the 7 furlongs, where I think for Bookham Dano, 7 furlongs is kind of the ultimate of his test, right? He can get a 1-turn mile, don't get me wrong, but that 7 furlongs is challenging. So when you're a sprinter and you stack up against routers on the turn back and you run that good against that quality, I just love him here.
And I think that's a great point too. With Bookham Dano, I think he's such a great example of a horse that maybe showed some Derby possibilities and dreaming, and that's not the route that they took with him. They were very intent on keeping him at those shorter distances, and they've had this longevity and this career develop because of that. They didn't push things in a direction he did not want to go. They kept him where he'd be most successful.
I think that's a lot of Derek Ryan having some say in it, right? A lot of times owners can really get into the Derby dreaming, and you only get this one shot with a horse, and especially the way he ran in Saudi, thinking that maybe he can come back. How do you feel you run second to Forever Young and then you watch Forever Young run in the Derby the way he did? So I think that Derek Ryan has just done such a good job keeping Bookham Dano at this level that he can be so successful at. And I know that the Atlantic 6 guys, Josh and his buddies and his dad, have just had the most amazing ride with Dano.
This is one of the more interesting runners we're going to see all weekend long. Crazy Mason, who just all of a sudden completely turned things around his last 3 starts. He comes from miles out of it, but what a job Gregory Sacco has done to get this horse to turn in now to a formidable graded stakes winning sprinter.
He really has turned a corner his last several races. Victories, this new running style coming from so far off the pace, just swallowing up a field of talented horses too to go by. And pre-race, this is normal for him. He acts a little jittery, acts like he's ready to go, and which is not necessarily the kind of behavior you would expect from a horse that has that laid-back closing kick and going to make one run. He is one that, this is very typical of him, so this is actually what I like to see from him, where he gets that energy going, and certainly an energetic place for him today.
He's exciting, Michelle, but this is without question going to be the toughest field he's ever faced.
Yeah, I mean, he's coming out of a grade 2 win, but the horses he beats, while they could be quality, were not the same as this field that he's facing here. Anytime you have a grade 1 on an undercard of a major race like the Triple Crown, you're going to end up with a lot saltier competition. So this is a step up for him, not just from a class standpoint, but from a company standpoint.
Well, you have the favorite from last year's Breeders' Cup Sprint as well in Mulligan, who off that performance was second to Locked, who until he really didn't show up in the Ali Sheba against his stablemate Fierceness, there was talk he might be the best older horse in the country.
I think that with Mulligan, the mile, yes, he was able to run a good second to Locked in that cigar mile, but it's not really this chartered territory for him as much. So I like that he's going to be in a shorter distance race today. I like that he came back with an okay performance, again, showing speed in what was a contentious pace that started to fall apart over at Churchill Downs in a race that we saw that exciting finish from. I think he does prefer a little bit less distance, which is exactly what he'll get today.
Also, I think that he needed a race off of the layoff, especially going a challenging distance like 7. He's won off of a break before, but it was against Allowance Company. It was going 6. He wasn't a debut winner. So for me, I think that he's going to improve off of that last effort.
And he loved it here at Saratoga last summer. That forego, very impressive. Obviously a different kind of track that day. And that was at 7 furlongs. This is hard to believe this is a grade 3 because it feels like a grade 1.
It does, and looking through this field, you have one scratch in here, but going through each individual horse, there's some case to be made for everybody. There's some opportunity, some ability for them to put themselves in the winner's circle, and a narration that you could write of how they would do that. And even a horse that is a bigger price like the one Concrete Glory, that horse has great early speed. Saffie Joseph Jr. has wonderful stats in dirt sprints, graded stakes right here on the NYRA circuit. It's actually pretty incredible what he's been able to do. He's 26%, 56% in the money with a $3.30 ROI dirt sprints at NYRA, and then graded stakes alone, 30%, 61% in the money, $2.70 ROI over the past 5 years. His dirt sprinters show up on the big days here, and even Nutella Fella all the way to the outside.
I like Nutella Fella.
Well, Junior certainly likes Nutella Fella after getting that Nutella Fella situation going on for him, where they were able to send him some as a 2-year-old. He ran well in that Woody Stevens last year to finish 3rd, a horse that comes from far off the pace. He's shown that he likes Saratoga.
I think that's the key for me, is getting him back to Saratoga. This is a fan favorite in my house because my son is obsessed with Nutella. He eats like a jar a week. So he runs around the house when Nutella Fella runs, screaming his name, and he's got a little shirt that says it. So for Spencer's sake, I hope the horse runs well, but maybe second behind Bookham Dano's okay.
When you look at this board from a wagering standpoint, who grabs your interest the most? Maybe a little inflated.
I mean, I like the 5-2 on Bookham Dano. I think it's fine. I think everyone's pretty much where you expect to see him, right? There's no surprises here.
No, I don't think anybody is either way too big of a price or way too short of a price than one would anticipate. Nakatomi taking some money as your favorite right now, but the resume that he has, I Rider Cheese Jr. up, that's not really a surprise to me whatsoever. I think that I could make the case for Concrete Glory, a horse that likes to have some forward position with those stats that I just mentioned for Saffie Joseph Jr., who had a big long shot run well yesterday in the Ogden Phipps to finish second in dazzling move. But outside of that, everyone is about where I would anticipate them to be.
I think the crazy thing to me is when you look at Concrete Glory, they claim this horse for $6,250. I'm sure they weren't thinking they were going to be in graded stakes action when they claimed him, but Saffie has done a great job with this horse.
It's pretty amazing. We are going to be signing off in about 30, 40 seconds here. Sun has finally popped out behind us, so good chance from now until 7:04 Eastern, the gates open in that Belmont Stakes, we're going to see a drying out racetrack.
I think so. I think we're seeing a situation where you'll want to pay close attention to how that track is playing as things dry out, but just nice to have the crowds out now with some nice weather.
Enjoy it, everyone. Coverage continues over on Big Fox with that third and final leg of the Triple Crown and the top three finishers from Kentucky Derby Day set to do battle again. That wraps it up here on FS1. We'll see you over on Big Fox with the big crew over there. Journalism, sensational. What a performance. That refused to lose, will to win in Baltimore. The only one to compete in all three legs of the Triple Crown. The rematch with the Derby winner. Sovereignty, laying in wait, passing on the Preakness, and a chance at the Triple Crown. Baeza got in at the last minute, third place finisher in the Derby. Who will take the August Belmont Trophy? We'll find out in a few hours.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont,
Nestled behind the gates of Hillendale Farm at Alapa, you can find a cabin-like 5,000 square foot home called the Treehouse. It's a new one-of-a-kind getaway destination located in the heart of horse country. The home offers hewn beams, flooring made from lumber harvested from Maker's Mark's original rickhouse. A room with vintage horse saddles, the collection includes one that belonged to the king of rock and roll himself, Elvis Presley. You can enjoy a drink or a meal on the back screened porch or one of 4 decks that overlook the tranquil Stoner Creek. Upon request, reservations can be purchased to experience an inside look of a working thoroughbred farm with a tour of Hillendale. The Treehouse now offers a unique place to stay on the grounds that house the famed Kentucky Stallion Station and Thoroughbred Nursery of Hillendale at Alapa.
The Belmont Stakes in the books, and it went to Sovereignty. His trainer, Bill Mott, joining me here. Bill, it seems that all of the steps you've taken with this horse have paid off, and he is a bigger and stronger version of himself than he's ever been.
He was full of himself this afternoon when he left the gate and went into the first turn. I mean, he was only, a half dozen lengths off the pace, which, in the Derby and some of his other races, he'd fall back, a dozen lengths or 15 lengths. But he was into the race today, and I think Junior was loaded the whole way. He was just waiting for the opportunity to, turn for home and find a path to run in. And when he did, the horse did it for him.
Junior patting Sovereignty across the wire. A lot of love for that mount. They make a very good team together.
Well, he's got a good feel for him. They've been there's been a good partnership there, and I hope it continues. It's been really special so far, and each race is a challenge, but we're glad to have a Derby and a Belmont on his resume.
Some of the biggest races, of course, in our sport, and I know New York is home for you. You've won the Belmont before, but can you describe winning the Belmont Stakes here at Saratoga?
Well, I think it's special. The winning at Belmont Park was really great, but here in front, it's basically kind of the hometown now for us. We've lived up here for a long time in the summers, and I think our horse has a lot of fans, and I've got to have a lot of acquaintances up here, and it's great to win in front of them.
A tremendous race today. Congratulations to the entire team.
Thank you. There they go, they're running on the screen right now.
Belmont, watching the replay, Sovereignty takes the 157th running of the Belmont.
What a performance with his Hall of Fame trainer, with Junior Alvarado, and Sovereignty freshened up, recharged, and looks like the best he has ever been, in the same result we saw on Derby Day.
The same trifecta even, and this Sovereignty, wow, he really exploded for Junior Alvarado in the stretch and went right by journalism like he was not even going forwards with the kind of momentum that we saw from him in the Preakness. Sovereignty has proven that he is the better of the two as of right now.
Sarah El-Badwi, Chris Griffin, joining me here on the desk, in the race that Bill Mott broke through in the American Classics in the Belmont back in 2010 with Drosselmeyer, collects another one, 2/3 of the Triple Crown to Team Sovereignty.
Yeah, just a tremendous effort in there, and it's everything we kind of set the stage for, everything we were talking about, all the lead up, everything that we were preparing for coming into the race, kind of played out that way. I mean, you take a look at the top 3, it ended up being the top 3 into the trifecta. We saw it finish the same exact way, and it was an impressive way for the horses to show up. And I heard you guys just talking about the 3-year-old division and how they've really asserted themselves. I remember not too long ago, we were so excited about the older males coming in, the older dirt division, and now all these 3-year-olds have really come in and made themselves a big presence on the big stage. And journalism, Sovereignty, Baeza maybe kind of now on the outside looking in, because the top 2 have really separated themselves.
Yeah, still has time to develop and get better, and that's what we're going to see the second half of the year. But yeah, these top 2, just sensational. And Sovereignty, he looked like he actually might be in trouble. Journalism, as we expected, got that first run on him. You expected it was going to be very tough to run down, but there is no quit in this horse.
once he gained that momentum, once you saw Sovereignty really start to pick things up in the stretch for Junior Alvarado, it always looked like he was traveling comfortably and just going by at such a high cruising rate, faster than what Journalism was. He went by him just like he did in that Kentucky Derby and opened up that lead. So clearly at this mile and a quarter distance at least, Sovereignty is the one who has the upper hand.
And he's got the resume right now that looks a lot like a horse who will be named a champion at the end of the year. Obviously, we're going to see what plays out come summer with the Travers, obviously in the Classic, but at this point, he's done quite a bit.
He has. We're at about that halfway point with these horses now completing that Triple Crown trail. And while things can change so much so over the late summer, we still, of course, have the Haskell, the Travers, plenty of time to face older horses before that Breeders' Cup Classic, where hopefully we do see a major showdown of some of the top older horses versus this crop of 3-year-olds. But there's a lot to look forward to. I think we also just had a lot go on today that we learned a lot from and were spoiled by some spectacular performances.
Let's watch it one more time because it was that thrilling, and go back and you guys can talk over what happens in here. Watch the break from Sovereignty down on the inside and the position that Junior Alvarado gets.
Well, I can take it first and talking about some of the pace scenario, right? I felt like Rodriguez with the 2 closers towards the inside was going to get rail position. He did. And Crudo's coming up on the outside, and John Velasquez just decided we're going to stalk and we're going to sit off of Rodriguez as we move into that first turn. Sovereignty now, you see he's saving some ground. This is what I was kind of concerned with Journalism. I was saying, where's the cover going to be? Is this a little bit wide for Rispoli, maybe going into the first turn? He really didn't have anywhere to go. He was kind of in no man's land. There's not a spot really to tuck in. Maybe you can say maybe he can try to get inside, but look, we're not riding these races. He is going to be 3 wide here moving to the backstretch, though, and with Sovereignty down towards the inside, Sovereignty is getting the better trip as of that moment.
He was. You can see that he's able to get over and use that inside position while Journalism. I wonder if everybody's criticisms got in Umberto Rispoli's head a little bit of keeping this horse in the clear, keeping him towards the outside, and trusting that he will still show up with the kind of performances that we have become accustomed to seeing, because he did keep this horse out of trouble. It's just that then once Sovereignty started running, he was in trouble.
But as you said too, Chris, I'm not sure what choice he had where to go to try and tuck in and save ground.
Yeah, and you know, when you feel like you're on the best horse, when you feel like you're on the top horse in the division, are you too worried about how much ground you're going to lose up the backstretch there? You're going to be 3 wide up the backstretch, and he gets first run. Now, we did see this first run from Journalism in the Kentucky Derby. Sovereignty just kind of follows that move. Sovereignty needed to work his way out, and then here comes the room. Baeza, you could tell, I think Flavien Prat wanted to get that position, but he just wasn't getting enough from Baeza at that point to kind of keep him boxed in and make that move.
So here we go, race is on. Journalism, as everyone expected, gets first run. But here comes the Derby winner.
And that closing kick, it's almost like what we saw when Manny Franco earlier on today shook the reins at a horse like Crazy Mason, who has that one spurt and ended up getting up for 3rd. When he asks, this horse responds emphatically. You can really see the change in his body language where he's able to put that self forward, have that sort of turn of foot, change gears, and really come after a horse like Journalism and win going away.
What a performance, and that margin, yeah, here even bigger than it was on Derby Day. But let's, take nothing away from Journalism. This is the only horse to compete in all 3 legs of this Triple Crown, and it's not to say he might eventually wind up becoming the better horse when we get to the end of the year. We'll see. And with some time and a little more spacing between his races, could be a different story.
It's completely possible, and hats off to his connections as well as trainer Michael McCarthy for prepping him very well for that Triple Crown run, because at least with him you can say he ran his race today. It's not as though he didn't show up or completely failed to do any running whatsoever. He still ran a very credible second in what was the 3rd of 3 Triple Crown races for him after what was a tough campaign earlier on as a 3-year-old too. I think Sovereignty just got the best of him.
Yeah, the connections, they've said that they're going to follow the horse and they're going to listen to the horse. I think Journalism will get a little bit of time off and a well-deserved time off. He's run 3 very strong races in a row with some trouble included in there, and they'll probably go back out west and just regroup with the team and take some time. Sovereignty, look, Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, pressed all the right buttons, right? He went to Kentucky Derby, Sovereignty gets the victory. They took a little bit of that time off during the Preakness, they come back, had that freshening, and then they come right back and they win the Belmont. And those big bounding strides through the lane, Sovereignty really, you talk about like making a statement after that victory. He looked like a powerful horse coming down the lane, and there was nobody that was going to stop that freight train as he rolled through the stretch right here.
Let's go to Michelle Yu.
Well, guys, like you, I am buzzing over the result right there. Sovereignty looked every bit the champion that he looked in the Kentucky Derby. And I don't think that running in the 3 Triple Crown races took a lot out of journalism. He was beaten by a really similar margin in the Kentucky Derby by Sovereignty. I think Sovereignty is just that much better. And Sovereignty not running in the Preakness allowed him to shine a little bit, but it's kind of like a sham secretariat situation, right? Sometimes you might just be second best to a particular horse. I think that's what we saw today. Journalism ran his race. Actually, he even ran a better race than I maybe thought he was going to from the trip that he got. It looked like Umberto Rispoli was not going to be at the mercy of any traffic today. He didn't want to get his face dirty. He didn't want to get any of those haters out here talking about his ride. So I love the fact that Rispoli set him on the outside. It was a little worrisome to me that he was so close, but I thought if this is the way he's going to win, at least he's going to do it, you know, the overland route and showing that he is the best. When they turned for home and he overtook, I thought, okay, here's the showdown we're waiting for. But once Sovereignty was unleashed, it was just a no-match situation. He went right on by journalism like he was standing still, and he definitely wasn't. He was still moving with really good forward momentum. He just was no answer for Sovereignty. He's truly the king of the 3-year-olds.
Those are powerful strides he can produce down the stretch. Wow. And there's a look at the celebration in the winner's circle. Belmont holding that August Belmont trophy. And just, you know, Andy brought up some really good points before he left the desk after this race concluded. This is the maturity of this horse, so how we've seen Sovereignty grow, not just with the way, you know, he's become a Derby and Belmont winner, sure, but the way he's improved in his workouts in the mornings. That's one thing. And just how he's grown in his 3-year-old campaign and finished things off. And in this race, how he sat so much closer to the pace than we've ever seen.
I think when you see these 3-year-olds come into their own following the Kentucky Derby, the Preakness, the Belmont Stakes, those earlier portion of those 3-year-old races, we get to see them develop and change. And it's something we saw with many of the 3-year-olds last year. We're seeing Sovereignty really come into his own over time over the past couple of months. And it's been a rapid transformation where he's gone from a pretty good horse to something really special and incredible with his intensity as well as just that will to win too.
Yeah, he's just got that ability to continue to grow too. I mean, that's a scary thought. I mean, you look at him, he's an absolute standout. He's a big boy there when you take a look at a 3-year-old like that in Sovereignty, and for him to have the ability to now kind of continue to grow into that frame and just get bigger and stronger. And Belmont, you know, he's taken his time with this colt. This just seems like they have a big path, a big summer ahead of them. Some of those races to tackle the older rivals a little bit later on in the year. Sovereignty is going to be a big name. Journalism is not going to be a name that we're going to forget, but Sovereignty, you did talk about it, Greg. After the wire there, you see those congratulatory pats on the neck there from Junior Alvarado, but Sovereignty looks like he still is ready to go and he means business and he's just kind of breathing fire. So, wow, ultra impressive.
More than lived up to the billing of this rematch between the winners of the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown. One more race to come on this Belmont Stakes Saturday from Saratoga. Race that was meant for the grass. It comes off the turf, now at a mile. And as a result, this allowance optional claiming race now an incredibly compact field. Just 4 will line up. And it is the 14, who's a main track only runner, Top Gun Rocket, who is the even money favorite.
He's won his last 2 races. He comes into this with some decent form, and he's been able to successfully step up from the claiming tag he was in for 2 starts ago to a $50,000 starter allowance. Heavily favored last time out. It was a wet track where he was able to get that victory with a bit of that stalking kind of trip.
We're going to take a timeout. 19 minutes to post in this finale on Belmont Stakes Saturday. We'll recap all the action from earlier, including that Met Mile win. Raging torrent for Doug O'Neill.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia? Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on Belmont Stakes Saturday from Saratoga. 16 minutes to post in this finale to close out our Saturday afternoon action. Don't forget, we're back with you on Sunday. Brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Get a $25 free play, $200 deposit match sign-up bonus for new members when you punch in that code at sign-up. Belmont 25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime at Naira Bets. Let's look back on the action from earlier today. Wonder again, taken off the turf and robbed of seeing Nitrogen, probably the best 3-year-old turf filly in the country, making her dirt debut. She looked amazing on the dirt.
I know it was a field of 3, but she absolutely demolished the rest of her rivals in here, coming in off of what has been such a consistent 3-year-old season, as you mentioned, Greg, on the grass. This was an easy, paid workout for her, and good on Mark Casse for keeping her in, trying the dirt in this spot, and he actually mentioned that he had considered putting her on this surface in the past, the race just not really coming up for them to try that opportunity. Today was the opportunity, and she showed up in a big way that gives them plenty of options moving forwards.
She went fast, completely geared down into a canter in the stretch, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, you 3-horse field, so talking about pressure and, did she see some other rivals in there that can kind of look her in the eye. But when you see a horse finish that way and answer some questions for you on the main track and do it in a race that wasn't a workout but looked like one, that could set up to who knows what in the future.
In the True North, what a game effort from the New Jersey bred Bookham Dano.
He had that Woody Stevens victory over a talented field here last year as a 3-year-old. He comes back this year as an older horse, runs down Mulligan. He'd been in some tough spots overall, and he showed up in a big way in this effort.
Yeah, Mulligan ran a bang-up race towards the inside. Bookham Dano being able to just gut it out, and now he's really experienced with this. He knows what he's doing. Crazy Mason is still a name that you're going to hear because he absolutely comes from out of nowhere, and he'll flow with a flourish. He's just going to have to find that right pace setup to get him to the winner's circle against this top-notch competition. But Paco Lopez aboard, Bookham Dano, feel good for the connections. And I remember calling this horse in his debut as a 2-year-old.
Wow.
Oh, really? He has been sensational, the pride of New Jersey. We saw him run so good here last year in defeat. This time, gets his picture taken into Grade 1.
He does. It's not his first time doing that either, as his ownership group has really had a lot of success with him having that more modest pedigree, at least on paper, coming in, that New Jersey bred, and really just showing that you make your own pedigree. He is one that has so much talent, and it was nice to see him get that victory today.
Yeah, it was nice for the connections. They were fired up, and I know the ownership talking about his anniversary, and also a big Bucaro shout out for the sire. So it's nice to see those connections get it done, and a gelding that should be around for a while, especially in that sprint division. Bookham Dano continues to do very well. Once they find their game, and this is a conversation for a lot of the 3-year-olds too, once they finish their kind of derby chase or kind of looking at the derby trail, there are plenty of races and opportunities for them. And Bookham Dano, they decided early on that he was going to be that one-turn sprinter type, and he's done very, very well.
Yeah, he has made Bucaro. I think a lot of people are going to be looking now to say, can I get a Bucaro New York stallion? But that's a New Jersey bred horse.
Yep.
And now, I mean, he's in the conversation as one of the top sprinters in the country.
He is, and what I love so much about him is that Connections had taken him overseas. They had had that opportunity to run behind Forever Young, who ended up finishing such a close third in that Kentucky Derby following that effort. They didn't push the distance with him. They made sure that they knew what he wanted to do, and they kept him at a spot where he could be most effective without trying to just go for that Derby glory, because they could have easily after that kind of performance overseas. Instead, we now get this longevity of the kind of sprinter that he has become.
And I love all these big performances from these horses. The fact that a little teaser, because we're going to see him again in the big spots this summer here.
Yeah, there's no question about it. I mean, they're going to be pointing to races, like we said. This is kind of a preview setting up for the summer as well, even though it's Belmont Stakes weekend.
Met Mile, that's fierceness to the outside, but not his day. Raging Torrents coming back from the Godolphin Mile in Dubai and going back-to-back. Now 3 wins in a row, actually.
He was out of that gate with intention under Frankie Dettori to show the kind of early speed he'd been capable of showing in some of those shorter sprint races, 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs. He knew what his mission was supposed to be today, to go to the front and try to outlast some of these other types. I think Fierceness had his shot. Maybe it just wasn't the kind of race for him today, but he ran okay in defeat. I think Raging Torrent, he got the jump and he spurted away from him late.
Frankie Dettori, you know, I think we talk about the flying leap and the flying dismount, and we always look forward to what's going to happen in the winner's circle. Sometimes we kind of forget that this is a world-class rider, that he continues to just find some spots where he can get on horses that do make some sense. And you're right, Sarah. I thought at the break, that's where he won the race. I mean, Raging Torrent, he asserted to the front. He was kind of out in the center of the racetrack, and then Fierceness and White Barrier were chasing. Just a Touch was really in no man's land, because Just a Touch had to work now down towards the inside, and he didn't want to do that. He didn't want to come from well off of it. It was a game victory.
Pennine Ridge taken off the turf. And AP kid Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez take advantage.
John Velasquez has been having a stellar weekend here. He's really been showing up regardless of price, surface, distance, and this was a spot where he was able to put his horse in contention. You can see this horse really get going late, going by your favorite Inmi Bago, who was your pace setter in there, and just that extension of that stride. Maybe they end up keeping this one on the dirt moving forward.
Yeah, we saw some of the speed coming back a little bit. I think, you know, I don't want to say it was a closer-friendly track, but we saw that some of the speed was able to get run down through the lane, and AP Kid did just that. It was an off-the-turf event, so, you know, moving over to the main track, but AP Kid certainly deserved this victory, earned that victory, and you talk about John Velasquez. I mean, between Dylan Davis, John Velasquez, Junior Alvarado becomes a big story, but John Velasquez had a tremendous week, and it's not over yet. As you say, we race tomorrow.
4 wins on Friday for the winningest rider in the history of this racetrack, continuing to produce on this Belmont Saturday afternoon. And then, of course, the Woody Stevens and Brad Cox just making the right call with this supremely talented horse at a shorter distance. He broke his maiden at 7/8 of a mile. We thought he might be a star on the Triple Crown Trail. They tried it out, checked the box, didn't work, and they cut him back in distance, and he is a very good sprinter.
They have such a blanket finish behind him, except for him. He was really able to establish a margin that separated himself from the rest of this pack. As you see the pace start to come back here, everybody's sort of closing in with their opportunity and their late kick. And Patch Adams, he'd run some fast races previously as a 3-year-old. I think the cutback was exactly what he needed. Brad Cox and Luis Saez finally able to get that victory after a little bit of disappointment yesterday.
Yeah, Matticat Row with a nice performance, but you take a look at Patch Adams, and I was trackside, so I didn't have the best vantage point to watch the race, but I could hear Frank Miramati, I could hear him sing Patch Adams, and I could hear him definitely putting this one away. So Patch Adams, the Brad Cox team, they got it done. Luis Saez, all smiles in there. Well-deserved victory, and again, you start talking about some of these divisions, it just heats up more with a strong performance from Patch Adams.
Went 121-1 as well for the 7 furlongs. Patch Adams, huge performance. Post parade coming up for this finale. I don't want it to end, but we're running out of light.
Little downs after dark.
I will say, you talking, and it's nice to see the hot walkers, and it's nice to give them a shout out and love too. You know, we sit up here for 14 races, but the people that are working with the horses all day, our outriders, I'm ready. It's nice to give them a little bit of love here as the field comes onto the track here for the 14th.
8 minutes to post. Even money favorite in a main track only runner in this spot. That's Top Gun Rocket. Dylan Davis will be aboard, and that man right there. 8 wins and counting. Flavien Prat, can he add another?
I think that it's certainly possible. He has started out the day with a victory with a bit of a long shot in Maggie's Palace, keeping that momentum going and just making all kinds of right decisions.
Start the post parade off with this Todd Pletcher and Arad Ortiz Jr. runner.
Yeah, Equivoque, you take a look at him, showed speed 2 starts back. He's got the speed here. It should help him. You know, you're probably going to have to catch this horse on the front end. Arad Ortiz Jr. still kind of had that quiet week here, so we'll see if he can get the win in here this afternoon.
Dylan Davis, again on Top Gun Rocket, main track only.
Yeah, he's won the last 2 starts. He was heavily favored over a wet track last time out, but Dylan Davis, what I said about Arad, a little bit cold, Dylan has been on fire.
All these 3 MTOs, Street, Swag, Rob Atras off the claim.
He's been consistent, finishing second over his last 3 starts, and he's been running against some quality company. Flat Out Flying was in good form at that time. Floki's Flight, a horse he defeated 2 starts back, finished second to Gun It last time out.
And there is the reigning Eclipse Award winning rider who's having a tremendous week, Flavien Prat.
Well, the speed has not been holding up. How far back is Whittington Park going to be? I think Whittington Park, if he's close enough, Flavien Prat has been having all the right decisions. Maybe Whittington Park, I know it's a short field, but maybe he can come from off the pace and get the victory.
7 minutes to post in this finale coming up. Arad Ortiz Jr. trying to notch a victory to close out this Saturday afternoon from Saratoga. That's next.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive. She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty. The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25. And they're off at the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
To have this weather and to have the beach and this racetrack, this is paradise. You can't beat it.
This is the Breeders' Cup World Championships from Del Mar.
Oh, it's wide open. Who's it going to be? Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Back on our Saturday coverage. Beautiful shot of that sunset going to break. Pink skies here in Saratoga. It's just amazing, isn't it? I could not see on my drive in to work this morning. It was raining so hard on the freeway coming in that we had a fast main track for the Belmont.
It's incredible how much changed throughout the day, not only with the track drying out, and congrats and thank you to our grounds crew for getting it in such good shape and condition throughout the day to be at the point that we're at now, but also the influx of the crowd from this morning, where you have a couple people that are braving out the rain in their ponchos and running in to secure some picnic tables under shelter. Then we have everyone really picking up that volume, and that energy was just climbing throughout the day as we got closer and closer to that Belmont Stakes.
And that's a look at Arad Ortiz Jr. Started out on New York Showcase Day with 2 victories. We thought it was a start of probably a big week ahead. He has not won since, amazingly. We'll see if he can get a win here in this finale on the Saturday card. Let's go to Michelle.
My eye on right now is the 10 Equivoque, and you're looking at him. When he was first in the saddling area, he was acting good. Once it came out on the track, he really started to act up a little bit alongside the pony. He was looking at the tracks in the track. He was looking at the wet spots. It was like he wanted to make a mistake. And I love what the rider did. Took him away from the pony and let him have a huge warm-up. Now, when he went galloping off, he galloped off at a very high speed. But Irad Ortiz got him back after he warmed him up into that beautiful jog that you saw when we were coming back out of break. You saw his ears were forward. He was really extending. And then what I also loved was when he went to go rejoin the pony, you saw Irad tap him behind on the butt and then tap him twice on the shoulder. Like, your job isn't done. I want you to keep paying attention and still make sure you're, focused on the job ahead, because we still have a race to run, although you can have a little bit of a breather right now. So since that big warm-up, he has been acting excellently. I really like what I see from him on the track. Even if he's getting a little bit hot, I feel like that's this horse's personality, watching him come out onto the racetrack course.
Michelle, thank you. And this is a really interesting horse. You look at the first start of his career, he beat Mullican, who was your favorite in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, 4-go winner here at Saratoga last summer. This horse, obviously, there's big ability there. We haven't quite seen him get to that debut level again, though. I wonder if we'll see him take a step forward today.
Certainly the right kind of spot for it. And while Mullican had talent always, we saw Mullican really mature into the horse that we now know him as, the one that finished second to Bookham Dano earlier on today in that True North. But Equivoque's advantage here, I think, is the early speed that he possesses. And while he's not one of the 3 main track only entrants in this race, he's only run on the turf once, so getting back to the dirt, that's where he spent most of his time. That's where he's most familiar, and it shouldn't be any sort of problem for him whatsoever.
Yeah, when you switch off the turf, move to the main track, when you see those outside numbers there, you start to really recognize some of those MTOs and horses that are going to be looking for the dirt, and Whittington Park is one of those horses. I mean, the changing of the silks alone tells you that this horse has changed barns, has moved at different times, but Whittington Park, he's going to have to launch from pretty far out of it. He's always, not always, I should say, going to show you that run, but if he gets a little bit of a setup, he can run some of these rivals down, and he can do it in the lane. We'll see if the speed is going to come back equivoque. If he shows some of that real big early foot and he's just too far out in front, Whittington Park, it's not a real burst of acceleration sometimes. Sometimes it's just that grinding coming after you, and he's just slowly picking up rivals, as you kind of saw here. So we'll see how far back he is. But Flavien Prat, he won the opener, last to first. Maybe he can win the finale. I think he will be last early. Maybe he'll be first to close it out.
Certainly what I'm hoping for. I think that last time with him, he ran a much better race than we've seen from him in quite some time, but it's not as though that 90 Beyer speed figure came out of absolutely nowhere. This horse had plenty of back class. He was the Hansfield winner a couple years ago, a 99 Beyer for that effort, actually ran in the Carter, the Westchester. He was at the top of his game at one point, with that being the norm for him rather than an outlier. And also, looking at his race 2 back, he got slammed coming out of the gate and just lost all opportunity to do any effective running in there on a day. General Partner was in that race, and we saw him come back earlier and win. That was a day where you wanted to be forward and towards the inside, and neither of those horses were. Both of them have come back to win since.
Yeah, I think, sorry, Greg, but also like Whittington Park, you kind of know when he's kind of going to show up. There's times when I've seen him and he looks like he's not really into it. Sometimes these horses, their body language almost shows if they're going to put forth an effort. Maybe today he's going to really be into it and seeing those targets and really go after them.
Encouraging too, as you brought up. I mean, he getting back to at least in the ballpark of some of those huge races that he'd run before. And a trainer, he doesn't get a lot of attention because there's a lot of great trainers out here, but sort of unheralded. Fernando Abreu does a great job.
I agree completely. I think that his numbers, first off the claim, they're not flashy, but oftentimes we do see him take horses into his barn and find the right kind of spots for them to be most effective and to have success with them moving forwards.
Yeah, it's something to be said about a lot of our trainers here in New York. Once they can find a good horse, they can keep them going.
Flavien Prat looking to collect his 9th win this week on the 16 Whittington Park. She'll be far back early. Let's go to Frank Miramati for this nightcap.
Whittington Park is the last one who goes in. They're off. And Whittington Park did break very alertly, as did Equivoque. And so it is Equivoque to set the pace. Street Swag is racing in the 2nd spot. And then it's another 2 lengths back to Whittington Park, who's racing in 3rd. And at the back of the field is Top Gun Rocket. They run down the back stretch, and it is Equivoque just in front. It's a neck advantage heading toward the half-mile pole with Street Swag in 2nd, a length and a half. Whittington Park in the clear while 3rd, and Top Gun Rocket. It's a very compact group that went almost 25 seconds for the opening quarter mile. Equivoque has the lead by a half a length. Street Swag has been keeping pace throughout, and Whittington Park on the outside of that pair, trying to now make a move. Just behind them, Top Gun Rocket is still in striking range. These 3 are doing serious battle on the front end, and Top Gun Rocket's getting a couple of nudges to get closer to them as they reach the top of the stretch. Whittington Park gets the jump now, and Whittington Park is the new leader as the field turns for home. Angling out Top Gun Rocket at the rail. Equivoque is not done, far from it in fact, and fighting on bravely. Here's Top Gun Rocket in the center of the track, saving his best energy for this final 1/8 of a mile. And Top Gun Rocket and Dylan Davis from last to first, and will just cruise home. Top Gun Rocket, too strong. Photo for 2nd goes to Street Swag over Whittington Park and Equivoque.
Dylan Davis, that is 3 in a row for Top Gun Rocket.
he's been ultra consistent, and he got a nice setup here as we saw a compact group, as Frank Miramati mentioned, not a hot pace on whatsoever. He was the one sitting just off of those three that were all in contention, and he really got rolling late.
Yeah, when riders are in the zone, it just seems like things kind of start to fall in place for them, and they really did here. Sat right in behind that battling trio, Whittington Park. He made his move. He put away two of them, but sitting right in the catbird seat, if you will, right there was Top Gun Rocket. Another nice victory. Dylan Davis gets to the winner's circle once again.
2 huge stakes wins for Dylan the other day, including Lucara, Gate to Wire in the Acorn. And he continues to produce here at Saratoga. He should stay here.
I think he's doing pretty well for himself. You know, what are we up to now? 4 Grade 1 victories?
I think we'll see him back here this summer. 14, 15, 16, 10. Even money favorite to close things out here. And Top Gun Rocket, 9 times first or second now in 16 starts.
Yeah, for a conditioner that I'm gonna get the name. Ready? Panagotas Sinifius.
Ooh, muy excelente.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good there. But familiar silks that I'm familiar with there, and they get them, get this horse going in the right direction. They know what to do with them. Like we said, these are horses that will change hands sometimes. They'll end up in those claiming races, and you start to find them with new barns, and what can they figure out, something different. But when we get a race taken off the turf, move to the main track, Top Gun Rocket found himself in the right spot. I thought Whittington Park was going to be last. He was not. I thought he'd be the one that was sitting behind all that pace. It didn't work out that way. Dylan Davis finds the right spot, gets the victory. Even money shot, but he ran like it too.
We're getting set to start a brand new show that's never been seen here before, Saratoga After Dark.
I'm in.
Into the late hours here at the spa. And Dylan Davis, good for him. Been a tremendous week after that incredible summer here last year at Saratoga. He's just risen to the next level. You can just consistency from him now. It's always there.
Momentum is so important in this game, whether you are one of the horses, a jockey, a trainer, a bettor, no matter what, having that momentum moving forwards, it's going to keep propelling you to new highs, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Dylan Davis.
Yep, takes an entire team to put it all together. The jockeys need a team, the trainers need a team. We need a team just like that right here on the desk.
Back with you again tomorrow for the final day of action from this Belmont at Saratoga week. So join us 12 Eastern start time. It was the rematch everybody wanted in the stretch. Once again, Sovereignty Journalism going head-to-head, and once again, same result as on that first Saturday in May, the Kentucky Derby winner. For Belmont, Junior Alvarado and Godolphin reign supreme.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.